smo. Good morning, everybody, here at the Slovenian Digital Center in Ljubljana and also online. I would like to welcome you to the fourth day of the EU Blockchain Week. Our fourth day will be focused on blockchain and AI for the European Green Deal. As you all already know, the SDGs are a set of 17 global objectives which are focused on sustainable development issues, ranging from equality, education, climate change, infrastructure, land and water, production and consumption, with a target date of 2030. Blockchain can be also applied with respect to our SDGs in some various ways. First, by providing all actors, roles and participants in general with a layer of traceability and global transparency, which promotes the behavior and responsible use of resources in all kinds. Second, by offering resilience and security capabilities which hinder any kind of unilateral manipulation that may harm third parties. And thirdly, by guaranteeing the precision in the surveillance of actions through the use of smart contracts which validate the actions that occur within blockchain. So, by this short introduction, I would like to announce our first panel of today and the fifth panel in general of our EU Blockchain Week, which will be focused on blockchain and AI for SDGs. And with this, I would like to invite Mr. Marko Grobelnik from the Jožef Stefan Institute to open our panel with his keynote speech. Mr. Grobelnik, welcome.
Hello, everybody. So my talk is on AI, right? And the point, so I won't talk much about blockchain itself. I will touch SDGs just briefly. Some of the key messages which I try to make is, first, what is AI, right? From the formal point of view, so this means the definition, and then later we will check a little bit how AI evolves in an evidence-based way. So I will present the project we have with OECD, and this is the so-called OECD AI Observatory. Okay, let's go first to can I get the slides? Great. So, name of the game, right? Definition of AI. So this kind of disputable topic across all AI and even less AI researchers. What is AI, right? So let's first check what is not AI. You see here a cat, right? Mimicking a machine, right? So this is exactly opposite of what we try to do in AI. In AI, we try to build systems where machines would mimic people, right? So here is the opposite. Okay, now let's go to the actual definition, right? In the history, there were plenty of definitions of AI. Typically short ones by more or less famous authors. And a few years ago, so like 3 years ago, I was appointed as head of the working group for defining AI in OECD. And it was kind of interesting task. So the point was to construct not a fun definition, not a definition which would complain or just focus one aspect of AI, but something which would actually hold for a longer time and which would capture pretty much everything what AI is today or what it aims to be. So out of this, so here's the list of definitions, but we selected one which seemed like relevant as a basis for our work. So this Winston's definition from his book, 92, which includes this feedback loop type of systems. Okay. Later, after 8 months of work, we came up with these 3 sentences, right? So this was like, I said, 8 months of work, was quite a group of people, long discussions, and even like 10 minutes before the actual vote, whether the definition will be adopted by 44 countries or not, we were still changing these 3 sentences. So I just want to point out that this is quite a disputable topic. So not to read these 3 sentences, I will show this on the next slide on a picture. Basically, we try to tell that still human is in the loop. The loop is about observing, about modeling, and acting, right? So these are 3 key elements, and there are several levels of autonomy which we should be concerned about. And so this particular definition, these 3 sentences at the end were adopted by 44 countries, which is the only politically approved definition of AI. Plus, in April this year, European Commission adopted this definition as well, with the change of 1 word, where they introduced the word softer only somehow, which I kind of a little bit disagree, but fine, right? So this is roughly the structure or structural view to this definition of AI. So on the right side you see the environment, which in principle can be anything, right? Can be anything, can be natural environment, can be virtual environment, like for instance game of chess, right? Or anything what we observe, right? Then on the top we have this so-called perceiving or percepts, right? And whatever we observe, we see through some kind of raw data, right? And sensors convert this raw data into something which we call these days data, right? And then we have different ways how to operate this data. Typically, so the central part of this, let's say, AI operational logic, as we call, is the model, right? Model is an abstraction of this environment or the world on the right side, right? Of course, once we have a model, we use it, right? We do inferencing, and then we try to act, and we try to change the environment in one or the other way, and so we change the environment, and this is then the closed loop, right? So this is pretty much the definition of AI. Now, the question is how the current or past or even future AI would fit this definition. So here are a couple of examples, right? Old technology from 80s, right? Expert systems, right? So the transition through this definition diagram would be like this, right? So we observe, so humans typically observe the environment, right? Humans provide the data, not the machines, right? Humans create the model, and then humans typically also act, right? So this is the technology or the AI of 80s, right? Now if you go to standard machine learning loop, right? So we go through the same boxes, but in slightly different ways. So typically machines would collect the data, or sometimes humans, right? Then we have model construction algorithm. This is pretty much the machine learning algorithms. We have a model, and then model interpretation and acting happens also more or less automatically. If you look at just autonomous driving, it would look like this, right? So, and pretty much all the AI technologies we can imagine would fit in one or the other way this definition. So that's why it's fairly complete. Now, another aspect which is relevant whenever we talk about AI and regulation, right? So we immediately come to terms like human-centered AI or accountability, responsibility, transparency, risk management, and so on. So now, each of these terms, which are typically used by policymakers and lawyers mostly, right? So they fit this fairly technical definition of AI. So this is just one trial where some of these, let's say, AI principles or concepts which are integrated in regulations are kind of hidden, right? Also, another aspect of AI is bias, right? So bias is a very popular topic, especially for, well, people which are concerned about possible improper way of using AI, right? So these are like spots in this definition where these bias are coming from. Either we have perception bias, right? So where we make mistakes when we observe the environment. There's always perception bias, right? Technical bias, so algorithms bring in additional troubles. And also, if everything is okay, then still we can have activation bias. Maybe everything was perfect, right? But when we make a move, right? When we act, when we try to, let's say, an autonomous car decide left or right, actions are not always perfect either, right? Now, going a little bit one level higher. So who is dealing with AI regulation these days, right? So here you see a set of international organizations which are all active in AI regulations or in one or the other way. So let's say starting, so out of all these organizations, two are really relevant, I would say, in terms that they will produce legally binding documents on AI. So one is Council of Europe, which deals mostly with AI and in relationship with human rights. I mean, this sounds simple, but it's not, right? So I'm on that panel as well, and to be honest, I'm more like, well, as researcher, technologist, right? On the other side, they're sitting lawyers, human rights lawyers, and I learned a lot, and I guess they learned also a lot from our more like technical side, right? So issues related to human rights are fairly complicated. So it's not just human rights as adopted, but also consequences of human rights have, let's say, along most of the SDGs, for instance, right? Another, maybe, I wouldn't say even more important, but for us here in Europe, kind of relevant is European Commission, which is also coming with a document. At the moment we have this so-called AI Act, which is more like a draft document, which will be adopted next year. So this will be another probably legally binding document, right? The other organizations, especially I would highlight here OECD and UNESCO, so they are coming more like with recommendations, right? Recommendations, which means like a soft law, right? But pretty relevant for forming an opinion or even understanding what this AI and what consequences of AI might be, right? So all these organizations jointly are grouped in something which is called globalpolicy.ai. So this portal was launched last week here at this high-level conference of AI at Brdo here in Slovenia. And so they mostly work together, although each of these organizations has its own focus, right? UNESCO would have more like ethical issues, right? OECD more on the economy side, the European Commission fairly holistic, I would say, while as mentioned, Council of Europe more like on a human rights aspect. So here I want to go, so these are the actual documents which are at the moment relevant, but let's say in half a year I would expect that these documents mostly will either change or evolve, right? Maybe just the last slide on this for the first topic is where's the big problem when regulating AI, right? So on one side, we have AI systems, we have technologists, researchers, people like me, right? So, and we are doing AI for decades, right? So, and what we can do, we can measure, we have all sorts of algorithmic approaches or technical approaches which prevent us to lie to ourselves and so on, right? So this is AI about when you try to build a system. And we establish good terminology and so on. But this terminology is not compatible on the other side with the lawyers and policymakers, right? So and lawyers and policymakers, from our standpoint, they operate with way more abstract terms which are relevant for, well, policies and regulations, right? And I would say for the last 3-4 years, these discussions are mainly how to bridge this gap, right? This gap between these two worlds. And I think we are doing a good job, but it's slower as we all expected. Okay, let's now just go a little bit further. So I will be here. So I don't have opportunity to do live demos. So I will show just the screenshots from a system which we are developing together with OECD. And this is like a real-time observation of AI. So AI is not something static, right? So AI of like 80s or 90s or 2000s or AI of today, they're very different AIs, and even AI of tomorrow or in the next 5 to 10 years will be certainly different, right? Today, for today's AI, we can say that it can solve complex but very narrow problems. AI of, let's say, in 5 to 10 years, we will talk about AI which will deal with fairly holistic problems, right? Topics like digital twins, complete observations on optimization of large complex systems. So this will be AI of tomorrow, so to say. So for that purpose, we are building the system OECD AI Observatory, Policy Observatory, which is turning into something which we are calling OECD AI digital twin. So digital twin of artificial intelligence. So we are using AI itself to observe and understand evolution of AI. So why we are doing this? So the premise is the following. So everybody knows that, well, innovation cycle is not short. So innovations or inventions of which came out like 10 years ago are shaping our lives today. And this won't change in the future. So inventions which are coming out today, right, will shape our lives in like 5 to 10 years from now. So effectively we can say that everything what will shape our lives in 10 years pretty much is already published and even openly accessible. It's just a question how to find these things, right? What we try to do is the following, right? And each of the lines here is covered by particular dynamic evolving data set. On the follow-up slides, you will see some of the visualizations out of this. So basically, we try to model a journey of an idea, a journey of an innovation, right? So innovation typically happens first in the academic world. You can find this in the papers, journals, and so on. So these are innovation triggers, right? Next, this innovation to actually get implemented, you need projects, right? So projects which implement the idea itself and put it in a context, right? These projects can be either, let's say in computer science, would be either open source projects or publicly funded projects like national or European Commission's projects like Horizon and so on, right? Then next stage typically would be patents, right? So if the invention is good, well, it gets patent, right? Then you get companies, companies get investments, right? And if you have companies, of course, this has influence on job market, either on the supply side or demand side. And then market reacts, right? You can see, and this is still discussion about the same innovation which started in the first line, right? So market reacts, and then this has all influence also in the education. So now we are getting like the whole history of the curricula across thousands of universities, and we can see across years how curricula are getting changed due to, let's say, innovations from like 5 or 10 years ago, right? Then we can measure perception through search engines or media, and at the end we have also policy documents. So this is the innovation cycle as we would like to observe it, right? And most of this we are already observing. So here I hope it will work. So otherwise, normally I would show this live, right? So you can find this on OECD.ai. So this is one kind of simple visualization of AI for last more or less 20 years, right? So you can see the rise of China, right? So US and EU, so each bubble here is a country. Higher the bubble, richer the country, higher GDP, right, per capita, and more to the right, bigger production in AI. And as you see, so on the lower right corner, you can see the year. As you see, China really made a huge difference in the last 20 years, right? The bubble of China came pretty much from nowhere to the more or less first place now, right? So these are kind of three superpowers in AI. So US, obviously, right, all big tech is there. In terms of research, EU is standing pretty good, but we are lacking the companies, obviously, and China, which is fairly complete and also fairly isolated, as you will see now from the next slide. Okay, so these are, let's say, AI research per institution. So on the top you would see Chinese universities nowadays, right? So followed by, well, famous American ones, but Chinese, let's say, this happened pretty much in the last 5 years, right? This is the landscape, who works with whom. On the left side you see the, well, big island, which is basically Chinese collaborations, right? So, or Chinese island of AI, which is only vaguely connected to the right island where you have US and Europe and Australia on the bottom, right? So this is the landscape of collaboration in globally these days, right? Then these are the topics. Okay, you cannot see the legend well. So the big topics still in AI are related to deep learning. Deep learning is this AI which made a change in the last 10 years because it's a simple technique, but when you join this fairly simple technique with big computing power and lots of data, then you get amazingly good results. So it's an old technique from 50s. Everybody can understand it. So these are neural networks, right? Basically high school math, it's good enough to understand what's happening there. Just when you put this on scale with lots of data on GPUs, and this makes a huge difference. And so this popularity of AI today basically is due to this curve on the top, right? This graph is interesting. So whenever we talk about AI, it's battle for talent, really. So as part of this data, which I was mentioning before, we have also LinkedIn data, and we calculated this skill migration. So on the top, you see countries which are gaining AI skills. So, and on the bottom, you see countries which are losing AI skills. So on the very bottom, you would see Venezuela, Tunisia, Iran, and so on. Educated people, but, well, conditions in the country maybe are not the right ones. On the top of the countries, you would see Luxembourg, United Emirates, Ireland, and many European and other countries. So they are these countries are gaining the talent. So, and this is not really, I mean, this is changing from months to months, right? But it's definitely in favor of the Western world in the moment, right? Okay, this would be top skills. Yeah, so among others, we monitor also the job market of AI. So per week we get roughly a few 100,000 job postings related to AI, and we analyze the skills which are in demand by countries, and this would be the top AI skills at the moment, right? So it's real-time feed, and pretty much we can spot on a monthly basis changes what's being demanded by the companies, right? So mostly it's, okay, machine learning, obviously, AI itself, it's mentioned in the job postings, but of course, let's say, you see on the number spot 7, let's say, TensorFlow, which we will analyze a little bit further on the next slides, and various tools related to neural networks, and computer vision. These are also relevant topics. So this is top 20 skills, but we have obviously many more. And this is updated on a weekly basis, right? Okay, this is just maybe I can skip this one. Investments are interesting as well. So we are following also investments into AI. Now here you can see, so we track investments into AI across globally, right? As you see, the increase is huge, right? From, let's say, 10 years ago till now, and this is only accelerating. Now, if you go per country, so US has huge investments. So China is like, seems like on a second spot. It's unclear do our data actually correspond to reality. Seems like that China might be even ahead of US. It's just our data doesn't correspond. The rest of the countries, not much really in comparison to, let's say, US, right? So this is the difference of who has big tech companies, right? Maybe just to touch the last slide, right? So before I mentioned TensorFlow as one pretty relevant skill, and what TensorFlow is Google's AI system, which basically each of you is using several times per day. Every time when you make a Google query, Google search, TensorFlow software would be triggered as well to bring results back. Whenever you do machine translation, whenever you do speech recognition, it's always this TensorFlow software in behind, right? So as part of this OECD AI Observatory, I wanted to show how this TensorFlow appeared in the AI ecosystem, right? So on the x-axis you have time. On y-axis you have basically the hype, the importance, right? So the first curve is showing the media reporting about TensorFlow. So TensorFlow was announced in 2015. And as you see, it was a big media campaign, a lot of publications, and then this media graph went slowly down. Okay, as we said before, what follows such a media campaign? Obviously projects, right? So since we have pretty much complete snapshot of GitHub, we checked how many of new projects appeared related to TensorFlow on GitHub. And you see, basically, following campaign, basically the GitHub responded right away. So huge number of projects, and this is not even disappearing, right? Okay, what are results of projects? So this is actually measured data from fairly complete global data, right? The next thing, what's following are academic publications. So you have projects, so you have results. So academic publications follow the as results of the projects, right? What's the next? Patents, right? Patents follow the publication, so good ideas are getting patented. And of course, here we have then companies and job market follows right away, right? And you see that this is like fairly short innovation cycle for TensorFlow. It's more like in the range of, let's say, 5 years. So on this graph we could put a couple of other dimensions, including policy and so on, which would follow even this. But this is an example of how ecosystem of AI evolves bit by bit, right, through time. Okay, so this is pretty much the last slide I had. So my point here was maybe to highlight a little bit AI from two angles, right? So first, what AI is from the side of regulators, and what AI is in this evidence-based manner, how to measure AI and how to observe its evolution. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Marco, for the great speech, on the great intro. I'm Robert Kopic, I'm your moderator today, and I'm very delighted to introduce our next speaker, actually, who's currently missing, unfortunately. Let's give her a sec. Maybe I give the intro to her person very quickly. So her name is Mariana Delle Roche. She's the lead project manager of the EOTA Foundation, and she's also in ATPA's chair of their Social Impact Committee. And I'm very happy to ask her on the stage now. So, Mariana. And sorry, I forgot. Right. Very important. As we're discussing the Sustainable Development Goals today, we will also show you a very quick intro into the actual topic, which our Slovenian colleagues prepared, so enjoy.
We can be.
We must be the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done.
The global goals.
a 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody
anywhere
lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
where no one
Wakes in the morning.
Asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure.
And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
where everyone
goes to school.
and education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
For a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
to thrive
And be powerful.
and safe.
we cannot succeed if the world is healthy.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water.
And proper toilets
at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world
where there's sustainable energy for everyone.
heat,
Light,
and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper. A new wealth.
Lead to decent jobs.
For everyone.
And we will live in a world
Where our industry,
Our infrastructure and our
best innovations,
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
inside our countries.
and between different countries.
Where people live in cities and communities
That are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume.
Planet where we put back
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of
climate change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
will restore and protect
life on land.
The forests.
Animals.
The earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
An answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Let's make it happen.
I think that was a perfect tone setter for my next speaker, and I would like to ask Mariana to join the stage now. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending this event and joining us today here in Ljubljana to discuss the potential of blockchain and artificial intelligence to achieve the SDGs. I would like to thank especially the Presidency of Slovenia for organizing this event, as well as my fellow speakers that join us during this week. My name, as was already said, is Mariana de la Roche. I'm the lead project manager of the IOTA Foundation, and I'm the co-chair of the Social Impact Group at INATPA. The SDGs gain major relevance when we consider that we already failed in achieving the Millennium Goals, and that we are not far from the same failure with the Sustainable Development Goals. This might not be the best statement to welcome this panel, but it's a reality that we all need to face. Knowing how critical actions are needed to actually achieve them give us the opportunity of considering new approaches and ideas that increase our chances of global success. Achieving the SDGs by 2030 is not a battle we have lost yet, and innovative technologies and projects bring hope to the table. Currently, we count with technologies we didn't have 10 years ago, and have the potential to exponentially increase the impact that we are creating in societies. When used for the right reasons, these technologies have great potential to help us achieving the SDGs. The Social Impact Group of INATPA, in collaboration with IOTA Foundation, iPod Systems, Script Media, and Comfort, producing a report released early this month, which presents the challenges and opportunities that blockchain projects are facing right now when trying to address the SDGs. Mainly, the projects surveyed on the report showcase the potential of the new technologies in regards to social impact, and I would like to quickly present some examples to you. DGIT, funded by the European Commission, intends to create digital twins of mines in European countries to monitor raw materials, the production of raw materials, and the mine's environmental impact. The idea of doing this is improving the efficiency and the sustainability of the mine operations in an immutable and transparent way. Another example is the DMRB project funded by the Canadian government, with the Canadian government that is working in creating a system for monitoring climate operations, guaranteeing the veracity of the data that is reported and later utilized by climate researchers and institutions relying on data that cannot be faked. The last project that I would like to mention is the City Exchange project funded by the European Union as well. This project enables the development of a framework and supporting tools to promote a common energy market, which will lead to regulations and new policy interventions with market deregulation and business model that will deliver positive energy communities while providing absolute certainty as where the green energy is coming from. The report evidenced that the SDGs played a considerable role when ideating these projects, especially blockchain projects. However, it also indicates that there is not alignment among the projects in what we understand for impact or how we are measuring the impact. Therefore, the report concluded that there is a need for a standardized framework for measuring the impact of blockchains in society. Besides blockchain, organizations like QAA are using artificial intelligence to analyze big data and track behavior change in societies. This creates the opportunity to understand where the major gaps are and what are the biases in society, and thus where solutions are needed to address these challenges. AR4Labs is another example of an organization working in reducing the friction in human-computer interaction. There are many examples, but I just wanted to point some of them to basically say that achieving the SDGs is not an easy task, but these are clear examples that showcase that we finally have technologies that provide us with a feasible chance to succeed in creating a sustainable and more equal world for all of us. During the pandemic, we have witnessed the potential of the whole world to act quickly to new challenges and use technologies in order to tackle these unprecedented challenges. We have witnessed the unique opportunity of these technology solutions and the opportunity that they have provided us to address these times of crisis. There are still 9 more years to achieve the target made by the SDGs. And I really believe that if we give the same opportunity that we give during the pandemic to these technologies, especially DLT and AI, the opportunity that we gave them to help us during the pandemic, the failure that we had with the Millennium Goals will not be repeated. One thing that I would like to highlight, and it's also coming from the report that we create with INATPA, is that impact doesn't happen in silos. And we need more standardization and interoperability among the different projects in order to actually create impact that will be relevant in all the regions and for all of us. With the working group of INATPA, we are prioritizing right now creating a framework for impact measurement, and we hope that with this framework we can showcase the impact that different projects are presenting in society. And we would like to showcase this impact and go beyond the deadline of the 2030 with the SDGs, but actually creating a more permanent and sustainable world for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana, for those important words and this important call. As a next participant, I would like to introduce Stefano Quantarelli. He's the chairman of the advisory group on advanced technology for trade and transport at the United Nations. I think you should be visible now. Stefano, floor is yours.
See me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for having invited me to the European Blockchain Week in Slovenia. It's first of all, I want to apologize for not there, but unfortunately, some of my work activities do not allow me to travel now. So I am the chair of the advisory group on advanced technology. And I must say that I welcome very much this invitation, but more expert than me on blockchain issues is the vice chair of the group, Ms. Nena Dukozov, who I thank for this invitation. The United Nations Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, CIFACT, has established an advisory group on advanced technologies in trade and logistics, AGAT, in order to advise and support the Secretariat and the CIFACT on advanced technologies in trade facilitation and electronic business. The technologies on which we are working are artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and distributed ledger technology, because they hold significant promise in facilitating sustainable trade and logistics. The group was formed in 2020 and comprises experts working in private sector, government, intergovernmental organization, non-governmental organization, and academia. Our focus is to monitor, study, and analyze the latest developments and use cases of technology applications, as well as challenges and obstacles they face while applying these new technologies, and the lessons learned to overcome them, trying to help members of the community to learn from each other. Basically, our working areas are technical monitoring, assessment and advice, implementation challenges and good practices, and the support for strategic dialogue with external stakeholders. We have done some works in these 2 years after the establishment, in this 1.5 year after the establishment of the group. And of course, our work was impacted by the COVID-19 outbreak. We had a first online conference on the role of advanced technologies in overcoming COVID-related disruption in international trade, because this was a major event, of course. And then we had a session. Apologize, my phone is ringing right now. We had a session, flight mode, sorry, on advanced technologies to support circular economy in achieving the UN SDGs. And then we focused on artificial intelligence as a contributor to support sustainability and circular economy in the current world, because the world now has been changed by the COVID pandemic, of course. I wanted to make some few considerations on how advanced technologies, in particular the blockchain, can help our sustainability efforts. In a linear economy, a product is produced, used, and disposed. In a linear supply chain, individual participants generally have a limited view of the entire supply chain. Participants know their contributions and the contribution of the parties with whom they are in direct contact, but they lack the visibility of the full supply chain. And this can contribute to unpredictable lead times, product delays, and in case of recalls, time wasted tracing the source of the problem. Think now, for example, to what is happening with electronics chips sourcing. A blockchain-enabled supply chain allows to share a single view of all the data of all the circular supply chain, enabling the transparency of the supply chain, ensuring that all the parties have visibility and can somehow be sure of the authenticity and provenance of the products that are used in this supply chain. Supply chain actors, like retailers and consumers, can access the data for given products directly from the blockchain, removing the need for suppliers to provide this data on demand to the supply chain actors, to retailers and consumers. And this, of course, can help the consumers in knowing and verifying the source of their products and the authenticity of their product, and thus enable us to support our efforts in sustainable sourcing and consumption. As the population grows and we have a strong impact on the world resources, it becomes more important to create circular ecosystem-based approaches. So focus on replenishment and renewability. In a circular economy, we try to repurpose product to ensure that the product loses as little value as possible. We have very few losses, and we recycle the product back in the supply chain. This can be done by extending the use cycle of length of the product, by increasing the use of the product, for example, by sharing with the sharing economy, by recycling or reusing the product, often bringing it back to the initial producer. This requires new business models. One of these business models is a circular supply chain, and a blockchain is an enabling technology for circular supply chains, as it enables more accurate and transparent tracking across all the supply chain, as I said before, and also some degrees of dispute resolution, especially across border, where you need to have global trust infrastructures. One particular entity in international trade are site audits that are conducted against a set of standards and are used to evaluate suppliers across some areas like sustainability, for example, in water conservation and land preservation, the environmental impact of the production processes, like child labor avoidance, like social responsibility for working conditions, etc. The outputs of these side audits are certifications in form of electronic documents, so that the downstream retailers and brands can use these certifications in order to ensure their compliance with their social and sustainability objectives. Transactions along these chains are also audited, and some certifications organizations provide a centralized repositories for their certifications, which, and of course, using a blockchain to record and to make available these certifications reduces the opportunity for tampering and increases the trust in the certifications. I don't want to go on much longer in my address, but I want to give you another example of a growing area for blockchain usage to support sustainability, which is the carbon emissions management. Organizations can balance their carbon budgets and emissions accounting measures ensuring that emissions output is at least equal to the avoided emissions, and this can be done by purchasing carbon offsets. Carbon offsets are produced by projects that carry out emissions reduction activities. These emission reduction activities need to be audited and recorded and tracked. And for example, installing renewable energy infrastructure, planting trees, access to optimizing transportation and logistics. And these offsets can be traded as part of compliance markets where government regulations requires emitters to reduce their emissions or purchase offsets. This carbon market is an excellent use case for blockchain technology by including transparency, immutability, and security within the context of a publicly verifiable ecosystem. It can also enable the attribution of assets, effective and correct attribution of assets, proving how assets are created and changed and exchanged. Tokenizing carbon offsets can solve many of the issues that carbon markets have, enabling more accurate ownership tracking, increasing the market liquidity, and enabling also cross-market exchanges at a global level. To conclude, I believe that there are three major areas where blockchain can be an SDG game changer, which are implied in the things I said before. The first one is building resilient and transparent supply chains, creating stronger and more accountable public institution, as in the example of the carbon offset trading bodies, and finally supporting and facilitating the ultimate responsible for the migration, the evolution towards a sustainable lifestyle, which is enabling us consumers in our efforts for responsible sourcing and consumption. I would like to share finally, if you want to know more about the work of the Advisory Group on Advanced Technologies, you can refer to this URL or just plain search AGAT UN CFACT with your favorite search engine, and there you can find some documents of our work. Thank you very much, and congratulations for this important event. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefano, for the great introduction and the great overview of the work you do, which is very important. And then another important contributor today is Josip Maricevic, who's the co-founder and CTO of Tolo.io, which I would like to welcome now to our panel. Josip, if you're there.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Hello, Robert. Thanks for the kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. So as Robert said, I'm Josip Maricevic, CTO and co-founder of DollarHashNet, and today I'm going to talk about latest generation of distributed ledger technology and how is it being applied in real-world scenarios and how is it helping achieve some of the SDGs that were already mentioned today. So, well, I assume that most of you know how and why of blockchain technology. Let us just cover some of the basics which make the blockchain interesting to enterprise and general public. So what exactly we mean when we say blockchain? When the whole story started, it literally meant single linked list of blocks containing transactions and being linked with hash pointers. Today, that term generally encompasses all the technologies for distributed ledgers, no matter if they're used directed acyclic graph, lists, or something else. And for each ledger, you have to have owners of specific accounts. Here, in order to verify your owner of some specific output or coins, you'd have to prove you have a private key for them. There is no central authority with accounts or something similar. And that also implies that no one needed to know unless you wanted to publish it. What is the actual identity behind each public key which were used as addresses? And at the end, since no one knew anyone or trusted anyone, every full node was storing full ledger and every full node was verifying everything. With that, you get the following characteristics. In the first generation, this ledger was used only for literal currency transactions, and in later generation, virtual machine layers that supported Turing-complete languages were added, which enabled distributed execution of complex logic processes. Now, after we pass through what makes blockchain interesting, let's go through basics of how is it used. First, and of course, the most natural, since it started that way with Bitcoin, it can be used as a general transaction platform. Now, you might say, why would we need that? There are already thousands of transaction platforms out there. However, there are some specific properties that blockchain-based platform provides as an advantage to classic centralized solutions. The most important one, it acts as a perfectly distributed system. There is no single node that has more power or more authority than others. In example, there is no single authority or third party which we have to trust if we want to interact with the system. Secondly, it works as a pen-only ledger, similar as if you were writing all your transactions in ink on paper. Even if some transactions were made by error, it doesn't matter. It would be written forever in there, and if it needs to be updated or fixed, it would need to be fixed with a new transaction, always leaving the whole log behind. Thirdly, since nobody trusts anybody else, all data needs to be available for everyone to verify it independently. And that means you have transparency in the whole process. And lastly, performance, something we know that the first generation had a lot of problems with, but has significantly improved. So since I've been mentioning generations of blockchain, here's the division on how we see it. First generation were the initial blockchain networks like Bitcoin and Forex. They are simple networks with real limited throughput and high energy consumption due to the proof of work method used for mining. Even now, like one of the latest statistics that I read is that just the Bitcoin mining, not even taking into account all the other proof of work based chains, is wasting more electricity than 153 countries of the world put together. Then in the second generation, we get some improvement to the transaction capacity, but more significant addition was that of the Turing-complete virtual machines, which meant that you could execute almost any program or logic you required. Ethereum is here still the best example. After that, the focus shifts on scalability and throughput, which is being achieved with different consensus mechanisms, which managed to raise TPS to around thousands. And currently, the last generation of DLT, where throughput is up to tens of thousands of transactions per second with ability to run smart contracts, making it finally production ready for bigger systems. So let's have some concrete data. In first column, you can see Bitcoin, which had around 7 TPS before the SegWit and now around 9. Time to finality is measured in tens of minutes, sometimes even hours if the network is congested. Then we have the Ethereum with 20 transactions per second. And as we mentioned, the last generations like Hashnet and Hedera with tens of thousands of transactions per second. And what is sometimes more important, time to finality in low 2 to 7 seconds. Because sometimes if you want to use it for some real world problem, even for the currency, like as a classic currency, you don't want to actually wait for like minutes or tens of minutes before something is finally confirmed and irreversible on the blockchain. Now, after all that, you're probably wondering where the blockchain fits. Well, the best bet to see that would be to try to identify some specific problems your customers or your organization have, keeping in mind specific properties of the blockchain we covered. Or alternatively, if you're more interested in innovation, see what current operating models you could disrupt by having such a platform. It is also not uncommon that it might help you with some of your specific internal processes. And once you identified specific use cases where you think blockchain would produce a real return on investment, you start with a pilot and track results until you see it's ready for production environment. So let's quickly go through some of the examples. The one example that's been mentioned already quite a few times in this event is the European blockchain services infrastructure. So the main idea is to finally have a cross-border Europe-wide digital platform with high standards of security and privacy, which would enable member states not only to provide the services to their citizens, but to make it interoperable between all of them. The pilots that are running on version 1.0 of European blockchain services infrastructure are notarization, identity framework, diplomas, and data sharing. Also, I would like to mention here that Slovenian national infrastructure pilot called CChain was recently launched. Actually, not so recently now. It's been over a year and a half. It will be almost 2 years now in December. CChain will be a topic of several more presentations today, so I will not go into much details, but it's a great example of real-world use case. Launched in Slovenia at December 2019, with Telemach providing hardware infrastructure and Hashnet providing consensus and virtual machine platforms. It serves as one of the first national blockchain pilot platforms, not just in the EU, but in the world. Having the ability to execute smart contracts makes the possibilities endless. Then, of course, there are finance applications, the most obvious ones since the blockchain started that way as well, as a payment platform where you don't need to trust the central authority. And large generation of blockchain like Hashnet is more than enough to satisfy requirements of system, for like example, instant payments in SEPA area or point-of-sale terminals. Bonds may be something that is not so obvious as the first two ones, but once you pause to think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Instead of using traditional bonds, you can use smart contract technology, which have all the rules and logic included, and automatically, of course, enforce. As we mentioned, the transparency and append-only properties of blockchain, it makes it ideal for different types of audits. Once some transaction or documents enters the system, the log is there forever. It can be used as an additional layer to your classic process, and once, if there is some discrepancy or need for audit arrives, having tamper-proof append-only log can help save you a lot of headaches and a lot of time. And digital identity, the use case that could have the whole presentation about itself, especially considering evolving European self-sovereign identity framework that many of you have probably heard of. First, you as a user get to control all your data with your private keys, which can be stored on your ID card, USB stick, or some other sort of hardware wallet. As long as you have the sole ownership of that key, you and only you can control all your data, validate and verify documents and signatures, and with hashing even allow different entities in network to exchange or verify your KYC data without having to explicitly divulge personal information with all of them. So we mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. Since Tolar HashNet algorithm is not using proof of work and behind these properties that we mentioned already, it has been recognized as a fast distributed ledger solution in supporting UN's Sustainable Development Goals, specifically Goal 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth, Goal 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure, and Goals 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, and 17, the Partnership for the Goals by UN's Economic and Social Council, in the document Blockchain in Trade Facilitation, Sectoral Challenges and Examples. So that was the short summary. If you have any more questions, feel free to reach out even after this event. We'll be happy to answer everything. Thank you for listening.
Philippe Rixon, he's the Innovation and Research Director of DigiCity. Philippe, please, floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Nina Dokuzo and Tadej Slapnik, for inviting me in Slovenia. This EU summit links the digital agenda with the Green Deal. The original Green Deal was sealed thousands of years ago. Mankind was placed in the Garden of Eden to till it and tend it. We are the stewards of the planet. We have a duty of sustainability. The story of the Garden of Eden presents another relevant aspect for this morning. When you read it carefully, you will discover that the protagonists are engaged in few primary activities. They gain knowledge, they work, and they rest. That is what makes us human. Working, knowing, resting. First, we learn. Pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals must begin with quality education. Otherwise, the pursuit itself would not be sustainable. The brilliant polymath Michael Polanyi researched knowledge, wrote books about it, and is abundantly quoted. First quote: "The amount of knowledge which we can justify from evidence directly available to us can never be large. The overwhelming proportion of our factual beliefs continue therefore to be held at second hand through trusting others. And in the great majority of cases, our trust is placed in the authority and comparatively few people of widely acknowledged standing." For us this morning, this raised the question of the authenticity of education content. Second quote: "Personal participation is the universal principle of knowing." For us, this points to two requirements: the personalization of education content and the participatory experience necessary for its interiorization. Third quote: "I suggest that the community of scientists is organized in a way which resembles certain feature of a body politic and works according to economic principles similar to those by which the production of material goods is regulated. For us this morning, economic principles and regulated production applied to education content. And a third topic, the sustainability of the production of this content. Can authenticity, personalization, and sustainability benefit from blockchain and AI? Authenticity. Establishing the provenance of any media has become critical. To address this issue at scale for creators, publishers, and consumers, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, C2PA, has developed a technical specification for providing content provenance and authenticity. It is designed to enable global opt-in adoption of digital provenance techniques through the creation of an ecosystem of provenance-enabled application that must meet appropriate security, privacy, and control requirements. Regulatory bodies and government agencies could use this specification to establish standards for digital provenance. The C2PA architecture is a model for storing and accessing cryptographically verifiable information. Its trustworthiness can be assessed based on a defined trust model. The C2PA architecture, the C2PA specification, contains statements that cover areas such as creation, authorship, edition, capture device, and bindings to content. These statements, called assertions, make up the provenance of a given asset. They represent a series of trust signals which can be interpreted by humans. Assertions are wrapped up with additional information into a digitally signed entity called a claim. The verifiable credential of individual actors involved in the creation of assertions can be added to the C2PA information to provide additional trust signals. These assertions, claims, credentials, signatures are all bound together into a verified unit called a manifest by a hardware or software component called a claim generator. The sets of manifests represents the provenance data. These are specifications. My colleagues and others are reviewing them. A lot of work remains to be done, and then we'll launch research, development, and finally deployment. Personalization. Quality educators pursue several groups of objectives. One of them is content personalization. Teachers want to provide equal opportunity to big classrooms, involve students in the educational process, take learning outside of the school into the learners' lives, personalize the education process, and assist students with self-direction, self-assessment, and teamwork. AI systems are used to tailor learning for each individual student. Through hyper-personalization based on machine learning, AI systems are used to develop a custom learning profile of each student and customize the training materials for each individual based on their ability, preferred mode of learning, and experience. Then, AI systems can condense content of a simple textbook into a more digestible study guide, offering to the students various learning materials from interactive textbooks to customized interface, thus increasing the learner's engagement. Finally, The use of AI algorithm can monitor students' actions and their answers to questions and help identify which concept the educator needs to teach again. Sustainability. The Copyright Act of 1710 granted the rights to copy, opened the publishing market, and facilitated mass education. A great move if one respects the balance set in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone has the right to participate in education, and everyone has the right to be remunerated for any educational production of which they are the authors. As long as we use printed education books, that was simple. Now that teachers curate dynamically digital content for a specific lecture of a specific course in a specific school, that is complex. One might be tempted to say too complex. Grant exceptions, you don't have to pay. Or postpone accurate remuneration through blanket licenses. We know what happens if quality is not paid. It disappears. Blockchain and artificial intelligence can and must help dealing with complexity. A professor wants to use a few digital excerpts of this Slovenian journal to illustrate one course of geography. The value of the related license is much too low to afford a human intervention. The licensing and remuneration process must be automated. We could find the DNA of a selected excerpt. With that DNA, we could query an open rights data framework and retrieve information about who wrote what, who took which picture, and what can we do with that text or that illustration. Machine-readable metadata and licensing context can feed an expert system which can generate human and machine-readable micro-licenses for a fraction of the cost of human interventions. In this example, a combination of established technologies, different types of blockchain applications, and several AI systems reduce the complexity to such a level that there is no excuse anymore not to pay the creators of digital education content. Blockchain and AI must help. Personally, I do not see any current alternative to secure authenticity, personalization, and sustainability of learning material, the three necessary conditions for a quality education. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. And now, last but not least, I would like to hand over to Thomas Levak, who's the CEO and founder of Origin Trails. I hope he's already online. Ah, even better. There you go. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your locations. I'll try to keep this efficient since I think we're running a little bit over time, but still tackle this very important topic that we speak of today, the Sustainable Development Goals. It's very, very hard to overestimate or extend the importance of United Nations function today. The vision, the mission, the work that they're putting in this connected global world is absolutely crucial. And in the same breath, Sustainable Development Goals are one of the most impactful initiatives within the UN, especially those that are touching each and every individual globally that's been set out. So when we're looking at such a beast of a problem, such a beast of an initiative, What I'd like to do is look at it from a parallel of what Origin Trail is focusing on and how we're tackling certain issues within our domains, find certain parallels, and if I'll manage to, I'll try to chop this up in 3 phases and look at it piece by piece so we see what tangibly we can do to advance this topic even further. So phase number 1 is something that I've kind of felt even as, I was as a kid training basketball. When we were playing without counting points, the quality of the game was really low. So as soon as we started counting points, that really went up. The same thing within the company. You've got KPIs, you know what to track. A problem identified is a problem solved. And UN and the SDG initiative, man, that was a big task to do. 17 goals that were identified, that were pinpointed in terms of what to put our focus on as humanity, to really show how we can ensure that as humanity we also persevere all the challenges that we have in front of us and make sure that everyone's better off. So on this phase 1, big task, great check mark. Then we come to phase 2, which, either in basketball court, a little easier because everyone can count more or less, but even there you had certain altercations happening, whether 1 up or 1 down was actually the score. Within the company, it's even more tricky because you gotta find the right KPIs, how to track them, create proper mechanisms to capture data. And here we're talking about SDGs, around the global 17 goals. Every country to be involved in measuring, capturing, and gathering this data around, are we really making progress? Because despite the fact that we might have identified those challenges, if we're not tracking it correctly, we're not really getting there. And I think this is where currently with the SDGs we stand. And I think that there's quite a bit of parallels with what we've done with Origin Trail, especially in the field of global supply chains, can be applicable. Origin Trail is a world's first decentralized knowledge graph. Its intention is to offer a few very important value propositions and act as a middleware that can connect fragmented realities, fragmented systems, by providing interoperability, by providing interconnectivity, and by leveraging blockchain, also providing the integrity that is required. Taking that into the SDG field, by utilizing something like a decentralized knowledge graph, what it allows is for all the disparate fragmented systems to be able to put in, to provide, to contribute the data that they've been accumulating on key things, and at the same time make this data discoverable, by leveraging blockchain-based technologies, make it verifiable, so when someone is looking at it, they can actually make sure that it's truthful, and at the end of the day, make it valuable, because it's about driving motivations as well. And here I think lies the inflection point between the phase 2 and phase 3. And the phase 3 is really igniting the motions, making people motivated, making people feel included, because at the end of the day, we can spend a lot of effort trying to just make people feel important about certain goals. We can really put a lot of effort into communicating how people should get involved in certain causes, but it's about including them as a part of the process. That's the only way that really makes things happen. Whether that's organizations, whether it's countries, whether it's agencies or it's individuals on the very lowest of levels. We need to find systems that can be neutral, that can support all different stakeholders to get involved, to share, to contribute data, and at the same time make this data, which is for the common good, available, make it accessible, make it verifiable and valuable so that others can build their own business models on top of it. How can we come up with solutions to problems that we don't have enough foundation to work on? I think that once we get to that point, things will get a little bit more clear. And I have zero doubt in my head that some sort of a fabric that enables that is absolutely necessary. And blockchain technology, blockchain-based technologies like Origin Trail, decentralized knowledge graph are absolutely vital in making this thing a reality and allowing for solutions to be built. And then once we're kind of coming to the phase 3, I'm sure that the reports are all of a sudden going to turn for the better, and we're going to have a better way to even look further and beyond the current goals that we've set, be more ambitious in terms of how we can achieve them. And I have to say that despite not directly working on the one goal at a time. Origin Trail's mission and vision has sustainability written all over it, because as soon as you start focusing on the right values, things start to multiply. Transparency, trust, providing better connections, providing better interoperability among systems, including more people to be involved in a process, is something that yields results. And it's yielding results for global organizations. Just yesterday on this stage, I was sharing a panel with the Group Director of Innovation of British Standard Institution, who would have a lot of say to the sustainable goals as well, since that's a part of their mission as well. And just talking about how to make frictionless international trade happen. And that's the thing. I think it's just making it sustainable by design is how we're gonna make this successful. And these type of technologies have to play a key cornerstone role in enabling that. Again, I said I'll try to keep this efficient, so I hope I didn't take too much of the time, and I hopefully saved a couple of minutes as well for the moderator as they turn to the next panel. And I really hope and believe that since the phase 1 was done well, we are battling together to get the phase 2 happen, and I'm excited to have access to all these important things that will be enabled by these technologies so that we can also go to the phase 3 and bring it home. I'm looking forward to the discussion and seeing what type of solutions that we come up with today as well. And for all those that dialed in, thank you very much for your attention and wish you a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. We have a very short break because we have to rearrange the stage. So please bear with us. We'll take a couple of minutes and then we're back. Does this work? Not yet. Can I test? Can you hear me? Good. So, welcome back to our roundtable. And, you know, as we're in a post-COVID scenario here, we have like a hybrid roundtable. So I will be joined here by Philippe Rixon, who we already met from our intro speeches before. And virtually we will be joined by Errol User, who's the founder and president of the Blockchain Army. Then Jaka Mele, who's the CTO of CargoX, and Alexander Zidanšek, who's a professor at the Institute Josef Stefan. You should see them all on your screen. So thanks for being here, guys. Glad to have you. And I would really like to start, as we just heard a lot of really good and very interesting intro speeches about this important topic, to give maybe a quick intro about yourself, about what you're doing, why this is relevant to you, and how do you try to tackle it with projects and companies and research centers you're working on. Because I think it's very important to understand that there's many different angles to how to approach the SDGs. I mean, there's a number of them with a lot of indicators, and I think a lot of good ideas and smart people that are working on them. And I think it would be great if you could share your experiences. And for that reason, I would like to hand over to Errol. Please enlighten us.
You're muted, Errol.
Okay. Sorry for the technical issue. We'll try to solve it. Does it work now? No, unfortunately not. Okay. I would then suggest that we try to solve that issue in the background, and I will just, for that reason, hand over to Philip now until we have this technical problem solved. Philip, you already outlined one of your key SDGs, so quality of education. When you look at that and all the issues that you outlined and how this can be achieved, how can you link those to other SDGs, and how do they have to be addressed together with education? Because, as you said yourself, it's a very important topic. It's the basis. So, which entities we need to come on board? What kind of funding do we need? Do we need specific rules or regulations to address them? How would you tackle that if you would be in a position to make a decision on where to start?
Hello. Robert, thank you very much for those many questions. I need to pick one maybe to start. I would like to share an experience which is already 30 years old, which was to put extremely sophisticated knowledge in the hands of people who never went to school. The story was that I was working and developing a technical diagnostic system for a robot which was exchanging duffers in a spinning mill. In a spinning mill, that work was done previously by human. And the human, which did not have to go long at school to do that, were taking the full duffer, putting them aside and putting the empty one. A very manual, a very tedious work. The spinning mill decided to make robots, to place robots in front of the spinning machine. And you could think that it would mean that those laborers, those workers, would disappear. That was not the case. Those people then were using the robots. Those people had to maintain the robots, and those people had to diagnose any mistake which could happen with those robots. And already 30 years ago, we built an expert system to encapsulate the knowledge about the robots in the robots. As I told you, those people did not go to school. They were analphabet. They could not answer any question on a screen. They did not even have a keyboard. So we had to produce an interface so that tactilely, they could deal with icons. They did not know it. They were using tremendous sophisticated knowledge. So artificial intelligence was capable to put in their hands sophisticated knowledge so that they could have and continue to have a decent work, which is another SDG.
Thanks, Philip. I hope our technical issue is solved. Errol, can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Perfect. So Philip already, with his intro speech, outlined a very key SDG, and I know you've been working on solving or providing solutions for some of the others, and therefore I would like to give you the opportunity to elaborate a bit about the work you do and the focus points you have, and how do you see this on a more holistic, horizontal level. So over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much to all. I would like to repeat the same what the previous speakers already told. As blockchain has trust, openness, and transparency built into its designs through AI, and benefits are wide-ranging and impact possible for SDGs. So as Blockchain Army, we did few things also on that SDG goals. I would like to say the first one was the end poverty in all its forms and everywhere. We can say that the cryptocurrencies and other blockchain-based tokens let the world's 2 billion strong unbanked population trade and transact. Mostly I'm talking to reach the African industry and economy. Initiatives are already beginning and to gain the traction, and blockchain solutions are disrupting the vast global remittances market and easing the burden of immigration. I can give two examples. Kenya is getting remittances for their GDP 84%. So this is the importance of the secure payment transactions. The secondly is very simple example for Turkey. Syrian immigrants, they are paid on the blockchain-based payments. Secondly, we are talking about the zero hunger, which is the SGD2. It is the ability is also, we are saying it is, you could tokenize the assets. Example, there is in Sweden, they did an undertaken to avoid bad eating habits in the child population, so they can trace the use of allocated funds to ensure that they are actually used for this purpose. So it means already it is an example for SGD2 is used in Sweden. Third one is SGD3. There are regional initiatives to share patient healthcare records more securely and efficiently. And the blockchain is putting the disease outbreak data onto a blockchain to improve the effectiveness of disaster relief and response, which is a good example for today's COVID-19. For SGD4, there is a scope for blockchain to improve the quality of education, which Philip already talked about in a wide range. I can say very simply, you can share exam scores, research data, and more across multiple institutions. By SGD 7, which is affordable and non-polluted energy, applications are being created that allow traceability to be obtained on obtaining an origin of energy, as well as enabling CO2 footprint management generated by companies, allowing to implement bonus programs using tokens, which we can see some examples in Germany already. Which is decent work and economic growth, the flow of financing for disadvantaged sectors, as it has immutable guarantee of ethical behavior throughout the entire production chain, which is between Kenya and Germany. Germany is importing flowers from Kenya on the blockchain-based payments. SGD 13 action. If you look, transparent digital ledger, which already mentioned by one of the previous speakers, is a type of database with an information shared, copied, and synchronized by different actors. So this is a big advantage, that the data is spread over an entire network without a central administrator managing the entitles or blocks. It is also impossible to manipulate data or information inserted, which we can talk also mostly in agriculture world on the, because the most biggest effectiveness of the climate change is coming on agriculture base. Small farmers could apply for crowdfunding or microcredit with a token, we can call it digital voucher. But at the same time, I must confess, there is also a disadvantage of blockchain, because example, what we are by the using blockchain in somehow by the tokenizing, we are increasing CO2 emission and it has environmental impact. So I would say on the climate action, we should also could follow on blockchain base, because when we are buying now a plane ticket, there is a program, they say plant a tree. We are paying a surcharge. We can see whether this surcharge is already used on these items or not. SGDs 12, 14, 15, responsible production and consumption, life below water, life on land. Blockchain can ensure good provenance throughout supply chains and has great potential to enable the circular economy. For example, we did already tracing yellowfin or skipjack tuna for a Metro grocery store, which the value of the certification that you can find the ability, the source. SGD 16, for example, focuses on building peace, justice, and strong institutions. It is easy to imagine how the transparency and trust that are baked into blockchain could strengthen information sharing between institutions and the public. And perhaps in the future, it could re-engineer our democracy and governance through technology like voting, very important for the developing countries. And I would like to conclude my words that I can say today, just summarizing. SGD1, what is used for the blockchain is cross-border payments, mobile money system, digital payment system. SGD2, seed to customer platform, coffee value chain. SGD3, mutual aid platform, health insurance, patients records, health records, DNA sequencing, data visualization engine, and donations platform. SGD4, education platform, digital credentials, SGD6, digital wallet, asset ownership, money transfer, community finance platform. SGD8, records and references. SGD9, 11, transport and logistics, data registries. SGD16, network for journalism, public procurement. SGD17, money transfer. So I could say blockchain could be a very good tool to help to, I would say, tackle SGDs to reach our goals. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Before I want to go to Jaka to discuss a specific use case, I would like to hand over to Alexander, who is doing some important research in this space, to complement and elaborate a bit about your work and how you see the potential of blockchain and AI for solving some of those SDGs. So please, over to you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. I would like to continue where my predecessors ended. So first, thank you for this invitation and congratulations to organizers and to my predecessors for very nice talks and a lot of important issues which I will not repeat. I would, however, like to focus on kind of a paradox, because on one hand we have artificial intelligence that is making our life easier, and on the other hand we have kind of lack of skills and competences that are making people more difficult to use all these technologies, including artificial intelligence and blockchain. Is this a suitable time that I share my screen, or do you prefer to do it later? May I share my screen now? Okay. I will just show. Yeah, I will show a short PowerPoint. Basically, what I wanted to say is that in order to use all these technologies, you need good education. And here I will just show briefly two showcases. One, how we do it with students, and one, how we do it with companies. And this is actually based on the work of our late founder, Professor Robert Blintz, who was professor of physics, and he had a great vision how to put together bright people, be the best in the world in research, be very focused on the students, and also work with the people that are using your work. So if we're talking about competencies, we're talking about those basic skills that are like European key competencies. It's been 15 years ago that they were defined. And here, of course, the digital competencies, like one very important, which includes all this knowledge about artificial intelligence, about blockchain. And then you have STEM competencies, where you have also quantum technologies that are getting more and more important, and then soft skills, without which you cannot actually achieve much. So here, basically what we do first are the study programs of nano, ICT, sensor, and eco technologies, where for the blockchain, well, basically nanoscience has actually developed some basic knowledge, including material science and quantum communication, which is going to be important for the future blockchain. So this is a little bit more futuristic. However, the ICT is already the current state. Here there is a lot of computer security and systems where actually we provide mainly artificial intelligence knowledge, but also knowledge about security, blockchain protocols, and then of course eco technologies provide information about sustainable development goals and climate change and environment. So that was like the first part, where we say let's give the students the best possible environment, interdisciplinary, a lot of smart people around them, and they're going to learn to be able to develop new tools, both in artificial intelligence, in blockchain, and also we believe that quantum technologies are coming, and they're going to be very important, particularly in blockchain, possibly also in artificial intelligence. The other idea is to go directly to companies, to people from users. For this purpose, we have a competence center where we actually develop like an expert system, which is based on simple artificial intelligence. And the blockchain is actually not yet implemented, but we plan that also so that we measure the lack of each competence. So like here in this picture, you have like a couple of competences, like 7 typical competences of a manager. And the question is, how much does he need? How much does he have? Where is the lack? And how do we fill this gap in the most efficient way? Which training, what type of education for skills do they need to get this in the most efficient manner? So then you can follow this with an application. So here you measure like different competencies, different workplaces, different employees, different trainings, and then the time dependence of their skills, which shows you how each training is actually improving their skills. You know, this is basically a very general tool, and it can be used also for the skills from artificial intelligence, skills from blockchain, and other related skills that are necessary. As Marco said earlier, these skills are actually changing almost every week. You know, the changes are so fast that you need one skill today, but in a couple of weeks, you're going to need a different skill. And if you move farther in the future, nobody knows exactly which skills you're going to need. But what we know is that you're going to need very efficient and smart learning protocols so that you will use your time in the most efficient manner. So that's basically what is our main idea. And here, of course, there are lots of good ideas, like if you go from proof of work to proof of stake, that will reduce environmental impact, you need less energy. I know HashGraph and the Total HashNet from Tadej Slapnik are excellent examples. Then the United Nations, OECD were mentioned in the previous talks. So my conclusion for this brief introduction would be that blockchain provides excellent opportunity for distributed organizations and gives trust, which is actually required. We know if you look at Corona and a lot of those skeptics, trust is actually the most missing feeling in our society, and blockchain actually has great potential to improve this trust and to bring people back to trust each other. And that, of course, will also allow for faster and easier adaptation of new business models, reduce power of special interest, and this competence development actually allows people to grow faster together, and perhaps also go in the direction of blockchain-based direct democracy. So more information we have at this webpage, mps.si, and this was just my brief introduction. I will, of course, continue when there is good time. So my main conclusion is the education systems must improve, and we must focus on competencies and skills that are necessary for the today's society and also for the future society, where in addition to artificial intelligence and blockchain, we are also going to need quantum communication, quantum computing, and quantum technologies that are going to transform our lives even much more than these technologies in the last 40 years, which almost appear magically to somebody who lived 40 years ago. But in 10, 20 years, it will be even much more, we would say, really strange or weird, but if we really all together work together well, then it's going to be a much nicer world. It will be easier to tackle environmental problems, to reach sustainable development goals, and this is the world that we actually want to live in. Thank you.
Can you, yeah, thanks. Thank you, Alexander, for the great overview. And I think we heard now a lot about the potential of blockchain, what it can do, which sectors can be tackled, which problems can be tackled. And so I think we now, after hearing to all of you, we have quite a good idea of what can be done. And for that reason, I would like to go to Jaka, because he's actually already trying to implement some of those ideas and potentials and visions in his work. So Jaka, maybe you can elaborate a bit about what you're working on, how this impacts already the people you're working with, and where do you see the next step in your work?
Yeah, sure, happy to. Let me just share my screen. All right. So yes, not just trying to, but doing it for the last couple of years. So as a representative from the industry, I'm happy to say a few words about the CargoX. So I joined the company in 2017, and because I saw it as having one of the best use cases for the blockchain. Namely, we were trying to digitalize physical paper documents. And not only that, we tried that to do where it was impossible before. So where the requirement was a wet stamp and a blue ink signature. And especially we focused there where this document had to be usually shipped around the world for this or other reason. And since 2018, we have been giving our platform to users, and I'm happy to say we have quite a few users nowadays. I personally, I am in the blockchain area from 2012. It was only Bitcoin at that time, but it really got interested with the smart contracts a few years later. CargoX, we started focused on the maritime logistics, where one document stands out, and that is bill of lading. For those not familiar with this document, every time cargo is loaded on the ship, a document is given out, let's say, by the captain of the ship to whoever brought the cargo. And this same document is then required by the captain in the port of destination in order to give the cargo to the, whoever brings this paper. And this means that this paper has to physically be shipped around the world. And in essence, it's the same process more or less for the last several hundred of years. So we did first blockchain bill of lading, we call it Smart BL, in 2018 between China and Port of Koper in Slovenia. So following this success of the platform, we soon expanded to all trade documents. And the major thing we did here, we were building digital trust, right? So as Alexander said, trust is very important. And having a neutral platform that builds this digital trust between parties that do not know each other is, I would say, one of the major benefits of the blockchain. So if we just spend half a minute on this bill of lading documents, so we already said it has to be shipped around the world in a physical form. And that opens it to a lot of difficulties. So first, this express couriering is slow, expensive, but worst of all, documents can be lost or damaged along the way. And this opens then a whole bag of worms, a lot of problems, long problems, very expensive problems. So what we did with CargoX, we simply offered all the benefits that the blockchain offers, but we packed it in a way that it is very user friendly, intuitive. So user gets all the benefits of the blockchain without the complexity below. And this appeals to users because they are not, all of us, we are very, very against any changes, right? And this especially shows in latest technologies. And we wanted to target not only early adopters, but everyone. So the benefits of our system are many. I would say all of these here apply. I will not read them out, but most of all, the process is more efficient, and we are cutting out intermediaries wherever possible. This applies to a broader blockchain space. And with this, I would say we are also reaching, let's say, SDG 10, reduce inequality, although our focus is on SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So one of the questions we get asked quite a lot is why public blockchain? I must say we are a firm believer of public blockchain, as we really believe this is the only way a blockchain can give all the benefits. And it's really important for something as is global trade to have a public blockchain, because we know that world today is divided and fragmented more than ever, and only public blockchain and neutral platform as ours, where basically users are at all time in control and possession of their data documents, and CargoX has no access to users' documents. So only such platform can bridge the trade wars, sanctions, and other political barriers. Of course, we started targeting with our platform companies in the logistics, like the carriers, the freight forwarders, but we soon found out that they're too busy to really take a next step to ease their work. So the next group that really appreciated our work and platform were shippers, so exporters and exporters, who actually are the one paying for all the costs involved in this to the carriers and freight forwarders. And at the same time, we also start educating governments and government agencies and on all the benefits of the blockchain, because this is really now for the first time ever a technology that can help them move away from the physical paper documents to something digital and keep all the trust. So the trust that the documents are authentic, and if needed, also the information about the ownership of the documents, which we obtain through tokenization. And I'm happy to say that at the beginning of this year, government of Egypt put in legislation an advanced cargo information program, which basically demands exporters to Egypt from all around the world to use the blockchain to submit the documents to customs. And CargoX was authorized as one of such providers, currently the only one, which will not hide it, has helped us tremendously. So we can see that only by having this approval by some authorities, by decision makers, the broad adoption of new technology can be achieved, or achieved at least much easier and faster. So as this legislation in Egypt helped, also it helped a lot that we were recognized by the leading, or let's say major international insurance group. So international group of P&I clubs from London, they insure more than 90% of all sea freight. So more than 90%, right? And we are only one of 7 companies with such approval. Also, during the last years, we got a lot of awards. We are members of various industry standardization groups and bodies and so on. So this helps. So our roadmap, you can go through this in slides later. We have, like I said, a lot of very happy users. More or less, we have still on the platform all the users that ever registered. So each company that started using the CargoX to transfer documents is still using them. We did not lost one paying user, which is, I think, quite a lot. So going forward, we believe we made a sizable impact on the blockchain sphere and as innovation in industry in broad. And we believe there is no greater metric to see that impact or to measure the impact than the number of users that actively use the solution. And I'm happy to say that we have more than 35,000 companies on the platform who use our platform actively, and they come from all continents, from a lot of countries. And with that, I would say that, because we are bridging, digitizing what was once carrying of the physical paper documents, we are also reducing a lot of CO2 in this effort. So, and quite a lot of other benefits as well. So that would be from my side for now. I'll be happy to discuss later.
Thank you, Jaka, for this great elaborate outlook. Maybe a direct question to some of the things you just said, and in particular, the first country you're working with is emerging country, emerging market, and you being European. was this a choice, or was this rather like the appetite in emerging markets is bigger for those new technologies, or what's your sentiment on that? Is this something you see across Europe, or was this basically like a positive accident? Why did you end up in Egypt, for example?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the fact is that we have been in contact with you know, a lot of governments and a lot of governments authorities or customs around the world, also in Europe on the EU level. But what happened in Egypt is, so they were looking for the neutral provider, right? And we are neutral provider using public blockchain and be as open as possible, right? So we have open APIs, open everything. But what happened is in Egypt is that they are actually doing a very big digitalization project, and this advanced cargo information submission over blockchain for exporters is only a small part of it. So they are actually, at least as far as I know, one of the most advanced, or let's say they have the highest set target of any country that I know. And maybe that's easier in the, let's say, you know, developing countries, because they don't have, you know, everything that the Western countries have put in place already in the last 50, 100 years. And it's, you know, then easier to make this big step forward. So we are very, very humble and very happy to be part of this great approach by the Egyptians.
Thanks for explaining that. A question to the rest of the panel. I mean, we discussed now a lot about sustainability and authenticity, and Philip outlined that very well and nice. When you look at those things, what needs to be done, for example, from an EU perspective to support that? Because sometimes it feels like we're waiting for the rules before we do something, and then industry is looking at it and saying like, look, we would like to do it, we love the innovation that you design and develop, but we're not sure if it's all safe and secure. And you know, when it comes to financial inclusion or remittances, that's a big topic, for example, like what kind of regulation we need to have. But in other places, you know, when we talk about credentials, for example, or like trade finance, as you outlined it right now, where are the big stumbling blocks? What needs to be done at EU level? How do you see that? And I'm asking that into the round. So if anybody wants to pick it up, then please.
Engineer. A policy engineer is somebody who is checking if policies are rooted in reality. Of course, policymakers must simplify reality and must generalize a reality to be able to create policies. The other action of a policy engineer is to check if policies are feasible technically. And that's where the policy engineer stops. Policy engineers don't discuss policies. So this being said, when it comes to technicalities, how an AI system should function, that's a domain for engineers and developers. But when AI systems are touching ethical question or social question, that's a domain for policymakers, for sociologists, for anthropologists. This helped me to conclude that only interdisciplinary work between those different professions, policymakers, sociologists, anthropologists, engineers, developers, will lead to proper policies. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip. Anybody else who wants to comment on that? No?
Yes, maybe a few words from experience. So we have been discussing with many parties the use of our solution, and you know, some of them, especially let's say traditional industries like banking, they have all the excuses in the world and some more. So it really helps when the government just decides and puts in law and says you have to do it. Then they will move, and not before. And yes, there are some exceptions always, right? But on general. So that's why we really approve and root for some new legislation, some new innovation targets by EU, and hope that other countries will follow as well. Because everything is happening very, very fast, and if the countries will not adopt that, they will stay behind. So it's just a fact. Thanks.
I think you made a very important point. So the speed of evolution of this whole sector is very fast and very difficult often for regulators to stay up to speed. Is there a way for researchers like you, Alexander, for example, or Philip, to support the Commission, for example, or also the member states that you're operating in to get a better understanding? I know that Slovenia is very advanced, for example, on this, but there's a lot of other countries where you would wish it would be faster, better, more open-minded, maybe sometimes even. What do you think we could do to educate about, the technology and it brings, especially keeping in mind that, we all agreed on those sustainable development goals and that we want to achieve them. And sometimes, it seems difficult to basically align both of those wishes in one place. So, Alexander, maybe if you have any views on that.
Thank you. Really an excellent question. What I would suggest is the most important is that you have a stable environment. I mean, if the rules are changing like every few months, this is not good. So, and the other topic is, of course, also that the rules should allow people to use the technology. They should not be too restrictive. So, stable environment, not too restrictive rules. And I believe that also this communication with lawmakers, the European Commission, is extremely important. So, for example, we have regular communication with the European Commission, also within the Club of Rome and with other international organizations. So there is a lot of opportunity there, and still, I would say that the most important is stable environment. The rules should not change too much, and they should not be too restrictive, because the new technologies are coming, and if you do some restriction today, then very soon somebody is going to have this as an obstacle to the development. So really stable environment and open rules, that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Errol, you were outlining basically a number of solutions and use cases that you already seen, identified or worked on. When you look at them, where do you think Europe is in a particularly good position and maybe take a leadership role? Where would you think we should still have to do some catch-up, and why? Errol, can you hear us? You're unfortunately still muted.
I don't.
Yes.
Okay, I start from the beginning. Say in EU. Okay. In EU, there are some countries which are in the favor of use of blockchain. And also there are really persons which is trying to make blockchain use widely. But there are also a lot of lobbies which are against blockchain use. Example, the banks are against, in many cases, of the financial use in the blockchain. That's one of the questions. And, you know, but I would like to say, you know, we are trying to live in a good life as it is in the SDG goals. And if you look to the during the era of COVID-19, many people stayed at home. Many people didn't work in their offices. They even used e-shopping. So blockchain was the most trustful and used also in the last 2 years. And because if you look really very carefully, the potential in 2025 for the blockchain technologies will be 176 billion, which in 2030 will be 3.1 trillion. Because my company is also a member of INATPA, which is under the Commission of Digital Economy and Digital Life. At that time, the ex-commissioner, Maria Gabriel, worked very hard with her team. As well, in the European Parliament, the Greek parliamentarian Eva Kaili worked very hard to move a lot of stages. So what I'm saying is it should be a consensus everywhere before we are talking the widely use of blockchain. Because example, JACA really did a very big deal, because in the customs, normally you use up to 72 documents when you are importing or exporting. So to bring everything in one touch button is saving the time. Also, you save time, use products if you are talking from food or any different type of tangible products. So I think the only cause, I would say, or controversially, we are talking from blockchain technology, which is decentralized, but the government are centralized. So this is the, I think, one of the problem when we put it on the table to discuss. So we should convince the governments to be more transparent. That's what I could say. Thank you.
Transparency probably leads to better government. Looking in the round, where do you think, looking at the SDGs, we will be like in 10, maybe 20 years with this technology? Do you think it will be a completely decentralized system for example, the use case that we just discussed, you know, like trade finance will be a decentralized network we will be all trading in? Or what needs to be done to achieve that? Because, you know, it seems like we're operating in a lot of silos, you know, like you have like what happens in Egypt, and there's probably a lot of other use cases where this is working already. What needs to be done, for example, that this is a fully connected world? Do we need to discuss standards? And should there be European, should there be global? What would be the next steps in your opinion? I don't know if anybody wants to specifically take the question, or if you want to just follow up maybe, Errol, on what you just said.
May I just add something? We did a program with NASA under the name SOS, Save Our Space, which we tried to follow all the obstacles in the space, one by one, and put on the blockchain to see that no more, I would say, garbage will be thrown from many different countries to the space. So that helped in the last 2 years, 64% decrease of the garbage in the space. So what I should say, I mean, some institutions are taking and using the advantage on that goals, because we have only one world. We have only plan A. We don't have plan B for the world. So therefore, I mean, this is very good that everybody, as we are doing now on this panel, everybody should share the experiences and find the common interest to do it well. We should talk, we should keep talking and lobbying with our governmental officials or the others, because the biggest example I can say is Malta. Their emeritus Prime Minister, Joseph Muscat, they did Malta a complete blockchainized country. And they are benefiting it very well in all senses, you know, in financial abilities, in export, in mostly because they have not too much industry there, they are re-exporting a lot. This is very important that when we have an example, we should not be afraid and try to implement in our countries. We should be not say we should leave our egos to reach the SGD goals. That I want to say.
Thanks, Errol. I see, Philip, you already picked up the microphone.
So to answer Robert's question about where are we in 10 years, my first part of the answer is that we will be in a world of hybrid solution anyway, centralized, decentralized, with blockchain, without blockchain, etc. So that's my first prognostic. But I would like to come back a little bit on history of artificial intelligence and prognostic. Already in the 1950s, people developing telephony were thinking about a system where I, Philip, here speaking in French in Slovenia, call my friend Yutaka in Tokyo, and he speaks only Japanese. And I speak French over the line, he speaks Japanese, and we understand each other. That idea was 1950s. When I started in 1985 with artificial intelligence, we thought we were close to that. Now, in 1985, we were nowhere about translating automatically written text. As you know now, we are really somewhere. When you look at the translator, which are available for all of us, we can translate almost anything from anything. And this is available on the internet. Some of them with such an extraordinary quality that they are used to translate legislative text. Now, we have made that in the last 35 years. That's what it took to translate automatically text. It is a tremendous benefit for mankind. We are not yet in the situation where Philippe can call in French his colleague Yutaka, who speaks only Japanese. So you see that sometimes we do prognostic, we have ideas, we have concept, but some hurdles, technical hurdles, are on the way, and we would never have done automatic text translation without the current CPU power and without the current machine learning algorithm that we did not have 35 years ago.
Thanks, Philip. Does anybody want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. This is a really excellent insight, and I would just like to comment on this future. You know, if you look 10 years in the past or 40 years in the past, the world was completely different than it is today. So what we know is that this Moore law is obviously going to continue, which means that in about 10 to 20 years, the artificial intelligence solutions, which are today kind of starting to be useful in daily life, are going to be even more prevailing and are going to cover more of our daily lives, which means that there's going to be a need for a real interaction between these new artificial intelligence solutions, the blockchain, which would somehow also assure the trust in these solutions. You know, artificial intelligence could be either good or not so good. So you need some method of verification that the solutions are really going to do what you want them to do and not something, especially if you are in self-driving cars or if you are in a situation where you're completely dependent on some software solution. So you really want to have the trust that this software is going to do something that is useful to you and not something that is destructive. So this is one point. And the other point is that I believe we are also seeing the advent of the quantum technology, especially communication and computing, which is going to affect also the blockchain solutions, which means that now is probably a good time to have in mind that the security against quantum communication and quantum computing, which is actually able to break the code, the codes that cannot be broken by classical computers in billions or trillions or whatever of years. It can be done with quantum computers in a very short time, and that's something that is coming and can be expected in about a time frame of 10, 15, maybe 20 years. So we have actually a lot of dangers, but we also have a lot of opportunities, because all these artificial intelligence solutions are going to make our lives much easier. And what we need from blockchain is to trust that these solutions are actually the right one, that they are useful to us. And we also need to be prepared for the advances of quantum communication and quantum computing. So this is my short view of the near future. Thank you.
I mean, we discussed how important education is already a bit, and also that we need, like proper frameworks from our legislators. But how about the issue or the topic of talent? When you look at, for example, your talent pool, Jaka or Errol, is this something you're looking optimistic into the future, or do you see like a lot of gaps there? Is there enough talent to actually pull this off, what we've been discussing and having visions for?
Sure, I can try to answer that. So for our specific use case, basically the smart contracts needed on the blockchain are really, I would say, a minor part of our solution. We found out that we had to do a lot more work on the user interface, on the ease of use, and educating, on the support, on persuading, and educating government and so on. So I would say it really involves a multi-talent, not only a specific, IT/blockchain developer knowledge, which is of course scarce, especially on some senior level. But still, I think that, because at least covering the public blockchain, I think it's so much of these public bits of code are available, then it should not be a problem going forward, right? Because it is an open community. It's open source. A lot of it's open source, even the smart contracts. So, and especially the audited smart contracts, right? Because security part is very important, because once you put trust in a smart contract, right? Smart contract equals law in this blockchain space. So you have to be sure that it works what it should work, and not something else.
Errol, do you want to comment as well?
I've nothing to say. I would like to just mention, if you allow me, a chat which is sent to us, to all of us, by Mr. Figula. He said, a good example is an EU-wide durable medium regulation that was rigorously executed by the regulator over Polish banks. After this push, the banks spent time and energy to design and implement a blockchain-based solution. The government has huge capability to drive such innovation. So I think this type of panels, we start just to start the first step for a long journey. That's what I could say.
You made an important point there.
I would agree with that. And, especially I would say it's so much important for this push to come from EU level, right? Because local regulators are a lot of time afraid of their own shadow. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to stick their heads out, because they're afraid it will get chopped. And maybe it has in the past, I don't know. But so we should, as an industry, as the academia, we should really push institutions to go forward and not look back. I'm really sad because I was reading a couple of days ago the new proposal for the blockchain regulation in the USA, which was clearly written by the guys coming from the banking sector, Wall Street, and with the essentially kill or stop or prohibit all the innovation in the, at least in the this money part of the blockchain, right? Remittance, everything else, smart contracts, and so on, decentralized banking, everything. So we should really not this path. We should actively say that we want better than it is today, because it's clearly that the world as it is today has a lot of problems, and it won't last, with the same mentality and the same things. Thanks.
Regarding education, this is really a very important topic, which is crucial for our future, because the people that are now in the education system are going to be the leaders in the near future. So I believe that we need to tackle really all levels of education, from primary school to lifelong learning, high school, university, and they have a lot of opportunity for improvement. And this improvement can actually also originate from all these technologies that are available today, like artificial intelligence, better communication, which means that today actually young people have better opportunities for education than were ever in the history of humankind. And we just need to make sure that these are really used for the good, which means that sustainable development goals are tackled, that people are learning digital skills, they know how to use blockchain, they know how to do artificial intelligence, and also quantum technology and all the other technologies that are actually appearing. It's almost that we are limited by human imagination, which means that we have to design good systems so that education becomes better, and that better education will actually bring us better people and better results and better future. Thank you.
I think all that you mentioned right now points to a question, at least for me, logically, that I want to ask. Is like, do you think because there seems to be a big discrepancy between, what can be done, what the industry is doing, and what is understood, and sometimes even feared. Would there be need maybe for some kind of sandbox environment, which we combine with, for example, directly with the SDGs, or even create together with the United Nations maybe? Do you think that would be something that would be helpful if that would be driven at the EU level? Or is this something that is basically like just a distraction from really needs to be done? Because a lot of times, and my background is finance, we always try to look at it and test it in sandbox environments. There's a lot of them all over Europe and across the world. Is this something maybe we should do as well, to showcase the benefits of AI and public blockchains, for example, and how they benefit citizens without having to say, like, look, you have to give up full control and everything, but you rather get more transparency and more trust?
Well, I believe a lot of initiatives like this would be useful, and then the best initiatives will actually prevail. So it's better to have more different, smaller initiatives so that they can kind of compete to each other, and then the best would prevail, and they will bring us forward. So the more small initiatives, the better chances that you get some great breakthrough. Thank you.
Views. No fans of sandboxes here. Okay, good. Then I ask a different question then. If you would want to identify, and we touched on that a bit already, like 3 or 5 use cases that we want to make flagship initiatives at European level. We are here at the European Blockchain Week of the European Commission and of the EU presidency. So I think it's the perfect place to, come up with a wish list, if you have one. Which sectors do you think Europe should prioritize, because we're in the best position to do, and how could we do that? And I think that would be a nice, looking at the time, was a nice ending round. So please, waiting for your wish lists, guys. You want to start, Philip?
Well, we can, of course. To honestly answer that question, we need all to sell our own wine, right? So I'm personally dealing with copyright. And of course, I have to believe, that should be very high in the priority of countries of the European Union and of the United Nations through WIPO. We have shown that the use of artificial intelligence and blockchain can help the creators and the innovators, which are potentially the seed of solving some of the sustainable development goals. And that is surely something where at those three levels, countries, Europe, and WIPO, in this case, United Nations, we can do something. I'm also convinced that we need to show very practical, tangible benefit for the users of the system to convince anybody to use those systems. Anybody means, of course, the users, but also the policymakers. So let's do our job and communicate with anybody else so that they do their job.
Thanks, Philip. Maybe just a quick follow-up question, because that was flagged yesterday as well already on another panel. What role should public institutions play? Because, you know, we always expect, you know, the support of the private sector, and the innovation is coming from there, which is most of the cases it's true, but which role should the public institutions play in this space? How important are they?
That's a very interesting question, and I can only share what I learned from a country where now I'm deeply involved in working, which is Estonia. In Estonia, the public sector defined their role at three levels. The first level is the state as honest broker. So if you want the state doing its job, what it's meant to be doing. The second level is the state as a change agent. So they don't do the job as last week or last month, but they trigger a change in what they do and in their relationship with citizens' organization. And the third level is the state as legislator. And very often we are focused on the state as legislator, expecting policies, forgetting that the state can act already as an honest broker and a change agent without enacting new laws. Now, another thing which is crucially important in the collaboration in Estonia is the work between the public and the private sector. So you see here another dimension. So dimension one, honest broker, change agent, legislator, but this being done in collaboration between private and public sector. So that's what I learned from them and practice, I think, with some success.
Can you hear me?
Now, yeah.
Okay. If somebody else wants to answer, then please go ahead.
We didn't hear the question.
Sorry, then I will repeat the question. So the question was, if you could have a wish list, I mean, we're at the, as I said, your president's event and the commission is here and listening in. Which SDGs would you prioritize, and what would be the role of the public sector in supporting the work on those priorities?
Okay, I'll go next. So for me personally, I would say, of course, SDG 9, industry innovation, and I think the public sector should play a big role here. But it should start at the very top on the EU level to put forward a new legislation making defining first a digital original document, what it is. Obviously, public blockchain can offer answer here, and then make sure that everybody can equally accept either digital original document via blockchain or still the legacy kind of documents, at least for some period of time. I think this would remove the big uncertainty that a lot of companies have right now. And if the public sector would be the driver of these digital original documents, then I think everybody else would move as well. And I think the Slovenia was a nice example of that when the e-invoice was introduced a few years ago. And after some time, the public sector was only accepting the e-invoices, right? Not the paper invoices anymore. So a lot of the industry had to move. So I think on the EU level, if something similar would happen, that would be quite a good pointer to the right direction. That would, bring along all the other SDGs as well, and show and be, of course, the example for the rest of the world. Yeah, and I wish that EU would really, start looking left and right and just do something and be the first and be the leader, because it's time.
Thanks for this very concrete one. Errol or Alexander, do you have anything to add or any specific things to flag?
Just one. Okay, please, Alexander.
Thank you. I believe that it's time that European Union actually strengthens the efforts in education, so that, for example, there are lots of institutional barriers, so like recognition of education from one country to another, like micro credits for education, like recognition of lifelong learning education, education for people who are already like working and are gaining new knowledge. There is European framework of competencies, and it's kind of 15 years old, and it's not really adjusted to the current reality. So I believe that this systematic monitoring and improvement and development of competencies at EU level, in particular for people who are working in this ICT type modern industries, but also in all levels of education, should be improved and tackled at European level. Thank you.
I would like to add just one thing. I want to make a focus. Our panel is blockchain for SGD. So on the 17th is partnership for the goals. So my wish list is 17, because it will cover all SGDs in one point. If the EU countries all make a partnership for the goals, and if they implement the system, then I think I would say the academician, the companies, they will do to implement the system.
Thanks for that final statement. I think that sums it up pretty well. I think we need better communication in the end, and an open mind and open ears to, I think, put forward and deal with the visions that come out of the private industry and out of the research and education space. There's a lot of talent in Europe and a lot of great ideas, great minds. And I think to achieve those SDGs, ideally starting with number 17, as we just heard, I think we just need to step up our game, both the private and the public sector, to talk to each other more and take more time and try to understand and be patient as well, because sometimes, it takes time to get understood. On that note, I would encourage everybody, also in the audience, to, speak to everybody that you see that is interested. Try to excite them about the topic, showcase what's the potential of it, because I think there's huge potential, and as Europe, we're in a position where we can lead on all of that. And on that note, I want to thank my panel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for dialing in. I hope the audience also enjoyed, and enjoy the short break till we head over to panel number 6. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thanks.
Welcome back. We are continuing with our program of the 4th day of the European Blockchain Week. Now we are moving on from sustainable development to digital identity. So decentralized identities or DIDs are an emerging concept of the semantic web. They have emerged from the needs of humanity, individuals and organizations to be in charge of their digital identity. This means that the citizens should be in control of several factors: when, where, and under which circumstances they are willing to share details about their identity with services on the internet. This is the Self-Sovereign Identity, or SSI. And blockchain is a technology that can greatly help in this respect by providing mechanisms for issuing or denying permissions for access to private data. Blockchain can also be used to improve the trustworthiness of the provided information by employing mechanisms such as the verifiable credentials and other concepts of the semantic web. So now with this, I would like to announce our fourth workshop of the European Blockchain Week on the topic of decentralized digital identity. And thus I would like to invite Klevis Škembi from the University of Ljubljana, from the Faculty of Computer and Information Science, to moderate the panel and present our panelists.
So hello everyone, and I hope you are enjoying this huge event, and I hope we are getting the latest information about the blockchain technology and how this technology can help us improve our lives in using Internet of services and use these services in a trustable way. So we made an introduction of decentralized digital identities, and for more detailed information and the works that different organizations around the Europe they have done, we can we invite you in this workshop, and we also like to welcome the new participants that are joining this event now. So the first presenter or the first speaker will be Jakob Boersma, that is an expert on identity and blockchain strategy at International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications. So hello Jakob, and if you are ready, you can start the presentation.
Thank you very much. Can everyone see my screen and hear my voice?
All good.
Excellent. My name is Jakob Boersma. As mentioned, I am the co-chair of the INATBA Identity Working Group, as well as working for the Dutch Blockchain Coalition, where I am the self-sovereign identity lead. I will be speaking here representing INATBA as an international organization active in blockchain and specifically also in decentralized identity. INATBA was launched in 2019 as a way to connect suppliers and users of DLT with government organizations who are working on regulations, of course, and standard setting bodies from all over the world. We currently have 170 members from 38 different countries, with also governments and supranational organizations involved, and also an academic advisory board with members from from 19 countries, actually over 50 members from 19 countries. We have a standardization committee as well as 14 working groups. One of those is the identity working group that I co-chair together with Kai Wagner from Yolocom. The privacy working group, which will be represented a bit later by Paola Judebert, interoperability working group, governance working group, and many others. these are a selection of the members of INATBA. Of course, many more can be found listed on our website. So talking about decentralized identity at INATBA, we have stated as the goals of our working group are to really engage in major European digital identity developments. So we are working on thought pieces like a position paper on defining trust in decentralized identity. But we are also in dialogue with EU policymakers, especially on the eIDAS regulations. We gave our feedback on the previous eIDAS, and we are now in the final stages of drafting a position paper that should be out next week about eIDAS 2, where we especially want to ensure that self-sovereign identity is enabled as part of the suggested European identity system and European identity wallets, and where we also want to make sure that there are no silos between public services and private services, as there are now in many European countries, but which doesn't make any sense. Digital identity should be just like normal identity, usable wherever you go as a citizen or as a company. It should not matter whether you're dealing with a government organization or a private entity. And especially we want to promote self-sovereign identity and decentralized identity because it enables privacy by design, and enables the protection of citizens' personal data and business data, which simply does not work as well in a centralized identity setup. In order to promote interoperability and also exchange of best practices, we are also in a stakeholder dialogue with the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, EPSI, which has an ESIF, European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework project. And we're currently also looking to organize a hackathon actually to test the ESIF standards in practice together with people from the industry. The privacy regulations, as I mentioned, will be more elaborated on by Paola. But we're also very much promoting interoperability together with the interoperability working group, of course, because we feel that decentralized identity will only work if it's really a very smooth experience, and is as more generally usable as possible. The vision of INATBA on decentralized identity was established last year already in a position paper that we published about decentralized identity called What's at Stake. You can download that also from our website. A few key points there. The primary audience of that were government representatives, policymakers, and also companies that provide digital identities. And some key takeaways of our position on self-sovereign identity is that it needs to be regulated in a technologically agnostic way, because there are many different ways of achieving it are possible. But we need to be sure about what the requirements are. So we promote open standards and then open specifications as much as possible. But we also think that many of SSI's positive outcomes can only be achieved if reuse of credentials across industries is realized. So again, breaking down the barriers and being able to reuse an identity credential that is received from a government, for example, to use that in an education environment or in a business environment, that is essential to really make it broadly used. So to conclude, if you want to join us in the conversations we're having, if you're interested in more details, please use any of the following links, and we hope to hear from you more. And I'd like to now give the floor to Paola, who will talk more about INATBA's views on decentralized identity and privacy.
Thank you, Jacob, for this great presentation of INATBA. I cannot share my screen at the moment. Okay, it's fixed. Just hang on. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So, like Jacob said, I'm INATBA Privacy Working Group co-chair. My name is Paola Hudbert, and I'm also acting as legal operation officer of Archipels, which is a French joint venture company.
Sorry, Paola, can you make the full screen presentation mode? You can click once again because it's not full. Ah, okay, nice. It's okay. Thank you.
So let's go back. And today I will be touching on decentralized identity privacy consideration, because as the privacy working group at INATBA is working extensively on SSI privacy aspect and how SSI can actually improve data privacy. We are going to release a report soon on presenting blockchain actually as a privacy, data privacy enabler. So when the privacy working group is working on decentralized identity, generally, we are studying two main regulations. The first one being the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, as well as the novel eDIDAS-2 regulation, which Jacob mentioned a bit earlier, and INATBA has really worked on this piece to give feedback to the EU Commission. So the first thing from a privacy perspective that the working group did was actually considering whether data in decentralized identity system were personal data. Because as a data privacy lawyer, the first thing you need to ask yourself is, do I have a personal data? So just as a quick head up, you have a personal data, whether you can identify directly or indirectly a natural person. Which means that my name, your email address, DIDs, public key on the blockchain will be considered personal data, which means that we need to imagine systems that are compliant with the General Data Protection Regulations. So having said that, another thing that we did in the privacy working group, and I think it was very interesting, is actually studying Christopher Allen 10 principles of SSI. So back in 2016, Christopher Allen wrote all these principles that are, the key principles of SSI. And when you are actually comparing it with the GDPR main provision, you realize that they are matching in every aspect. So this is a great news because at first sight, we can see that decentralized identity management system and GDPR speaks to the same value and to the same philosophy. The other thing that we realized at the privacy working group was actually that decentralized identity and SSI are actually going further than GDPR, and because both of these systems are user-centric and not data-centric, so this is a very good news. And we are at the moment really working on some specific cryptographic protocol called ZKP, Zero Knowledge Proof, that I'm sure you're aware of, that's actually going further than data minimization. Because in the GDPR, if you want, you need to minimize all the data, but with ZKP, you can prove that an information is true without revealing this information. So we are actually going further than data minimization, which is a very good movement and a very good step. So I'm sure that the implementation of this system, hopefully in the novel EUID system and paradigm with the wallets, will actually improve data privacy. So like I said, another really big contribution of the privacy working group this year was on the response to the novel eIDAS regulations, which I think we can say that is a very big piece and is very well welcomed by the community, putting the user back in control, like that was said in the introduction, which was the will of the Commission since September 2016, as expressed by Ursula von der Leyen. And so basically, this novel proposal is a very good news for data privacy experts, because what we identified is that the issue of wallets will not be able to collect wallets use data, which is a very good news for the protection of individuals and as well businesses. And also, they will not be able to combine personal data originating from the wallet with data originating from other services. So for instance, if a wallet provider is also providing you with another service, you will not be able to combine these data to gain more information about you. So we have like very powerful privacy measure, as well as physical and logical separation of data, which are received as a very good news from the privacy working group. The only issues we have identified alongside the identity working group was actually the potential use of unique identifier in the wallet for high authentication services, which means that you and I will be identified with a unique number, a set of numbers. And in some countries, it doesn't raise any issue, but in some other countries and other member states, it's kind of a big change. But I'm pretty sure this problem will be, discussed at the EU level between member states and will be solved. So that's it for the work that was done by the privacy working group, and I'm more than happy to answer any question you may have in the question time. Thank you.
So thank you, Jacob and Paula, for your nice presentation and for your valuable contribution you are giving to this event. And we can go now to the next speaker, who is Mohamed Turkanovic, who is an assistant professor and head of research and development blockchain lab at the University of Maribor. So welcome, Mohamed. If you are ready, you can start your presentation.
Yes.
Okay, we can see your slides. Thank you.
Thank you. I hear myself double. Okay. I'll just try to speak. Okay, so my name is Mohamed Turkanovic, as was already presented. I will present the cross-border high-level diploma pilot, which we are part of within the Digital Europe for All project.
It was nice to hear also from the colleagues before me about the policy level of SSI, etc. And I will try to present some, let's say, technical terms and some use cases which we are building to support SSI and which we are actually also piloting within 3 member states within the project, as I said previously. So as you probably already know, we have the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which actually tries to bind the government policy, the institutions, companies, as well, of course, as the citizens of the European Union. And there are quite a few use cases which EPSI wants to build on, whereby, of course, there's the identity use case, where we know it about, as well as the European self-sovereign identity. And of course, I will combine it with the diploma use case, which is actually part of our Digital Europe for All project. So we already talked about European self-sovereign identity framework. We know it is one of the main pillars of EPSI currently, which is focusing on how to actually govern the decentralized identity for EU citizens and prepare the framework, government framework, to utilize everything. What I want to also emphasize to all of us is a research that we have done within our laboratory, and it was actually now published in IEEE Access. We have analyzed decentralized and self-sovereign identities because it needs to be noted that it's not actually the same. Not every decentralized identity solution presented also in scientific and professional, let's say, papers and let's say framework solutions, etc. They are not also self-sovereign identities, meaning why is this so? Because you will find possible decentralized identity solutions, which, for example, are created by a central authority given to you as an individual. However, a hash of the identity is put somewhere in or the blockchain, and since the blockchain is decentralized, they already call it a decentralized identity solutions. However, we have to focus on the self-sovereign identity, which is, of course, also decentralized, but it is governed by some of the properties already mentioned by Paola, firstly presented by Christopher Allen in 2015. We have also prepared, I will not go into details, in-depth analysis of these properties, prepared some new properties for self-sovereign identity. But what we identified is that from 100% papers and solutions which were discussing decentralized identity, 76% of those were self-sovereign, but you need to understand that 33% were actually decentralized and not really self-sovereign identity based. So why is self-sovereign identity important, and where comes the European self-sovereignty framework in context? As you see here, a demo which was presented by ESIF, of course, we have the natural person, and this is the core of every self-sovereign identity solutions. Well, each of the natural persons will, of course, have a digital wallet. As you know, it was also proposed by the European Commission that each member state should provide a digital wallet to their citizens within a year. It was not said it has to be an SSI agent, but it is kind of a digital wallet, and an SSI agent is as such. So each natural person would have such a digital wallet, let's say an SSI agent, and it will create it for themselves as many decentralized identities as they want. And these decentralized identities should not or does not have to be bound or, let's say, verified by legal institution as a government, etc., but it can be. On the other side, we will have legal institutions, we will still have governments, we will have companies, and of course these companies will also have to have these digital identities, because legal identities also within the current PKI systems have these qualified certificates, and in this case also they will have so-called SSI enterprise wallet, which will govern the, let's say, decentralized identities of legal entities. And ESIF proposes registration authorities and registries, which I will talk previously. So why is this important? Of course, for the end purpose where verifiable attestations, verifiable credentials are presented, and they need to be validated and verified. I will try to present this throughout our project, which is the Digital Europe for All project. Our project is also one of the early adopters of phase 1 for EPSI. And as you see here, one of the 8 participants of the wave 1, we are here, where under the flag of Slovenia, will discuss the issuance and validation of verified credentials. So what are we actually doing within this project? For one limited case within the project, we are combining 3 member states, Spain, Portugal, and Slovenia. And the idea is that we will pilot the diploma use case. If you can imagine a Slovene student who wants to study in Spain, or a Spanish student who wants to study in Portugal, etc., well, all of these students will probably have finished the first Bologna level degree. And when they want to study in, for example, another country, well, in order to exchange the evidence that they can apply for a master's degree study in another country, they will have to provide to the ministry of the other country some diploma evidence. And this diploma evidence we are piloting in the sense of a verifiable attestation, or which is a subtype of a verifiable credential under the ESIF. And of course, the communication between the ministry and the student here is governed and enabled through SSI agents, DID connections, etc. Not to go into much detail, this is just some part of a flow where you see the student who will communicate with the ministries with 2 channels. On one channel, he will communicate on an e-procedure portal, on a web portal of a ministry, and on the other hand, he will communicate with the ministry with an SSI agents by creating these, by scanning the QR codes, creating their DID exchange, exchanging DID documents, and after that, of course, also issuing verifiable credential and giving them to the students, and the student can then, of course, present these diploma and as a verifiable presentation to another ministry. So this is just a current state of what we are doing, because it is actually piloted. Currently what we are doing, 3 ministries, the Ministry of Spain for Public Administration, our Ministry of Slovenian Ministry of Education, Sport and Science, they are currently deploying and the SSI Enterprise Agent that we have developed. And this Enterprise Agent will enable the portals of the ministries to facilitate the SSI principles. Of course, we had to develop, and we have developed, our partner of Atos Spain has also developed a SSI Edge Agent mobile wallet, let's say it like this, which will enable the students to communicate, scan the QR codes, and communicate with the ministries, also ORAN and DID exchange principles. I will not go into much detail in this, let's say, schemas, but the important thing is to note here that, of course, we have these agents. All of the participants create their decentralized identifiers. However, they are, of course, based on Hyperledger ARIES, etc., which supports the SSI framework. What it needs to be noted is the red rectangle at the bottom of the authority and user agent, where it says EPSI connector. And I just want to emphasize what our MVP is and what we are doing. Well, all of these institutions will create their own decentralized identifiers. They will all support the DID exchange with them. They will all support signing of verifiable credential and verifiable presentation, etc. However, our project is slightly different in the sense that we will have on one side users with their mobile wallets, and on the other side we will have ministries and their agents, and we will facilitate the authentication through eIDAS, because it is currently a project that needs to be piloted, and currently DIDs are not legally binding. That's why we had to pilot using, let's say, legal technical schemas like the eIDAS, which we know it already is supported by also the legal framework. However, the exchange of evidence after the student was authenticated through eIDAS will happen through SSI principles, and in this way will also facilitate DIDs and verifiable credentials. And in this case, I want to emphasize also that we have these, let's say, components. We have the enterprise authority agent for the ministries. On the other hand, we have students who will have this edge agent or a mobile phone. And our authority agent will communicate with the EPSI services. And why are they communicating with EPSI services? Because EPSI and ESIF introduce registries. And there we have, and I will just go to this, we have 4 or multiple registries like the DID registry, the Trusted Issuer registry, the Trusted Schema registry, etc. So why is this important? Because when a ministry issues a verifiable credential attestation of a diploma to a student, it signs it with its DID compliant EPSI. And when the student receives this DID compliant verifiable credential signed attestation, it can use its agent to connect to the EPSI services and see if this DID which signed this verifiable credential is registered on ESIF, if it is a legal entity, and if it is a trusted issuer. And in this case, the student will know this verifiable credential I received is really provided by a trusted issuer. In this case, it can be a university, or in this case, university or Ministry of Slovenia or Spain. So as you see here, these are the core layers of EPSI, and I just wanted to emphasize that if you neglect the lower 2 bottoms of the layer of EPSI, which are infrastructure layers for the network communication between member state EPSI nodes and let's say blockchain and ledgers, on the upper layer you will find these let's say EPSI applications and services, and there you find the EPSI core service layer, and there, this is something that we communicate. So just a short explanation what we are piloting and what SSI in practice really is. I hope I was not too long. Thank you.
So thank you, Mohamed, for your nice presentation, and it's very interesting to see that this kind of application could be used from students around different countries in Europe. So we are proceeding to the next speaker, Martin Straffner, which is a blockchain architect and head of self-surveying identity at Datarella company from Germany. So Martin, if you are ready, you can start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Clevis.
Welcome, Martin.
I'm about to share my screen. Hope you can see it all. If not, please interrupt me. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Also, thank you very much for these great presentations on the legal aspects of SSI and the SSI introduction in general. That builds very much on top of what I'm going to present here, which is the Human Identity Blockchain Initiative, in short, HIBI, what we did in the OntoChain project this year. I'm a friend of visualizing and using metaphors for complex things. And I think this year is a really good one because without legal identities, the majority of blockchain's potential will remain unrealized. And you can see the dam here down in these two pictures. And on the left side, it is how it is today. The barriers from the blockchain market to let's say regulated financial markets or identity markets is pretty much blocked. There's a lot going on in the blockchain space. I think everybody has heard about the DeFi boom already, but we see way more potential if this gets a more legally backed characteristics. Because without valid identities, regulatory compliance on the blockchain is an absolute nightmare. And what we think legal identities could offer beyond what it is right now is that just a lot of financial regulations that we have today in, let's say, the classic financial market will be transformed to a much more modern and quicker one. First that comes to my mind is, let's say, tokenized real estate funds or investing in a more classical way. And therefore we see that having legal identities is really, really important to adopt blockchain technology from a regulatory perspective. So what we did in the HIBI project is that we provide an SDK that consists of libraries which will provide a fundamental tool for trustworthy, formalized, privacy-preserving, and decentralized identity management. That sounds a lot, but essentially it comes down to two modules that we developed. The first one is called EverKey, which is a decentralized backup and recovery protocol that is backed on governmental eIDs, so physical ID cards, so to say. Why we invented this is because before we can let people run into a non-custodial regulated DeFi or financial or a blockchain ecosystem, we need to make sure that they will have the chance to recover their private keys or their secrets, which I guess humans do everything to lose them and lose everything that helps them recover them if they're not heavily assisted with that. And so what we did here is that we take the ID card, for instance, the German ID card, derive a restricted identifier from it with a normal eID authentication. So you enter your PIN and select or approve the transaction, and then you receive a restricted identifier. And this restricted identifier is what we can map to your secret, to your private keys, for instance, and store it in a decentralized and opaque storage grid from storage. So that leaves you with no responsibility to keep your backup and your funds and your identity as long as you have access to your ID. The second part that we did comes very close to what Mohamed just presented. It's called EverID, and here we derive verifiable credentials from eID and make them verifiable with the eIDAS to SSI bridge. So the user performs an eID authentication in the HIBI module. The process is then continued that the personal information from the ID card is going to be extracted, formed into a verifiable credential, and then signed by our own DID using the eIDAS to SSI bridge to make it publicly verifiable. And these are our two modules. And as you can see, we heavily build upon existing and legacy EID standards just to get a proper and valid authentication of the user for EverKey. And the second part, to act as a trust anchor for these verifiable credentials. Here you can see a quick illustration of how this looks like. So we essentially have three components. The left side is the root of information or the root of trust that comes from these legal ID cards and the eIDAS framework, where we derive personal data and pseudonyms or restricted identifiers. And this module is actually very agnostic, so it's not tied to an ID card, but can be built upon anything that gives you a private and unique value. For instance, like some sort of credit cards or crypto cards that just extract you a unique personal value for you. Then in the middle, you can see the Hibi SDK with the two modules, EverKey on top and EverID on the bottom. The top part essentially starts with the authentication. So the user needs to hold his ID or her ID to the NFC reader, like your smartphone. And then we have the core algorithm that takes the secrets and maps it to the pseudonym, and then it will be stored in a decentralized storage grid. Same process for the recovery, just that there are no secrets that are going to be mapped, but rather just take the identifier to find and retrieve the data from the decentralized storage grid. And down in the lower module starts with an identification of the user, where we retrieve all the data, create the verifiable credential, sign it with eIDAS to SSI bridge, and then make it available to consuming services that support SSI infrastructure. So what are your advantages of using Hibi? For institutions and companies, there's no risk to store your users' data. Since you don't have to store them, you can just request user data from the credential, which has also the benefit that you can trust this data. You know that this is authentic user data and not like some spam names. Further, you can automate everything. So if you want to know, for instance, if an individual is a German resident, you can completely automate that and only request the nationality or the document type from the user. And last but not least, you really don't have to worry about intermediaries anymore, since this is truly decentralized and has a high level of trust. There's nothing like, let's say, video identification that is also not 100% secure compared to this verifiable credential that comes out of an actual ID card and is signed with an proper and published certificate from the issuer. And for the individuals, this has the benefit that by using EverKey, you don't lose your identity and funds if you have your physical ID card still. You can keep control over your identity, you can keep control over with whom and for how long you share which of your attributes, and you can reuse your digital identity instead of creating multiple accounts every time you use a new service. Yeah, and that was my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, go ahead.
Thank you, Martin, for your presentation. And let's welcome the next presenter, Alen Horvat, who is a blockchain and self-sovereign identity solution researcher and architect at IceBlock. Welcome, Alen, and if you are ready, you can share your slides and start the presentation. Okay, we can see your slide.
Okay, I guess you. Okay, so today, thank you for a very, very nice panel. Other panelists made a very nice introduction into the decentralized identity, mostly focusing on user or enterprise decentralized identities. However, I will take one step back and talk about the role of decentralized digital identities and decentralized identity frameworks in general. And I will also present the role of this technology that supports decentralized identity and decentralized identity frameworks. So digital identity is not new, and it appears in many forms today. For example, X509 is here for decades. We have them for e-seals, e-signatures. Our servers have them to authenticate the websites. And one would wonder why this doesn't work. So where's the issue? And decentralized identity or decentralized digital identity, or as we see, is more user-centric or user-controlled digital identity, is basically a very interesting evolution that has potentials to solve many issues we face in the existing digital identity space. Today, as already presented in this panel, new trust frameworks, working groups, organizations, standardization bodies are very actively addressing a wide range of topics, from very fundamental EID problems on the technical level to legal governance, privacy considerations, which are very important in the European space. And we also see we have companies that are inventing, designing and building novel solutions and basically pushing the boundaries of the EID. Now, one potential issue that is common to both classical and centralized EID is basically the interoperability. A high level of interoperability and inclusion of basically wide range of stakeholders is crucial for a successful decentralized identity ecosystem, if I may call it so, because the electronic identity is not only electronic identity of a person, but it can be electronic identity of a legal entity or even a device. Now, building things in silos, it will lead to the situation we're in today, where we will have isolated segments that won't be able to talk to each other. Hence, involvement and contribution to standards, recommendations, and implementation guidelines at this stage of evolution of the decentralized identity space is very, very important. So let's assume you want to build a project that facilitates decentralized identity, right? Here I'm presenting only a small part of the whole technical space, or let's say core elements of the decentralized identity. We see that it's not just a user wallet, an enterprise wallet, or an IoT wallet, but consists of many components we heard about in previous panels, like blockchain, distributed storage, overlay network, communication authentication protocols, specifications and recommendations like decentralized identifiers, verifiable credentials, universal services, universal resolver, universal registrar, which all tend to somehow standardize or provide a very base layer that enables everyone to communicate and interoperate. Now we all know. So on purpose, I didn't try to put on this page like different. We know, for example, if we take blockchain, we know there are numerous of blockchain protocols available today. However, which blockchain fits the solution really depends on the business security and privacy requirements of a specific project. And one other thing to point out that different projects will require different components of the ecosystem. So instead of going from bottom up, where we say, okay, we have this technology, what we can do with it, it is really important to first figure out what are the business, security, privacy requirements of a project or a use case, and based on that, we can select the best possible components that fit the specific case or project. This is basically what we've done. So as either technology or knowledge providers in different projects or initiatives, we are trying to bring the most value. So we try to bring most value to a project by leveraging on components that exist today on the market. Let's take a look at this. In this diagram, we're presenting different initiatives or projects we're involved in, and how which components these projects are using. For example, if we take ACE ID, a decentralized identity application for both users and legal entities, is communicating to components like blockchain, is using a particular communication authentication protocol, overlay network, is facilitating DIDs, verifiable credentials. Now, project like the Tourism 4.0 is, for example, not using the IoT wallet or verifiable credential status and revocation registry, where it facilitates trusted registry or in order to establish a, let's say, a private trust network between the different companies in the network. Next generation e-mobility project, which we're driving in GINA, is on the other hand putting a lot of focus on the IoT wallet and special capabilities on the blockchain distributed storage to meet their requirements. So we see that different projects are facilitating different components in this decentralized identity ecosystem, if I may call it so. And for each of these components, we have many vendors already in the market. New vendors are emerging. And what is most important, in order to make all these pieces to work, it is to achieve a high level of interoperability. So how do I, let's say, if I get an idea about the project initiative, how do I even approach a project process? Basically, on the business level, you don't need to be concerned about the technology. Everything you need to provide are core business privacy and security requirements. Based on those, we can help you basically to design and figure out what are the best fit components for your project. And then you can build, pilot, and go to production. To finish, main message is that the centralized identities ecosystem is evolving, and the standardization bodies play a very, very important role in this process. We as a company are involved in many initiatives where we're reviewing and providing feedback based on our experience on the market. So if you have a project and you want to start facilitating decentralized identity, not only for user, but also for other elements, please reach out to us. I would conclude with this, and thank you very much for the attention.
Alan, once again, and we are going to the last speaker, but not the least of this session, workshop 4, who is Alexia Lorenzo Martinel, who is a blockchain adoption strategy expert at Nomandic Lab Tezos. Welcome, Alexia, and I hope you can start the presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I'll try to share my screen now. Should be this one. Share. Okay. Present. Can everyone see the slides?
Can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Alexia. I work at Nomadic Labs, which is an R&D lab which is specialized in the development of the Tezos protocol. So for those of you who know it, the Tezos blockchain And for those of you who know the topic a bit less, I just wanted to take a step back and explore SSI from a more general or historical perspective to understand why we are where we are today, at least on SSI in Tezos. So the first question really is, what is SSI? So very simply, SSI is what we call a paradigm shift. So it basically puts the individual at the center of his or her identity data. But what's interesting is that identity does not only apply to people, it also applies for IoT objects and legal entities, basically meaning that the applicabilities and the use cases are virtually endless. The second question is, how did we end up here? And if we look at it from a historical perspective, so it's quite a natural evolution considering where we come from. The phase one is what we call the centralized identity, lasted from the 1990s to the 2000s. And it was basically an era in which administrative control was made by a single authority, in which basically centralized authorities became the issuers and the authentificators of digital identity. So we have examples with the IANA, the ICANN, the certificates authorities, which helped prove merchants their online identities, et cetera, et cetera. Then in 1991, we have PGP, Pretty Good Privacy, which comes and offers the first hints towards what could have become self-sovereign identity by introducing what's called the Web of Trust. So the result was a powerful example of decentralized trust management, but it still focused on email addresses, which basically meant that it still depended on centralized hierarchy, which was a central problem. And so for a wide variety of reasons, no one really cared, and it didn't really change much for the state of online identity. Then we go into phase two, which is called federated identities, and is essentially the time when a variety of commercial organizations move beyond hierarchy to debalkanize online identity in a new manner, basically allowing users to utilize the same identity on multiple websites. And so we had such an example with Microsoft Passports, which came out in '99, for example. But the problem is that it essentially put, in this case, Microsoft and other big entities at the center of everything again. So we basically got back to the same issues that we had under phase one, the centralized identity. So then we slowly start to move to phase three, which is called user-centric identity, which wanted to solve the exact same problems we had before, laying the ground for a new sort of digital identity in which users are placed in the middle of the identity process. So it basically intended to give users complete control of their digital identities. But unfortunately, here again, for a variety of reasons, powerful institutions co-opted their efforts and kept the different working groups from fully realizing their goal. And so we have an era of its central authorities all over again. In other words, being user-centric is not enough. And so we go into stage four, which is what we call today self-sovereign identity, in which we really are looking for user autonomy. So we're not only just being user-centric, and rather than just advocating that for users be at the center of the identity process, self-sovereign identity pushes for users to be the rulers of their own identity. Next question is, why is this important at all? And so if we look at the different problems that we've had with SSI, so these are problems that we all know of, essentially the lack of privacy. And there was an important quote on that matter, which said, online privacy and identity go hand in hand. And so to kind of illustrate that problem that we had with the lack of privacy, there's a Harvard professor called Shoshana Zuboff, who in her book called Surveillance Capitalism, which is a great read, describes how we got into that surveillance capitalistic society, which is essentially seen as an economic system centered around the commodification of personal data with the core purpose of profit making. And all this leading to associated problems of, for example, data brokerage, leading to correlation and thus profiling. We then have other problems such as security, so essentially big servers becoming honeypots for hackers, often leading to data leaks, which further facilitate correlation and psyops. So we had the case with Equifax, TikTok, Microsoft, different taxes administrations around the world, et cetera, we have the problem of accessibility or reusability, basically meaning that national sovereignty standards, procedures, or compatibilities between tools can be affected differently depending on the location. And finally, efficiency. So the fact that there's no necessarily re-leverage of all procedures that were already done. And all these are problems that can essentially be tackled thanks to technology, and some of them partially thanks to SSI. If we look at privacy, and these were points that were raised previously, we have some cryptographic schemes that exist. Paula talked about the ZKP, asymmetric encryption. So tools already exist to solve these issues of privacy, security, accessibility, and efficiencies that we have in current existing ecosystems. And so another question would be, how does SSI, how do SSI companies manifest into the real world? And so on the Tezos blockchain, we've had a few courageous entrepreneurs trying to solve these issues through different use cases. So we've had, for example, a company called Spruce, which is actually an open source SSI framework, so kind of a low-level infrastructural stack, which is open source, and which comes with a set of components and modules that are compatible through different blockchain ecosystems. Basically meaning that it's great for interoperability. This stack, interestingly, is being used by other actors of the Tezos ecosystem, such as Talao and Gravity. Talao tackling the case of professional credentials, and Gravity being a company based in Africa, trying to solve the issue of financial inclusion in Africa. So basically facilitating the access to identity to individuals and legal entities to kind of boost and facilitate trade. We have the case of Electis, who recently implemented an SSI solution in their voting protocol. And Electis is being deployed in 50 top universities around the world to facilitate the voting experimentation at university level. Tezos also has a few tools such as Tezos Profiles, which is basically a solution that allows individuals to associate the real world public credential, so basically social network information, with their Tezos account if they want to. We have TezID, which is an identity oracle solution. We have reusable KYC solutions, which is here represented by Synapse. And we've had a few experimentations, notably a one with PSA, so the Groupe Peugeot, the automotive builder, for a project called Passport for Connected Cars, in which the idea of the project was to allow the individuals to resell the information that was relative to their own car to insurance companies, to other automotive builders, or to the national government if they wanted to have a better understanding of their automotive industry nationally. So what comes next from now? The feeling that we have, at least within the Tezos ecosystem, is that if we look at industry dynamics, we need some clarification, or we need to work further when it comes to the regulatory framework to facilitate technological agnosticity further and the standardization. We also need transnational standardization, to achieve interoperability, and thus facilitating the drive of adoption and ensuring fair ecosystems, so facilitating the reuse of credentials across chains, etc., etc. So here the need of interoperability is central. But again, I think a feeling that everyone has is that it is overall a very young industry filled with opportunities and uncertainties, which is basically being explored at this point in age. And I think that as the last point, if we had to remember something. And so Christopher Allen has been quoted a few times already today by Paola, Jacob, and others. But a final thought would be like, so a quote by Christopher Allen saying, technology can make it easier to manage electronic identity morally, but in order to ensure that principled foundation, we need to build privacy and the guarantee of human rights atop it, using cryptographic technologies such as blinding, selective disclosure, de-anonymization resistance, and zero knowledge proofs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexia, and I would also like to thank once again all the speakers and all the participants who joined this session. And I suggest you to stay in European Blockchain Week because more interesting sessions and ideas and works are coming. So thank you once again and bye from my side.
Thank you very much. We are moving on to our next topic. When thinking about blockchain and AI, a lot of us are wondering how these new technologies will impact the future of work. And the Next Generation Internet is an initiative of the European Commission that addresses the needs of European citizens for new internet protocols and technologies. New mechanisms are needed that would provide and support trustworthy content handling and information exchange, pluralism and democracy, respect for human rights, sustainability and care for the environment, security and privacy and other needs of the European citizens, which existed even before the emergence of computer science and the internet. Blockchains with their consensus mechanisms can greatly help shape this future with the various decentralized oracles and consensus mechanisms. There are numerous ongoing projects and activities that can help shape blockchains for the next generation internet. With this, I would like to announce the 5th workshop of the European Blockchain Week on the topic of blockchain and AI for the future of work. And I would like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Wilm Stallmans, co-chair of the INADBA Education Working Group.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Let me see, I have a little message here. The host has spotlighted your video and myself. Do you hear me right now? Okay,
yes,
very well.
We do.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Welcome everyone to this 5th workshop where we will tackle some aspects of blockchain, AI, and the future of work. So my name is Wim Stallmans. I am the co-chair of the INADBA Education Working Group. And let me take the opportunity to put very quickly forward our recent paper that we published in which we propose a blockchain educational approach and invite all the stakeholders to join the debate and help continue building a common approach to blockchain education. So that's it for me. More importantly, our panel for today. Let me quickly introduce you, and then I'll give each of the panelists 1 to 2 minutes to introduce themselves. So Dan Lajerskar, Dr. Alan Lippusch, Professor Joyce O'Connor, Philip Rixson, Ulrich Scharf. Thank you all for being here. I propose that Dan, could you take 1 or 2 minutes to introduce yourself and how your work is related to blockchain, AI, and the future of work.
Absolutely. So good afternoon, everybody. Hi from Bayern, München, here in Germany. I am originally from Sweden, as the name implies, but I spent the last 23 years in the United States working in Silicon Valley. And I'm also running a company that is a leader in virtual augmented reality connected with AI for knowledge transfer and both for workers, for the future skills, so to speak, as well as academia. So quick introduction by myself. This is what we do. We are very passionate about to implement what we call the knowledge metaverse. And we see for that to happen, it has to be a cross point between, on one side, technologies like augmented virtual reality, artificial intelligence, but the assets created in this have to be protected by blockchain technology using non-fungible tokens. Also, the avatars that are in these environments have to have an ID. That ID needs to be protected because there will be a lot of sensitive data that will be made available. So we are working for that. And I happen to be on a tour in Europe for about a month, meeting ministers in various countries to facilitate that process and also to encourage legislation and programs to make sure that Europe remains strong in this area where today, US has a strong presence as well as other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Alan, 1 to 2 minutes, quick introduction of yourself. Thank you. I think Alan is still not here. So let's move on to Professor Joyce O'Connor. You are still muted, Joyce.
Wim, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Hi, Alan.
Hey. I thought I was at half an hour on the spot, but yeah.
No, go ahead. We are just introducing ourselves, so please take 1, maximum 2 minutes to introduce yourself.
So, hello everybody. I thought I was on the schedule after, but I'm Alen Lipuc. I come from company Probit. I'm a project manager there. I hope and thank you all again for having me, and I'm very glad to have this opportunity to present to you some of my thoughts about the future of work and how it relates to the product that we are developing at Probit. I just now would like for... what else should I say?
I'll call on the presentation.
Okay, the presentation will be afterwards. Okay, I didn't know that. So, how long do I have now?
So we'll continue first of all with the presentations of the panelists, 1 to 2 minutes, and then I'll call on each of you to make your presentation. Yours will be at 14:30.
Like I said, I've been at Probit for 9 months, and during this time we were developing the product called Work and Skill. It's connected to for example, to the job market, and basically the differentiating factor of this product is that in addition to monetary compensation, workers can then get also competencies minted as NFTs, and that can they then present to interested third parties, and thus making some steps towards more transparent and trustworthy job market. And we will be going live at the end of the year, and basically this is what I will be presenting in about half an hour. Okay.
Thank you, Alan. Joyce? Would you like to take 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself, please?
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here with the other panelists. It's a very interesting topic. My background is in education and research. I established the National College of Ireland. I've been involved in social research and really in policy research, and involved as chair and member of a number of government bodies and agencies. In particular, say, the Digital Hub Development Agency. I've been involved with business as a board member of company PLCs, Cement Roadstone, and also the Bank of Ireland and the Building Society, and with the voluntary and not-for-profit sector. So you see, I have a wide range of interest and involvement in industry, academia, civil society, and with government. But I became really converted to technology probably about a decade ago when I became involved with the Institute of International and European Affairs, which is a think tank in Dublin, where I chair the digital group there. And in about 2018, as a co-founder of BlockW, which was about creating awareness about blockchain, fostering inclusivity, and looking at pathways to education and skills to upskill people in the workforce. And I'm speaking here as chair of Blockchain Ireland's working group on education, skills and innovation. Look forward to all the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joyce. I see, and I'm very happy to see Philip Rickson. Philip, would you like to take 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself, please?
So, good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, Wim. Briefly, I'm Philip Rickson. I'm Research and Innovation Director at DigiCity, which is a company with 2 locations, one in Tallinn, Estonia, and one in London, United Kingdom. I came to artificial intelligence a few years ago, let's say 36. And just 36 years ago, I was dealing with expert systems, mainly in 2 domains, configuration of very complex things and technical diagnostic. More recently, 6 years ago, I came in contact with blockchain, a thing that I still do not completely understand, but I understood relatively quickly what it could be used for. Recently, with my colleagues, we started to develop what could be the core of a copyright infrastructure, and to build that, we need both blockchain and artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Philip. And then we have Ulrich Scharf. Ulrich, would you like to take 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. So I'm Ulrich Scharf, Managing Director and co-founder at SkillUp. And SkillUp is an impact-oriented technology build company from Amsterdam. And we developed a tool that empowers job seekers on the labor market by identifying all of their skills through AI and then matching that skill set to all opportunities on the labor market and creating essentially a pathway to employment for every person. And we provide this technology to employment and career services all around the world. So it helps them to better serve job seekers. Generally speaking, our core underlying technology is an interesting use of AI that I will further illustrate in my presentation, but it also nicely relates to the blockchain topic as we help to identify skills, but we don't verify credentials. So we see ourselves very much as kind of an organization that creates data and creates information, and that plays very nicely with all credentialing efforts around the blockchain space.
Thank you, Ulrich. Already from the introductions, we can see that there are so many aspects around the topic, blockchain, AI, and the future of work. So we have very little time. What we will be trying to do in the remaining 45 minutes is to tackle some of these aspects. What is quite interesting in the composition of the workshops panel is that they all work specifically on one of these elements, and somehow they are meant to somewhere in the future to converge. So it's quite interesting to have each of your views on blockchain, AI, and the future of work. But before we do so, we'll have Philip Rickson, who will help us to, first of all, take a step back, and he will help us to understand the complex concept that work is. So, Philip, the floor is yours.
So, this morning, I refer to the Garden of Eden to discuss blockchain and AI for a sustainable quality education. There, in the Garden of Eden, the protagonists acquire and use knowledge, and they rest. they are also very active. Mankind left the garden and invented an incredible number of tools and devices to leverage their physical strengths, the strengths required for the active life. More recently, mankind started to develop other tools and devices to enhance their intellectual capabilities, the intellectual capabilities required for the active life. Blockchain is one of them, a technique to store information in a secure, scalable, and decentralized way. A technique which is transforming collaboration, transforming working together. Artificial intelligence is a collection of systems helping mankind see, learn, bridge languages, configure things, analyze situations, recommend, and even decide. If blockchain is a tool, AI is more a cluster of devices for work. What is work? In her book on the human condition, Hannah Arendt writes about the active life, and she distinguished between labor, les laboureurs, the plow people who till and tend the garden to assure their own survival, you and the environment. Work, which creates and makes things, you and the products, the domain of innovation, markets, growth, employment, and most policies. And action, when the unique and equal self interacts with other unique and equal selves, you and the society. Working at the edge. 2001, the world was becoming increasingly interconnected. 2011, people were interacting and sharing ideas quickly, accessing an abundance of content, joining virtual and global communities, and trying out new business models. That was the context of sustainable development in 2011. 2021, societal challenges move to the edge. A state expanding exponentially, scratching problems with higher complexity, moving into unfamiliar geographical and social scenes, and addressing issues with a higher purpose. This is the context of sustainable development in 2021. The edge questions: Big Brother, fake news, harmful content, censorship, addictions, monopoly, tyranny, pandemic, climate change. The edge requires quality, quantity, services, and scalability. We understand questions and requirements. How can we work out the answers? In fact, the edge occurs during a liminal period when social hierarchies are reversed or temporarily dissolved. Continuity of tradition becomes uncertain, and future outcomes, once taken for granted, are thrown into doubt. Sustainable development is at the edge, an unknown territory, a state where no single organization has all the answers. Trying to work on sustainable development in its previous context is doomed to failure. Trying to solve challenges in a globalized economy with methods inherited from national industrial production will not succeed. Wicked problems. In design, planning, and policy, a wicked problem is a problem that is impossible to solve because of incomplete, contradictory, and changing requirements that are difficult to recognize. Wicked problems refer to ideas or problems that cannot be fixed, where there is no single solution. We call them wicked because they resist to resolution. The social complexity of wicked problem means that they have no determinable end point. Due to complex interdependencies, the effort to solve one aspect of a wicked problem may reveal or create another problem. The expression wicked problem was originally used and formally described by Horst Rittel and Melvin Weber in a 1973 paper, contrasting wicked problem with relatively tame, soluble problems in mathematics, chess, or puzzle. Approaching wicked problems such as climate change, pandemics, or even copyright in the digital era will remain the prerogative of human intelligence for a while. Blockchain and artificial intelligence will assist. More importantly, Rittel and Weber postulated that people approaching wicked problems must make abstraction of their own ideals. Does that mean that selling wind farms is not the way to approach pollution? Producing vaccines is not the way to approach pandemics, or seeking re-election is not the way to approach immigration. No, that's not what it means. It means that these products or interests are not sufficient and could have unforeseeable consequences. What happens if instead of separating Arendt's labor, work, and action, we organize them and create a three-dimensional space? We create a space for a meaningful, active life. An example. In her paper on political agents as relational selves, Nicole Dewant argues eloquently that the boosting growth objective, the remit of the monodirectional work, the boosting growth objective lose traction as it becomes meaningless. In contrast, the lifting poverty objective gains traction as its meaningfulness flows from the biological nature of all of us, the direction of labor. All of us as relational selves, the direction of action. Lifting poverty is the first of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a wicked problem at the edge. Aging is another problem, another example of wicked problem at the edge. Approaching these issues meaningfully is worth trying. This space is the meaningful future of work, better said, the meaningful future of active life. I tested it successfully. 3 years ago, I validated this 3D model at the hand of a copyright policy with the author of the model and a fantastic team at the EU Joint Research Centre. Instead of considering the new neighboring right of the press publishers as a mono-directional means for their mere survival, the human-product relationship, we ended up formulating the sustainability of quality journalism as a meaningful 3D alternative, combining the three perspectives of work, labor, and action: product, environment, and society. Artificial intelligence and blockchain can and will help mankind conduct this meaningful active life.
Thank you, Philip.
Wim, up to you.
Thank you very much. It's indeed very important to and essential to master the fundamentals in order to be able intelligently to implement specific solutions afterwards. Thank you, Philip. I propose that we move on to Ulrich's presentation. So here we have a first manifestation of how AI is linked not only to the future of work, but also very specifically beginning today. So Ulrich, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Wim. And first question, can you see my screen and hear me?
We do hear you and we see your screen. We're all good.
Perfect. So yeah,
let me jump right into it. So as mentioned in our introduction, we're a technology startup that helps people to capture their skills and then from there on build a career for themselves, both in terms of acquiring education as well as directly landing into jobs. And I will present to you in the next minutes in a very dense and essential way of how we use AI to do that. And at the end of the couple of slides, I will link this a little bit more to the wider blockchain theme and how all of these things are connected. But before I get into the technology and all the part I get really excited about, is that I would like to mention why does this matter so much? And when we talk about, empowering people in labor markets, I can only stress that this is an absolutely crucial moment for career support. In fact, the European Union estimates that 1 out of 4 adults needs some form of career support each year. And this was pre-COVID. And the reason for this is that we have a couple of really strong drivers for this. And we saw, for example, a big wave of migration over the last couple of years that created a situation where a lot of adults and individuals need to find a new pathway forward. We also see a big trend from older industries to more digital and more automized industries that essentially leave a lot of our workers stranded and having to try to find a new way forward. We have the ambition to move forward into a green economy, but that again will mean that we will destroy a lot of jobs on purpose, but also create a lot of new jobs that are just different. On top of this, these megatrends we also saw now, COVID, accelerating everything. And what these things have in common is that this creates more and more the need for people to just change careers and change an existing labor market. And that's where really our approach comes in, because within this environment, if you purely think in degrees and job titles, the way we did it over the last 50 years, you disadvantage so many because it becomes very hard for somebody to transition from one job environment into a different industry or a completely different career. It becomes also increasingly difficult for people to use their old education and transfer that over into a new, perhaps different field. And also we see that for those of us that do not have the perfect CV or didn't go to a fantastic university, that people really struggle to showcase their abilities to employers. And as a result, we're just leaving more and more people behind. And that's where our general round of skills comes in. So when we talk about skill profiling and how is this related and what's, our general approach here is that, first of all, we profile and identify the skills and competencies of any person. It doesn't matter if you have a cleaning job or if you're the mayor of the city, every person has skills, they're just different and we can capture them. And on top of that, we can answer the question of like, okay, within your skills, where are your skills relevant? Of all of the jobs, of all of the vacancies that are on the labor market, where is your abilities and skills, where are they useful and where do you have a next good chance for the next step? So the way we do this, and that's the part where the technology and AI component comes in, is that we trained a model of 13,500 skills. It's based on a European framework to exactly capture of how skills and tasks and abilities on the labor market are related to each other. So each dot you see here is a skill. This is basically a TensorFlow modulation of our AI assessment engine. And what you see here is that if 2 dots are a little bit closer together, it just means that those skills and competencies in the real world are pretty closely related. So if you in your job, for example, are checking dining room cleanliness as one of the activities you do there, there's a high chance you also know something about sparkling wines, or you can advise guests on an evening menu. And we purely understand the labor market as just a landscape of skills. And this allows us to kind of capture people on the level of skills, to capture jobs and vacancies on the level of skills, and to also understand education on the level of skills. And as a quick side note, for this technology, we also won the Google AI Impact Award for the best use of AI for social good. But let me show you how we then actually make this useful to a real person. So let's say you're an unemployed individual and you need to figure out a new way forward. And the employment service that you work with, either a public or a private employment agency, is luckily a client of us, And you will then get from them an invitation to download our application on your phone or any other device. And what you're going to go through first is that our app will guide you through a process where you file every job you had, every education you had, and any other experience as well. So do you have kids? Did you raise a family? Did you take care of elderly? Do you teach a sports team? Do you have any form of community experience? Like, we are interested in everything you did in your life where you learned something. And then we run for each experience this AI-driven assessment. And if you think of that kind of cloud that you saw a couple of seconds earlier, what it basically is that AI you saw there just interviews you skill by skill by skill. What did you exactly do in this job? And every single time you just indicate whether you use the skill always or never. And with every single answer you give, our AI learns a little bit more about, okay, this is what you did in this job. And as a result, it's relatively quickly through a series of, let's say, 50, 60 questions that come in a rapid kind of series to figure out, okay, this is what you did in your job. These are the things you didn't do in your job. And as a result, it can take the skill profile and understands how much time you spend on each skill. Also, we can do this in 27 different languages, which is very helpful, especially for migrants and refugees. Now, once you went through the skill profiling, we can say for every adult, okay, these are your skills. So for a person in their 20s, it's usually around 70 skills on average. Somebody in their 30s has more like 120, 130 skills on average. And we can just take that skill set and map that into, first of all, 3,000 different careers that we identified, but we can also now match it directly into every vacancy in your neighborhood. So on one glance, you can see how your skill set just relates to every job that's out there. And that's an immediately empowering thing that allows you to think of yourself in a total labor market, but don't be trapped in these classical silos and old ways of labor market thinking. You can also look at all vacancies and see online training and local education providers that offer a specific course that helps you to address your personal skill gap to a given vacancy. So that way we make education and training very kind of tangible directly in the context of a job that you're interested in. And I think there's a huge intersection here around micro-credentials and generally some of the revolutions we see in the education sector. And then last but not least, if you saw a job that you find really interesting, you can also automatically generate job application materials for those jobs. They look a little bit traditional because employers like CVs. You know, that's just how they think. We just optimize it for them. But each CV, an application set, is completely unique to the job and your background, because we tell essentially the story of everything you learned throughout the different stations of your life that is relevant for this job you're applying for. So with other words, we're presenting the strongest possible case you could make of how your life prepared you for this job. And thereby we massively increase the chances of any individual to get that job interview, even though they might not have, by classical means, a CV or background that would make them an obvious candidate for this job. So that's a core value proposition to the user. It helps people to be more independent, more successful in labor markets, and especially those that usually have a harder time around this. The last element I will add here, and that's the link to blockchain, is that everything I showed you so far has been around identifying skills and then using that skill set to provide really good labor market advice and help people to apply for jobs. The next dimension of this and the next step for this entire field is the whole credibility trust element here. So how can you create the trust and the confidence of employers that what this person is saying is true? And I think there is a really interesting intersection with blockchain that offers some of the technologies that probably will be the solution around this problem and allow for a kind of very democratic and decentralized way of just validating and creating credibility around the different experiences and skills you acquired in your life. So let me stop there. I'm very curious now about the coming presentations. And if there's anything you found interesting here and you want to learn more about our work, I recommend that you look us up on LinkedIn or on our website and then just follow us so you get the regular updates. Thank you, Wim.
Thank you very much, Ulrich, and a beautiful example of how technology creates efficiencies, win-win situations, and transforms potentially the labor market to become a better place for everyone. And indeed, you're right to look forward to the next presentation. We have Dr. Alan Lippusch, who is working on the next stage. Ulrich, you were talking about initiating on the blockchain skills or the registration of skills. Now, Alan, he is working on the next stage. So I propose that we go over directly to Alan's presentation. Alan, I'll just ask you to keep an eye on the time because we are quite restricted. Thank you. The floor is yours.
As Ulrich was saying, identifying skill sets is important, but quantifying them is the next step. But just before I continue with my presentation, I would like to thank Philip for making a nice conceptual distinction between labor and work, because it is important to realize that we are living in current ideological climate that, as COVID showed, economy is working and the humans or the individuals are doing the labor. So it is good to keep in mind something like this. But before I start, I would also like to say that when we are talking about the future of work, we must also keep in mind that one of the greatest economists in the 20th century, John Maynard Keynes, was predicting that by now we should all be working 15-hour work weeks due to automation, and this didn't happen, although we have these talks in these directions. And instead we are basically living in an inflation of jobs that a late David Graeber, an anthropologist, was calling bullshit jobs. So basically these are jobs that are meaningless, pointless, very, very tough to reconciliate with yourself, especially, and they exert some kind of psychological violence to the individual, especially if the individual is living in a work ethical environment in which his self-worth is derived from the labor that he or she is doing. So I'm just trying to paint some kind of grim picture of the reality and the challenges that we face. Of course, when developing Work and Skill, we were identifying certain challenges like Ulrich was already mentioning. So for example, we focused on the veracity of references, payment discipline, lack of any viable qualification or quantification, because as you may know, even though you don't currently work and have formal working relationships, you're still contributing something to the society, maybe in a form of activism or a form of volunteer work. And wouldn't it be nice if you had some sort of continuous career scheme in which a digital map, if you like, in which you had written, transparent and trustworthy work contributions in the form of, for example, competencies that are ESCO compliant and such. So we are working on this kind of one piece of the mosaic that could emancipate the workforce in the future. So for example, just to somehow confirm all these challenges, we have certain stats that should not be ignored. For example, 79% of the workforce is in the youth, is having trouble entering the job market, and this is certainly partly because they lack the articulating skills to identify their accomplishments, and I think something like Skill Lab in this sense might help them. And of course, they also lack the tools to credibly showcase their competencies that are already in their possession. And one of the other data points is that 35% of the global working age population is having some sort of precariousness in their work relations. So this is something that should also be addressed, and something like what we are doing is certainly aligned with this solution. So just one more data set is that we can see that increased job insecurity is on the rise, and the whole precarity of the workforce is something that needs to be addressed. And that's why we asked all these questions of how do you find, for example, credible future employees, how do you showcase that your work experience is continuous, even if it is severed by certain systemic shocks like financial recession or COVID pandemic. So for example, even if you lose your formal work, you're still active and you're still doing something, and to have a tool that records and in a trustworthy way all those contributions can be emancipatory for any individual in this contingent economy. So that's why we are working on our product, Work and Skill, that will be live in the end of the year. Basically, the whole idea is that in addition to all those monetary compensations that you, as somebody who is doing the task, is receiving, you also receive NFT tokens as part of your digital identity that have all the schematics of, for example, all the EU agendas for skills and competencies. And these competencies can then be stacked, can then point towards viable future career pathways, but basically they represent a continuous portable career scheme that can be used from workers to showcase their skills and also to maybe shield their livelihood from all these critical shocks that our economy is facing more and more. So here is basically the whole process that takes place on our platform, but I will briefly skip it. But basically, we connect clients with freelancers, and in exchange for any monetary compensations, freelancers get not only reviews and other, let's say, stars or something, they also receive ESCO compliant competencies that they can be used for any future projects and so forth. So basically this is the ecosystem that we are trying to connect. We are trying to connect educational systems and institutions to better provide college programs to be aligned with economic needs. We empower freelancers by making basically CVs obsolete, because now you don't need to make stuff up and send CVs to your future employer. You can just showcase them their profile, and they, the third interested party, will know that what they see is what they get, since the whole profile is immutably written on blockchain. And of course, the clients can forget about all the administrative overhead of hiring process and doing the background checks, because we kind of make these industries obsolete. So yeah, just to wrap up at 8 minutes, the future of work as we see it is a continuous career, even without the need for formal work, trustworthy competencies written on the blockchain, quantifiable contributions in the form of voluntary work, and of course empowering the workforce to have leverage in order to better negotiate their work conditions, thus making the whole workforce of the future more autonomous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan. I appreciate enormously your sense of timing. Thank you. And again, a beautiful example of how technology can help in solving real life problems. I would like to ask Joyce if she is okay that we change a little bit the schedule, that we give a few minutes to Dan, because he has a hard stop at 1500 hours, and that the conversation that you and I plan to have, that we will keep that as the apotheose.
Yeah,
perfect.
Okay
with you?
That's
okay,
perfect.
Thank you, Joyce. Appreciate that. And
delighted.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it to 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Clock me on that. So fasten your seatbelts all, because it's going to go pretty fast. So I'm going to talk about the global knowledge metaverse as a means to help people, citizens, to learn, train, and perform, and how to facilitate a resilient post-pandemic recovery. So we work with virtual augmented reality and AI for the purpose of doing a number of things in this, what we call knowledge metaverse. So just to paint the picture, if I assume you see my screen, the idea with the knowledge metaverse as we see it, it has to be open and inclusive to everyone. So we developed this platform that in essence, 5.4 billion people can access through their mobile devices to whatever they have. But also that is inclusive in regards to now allowing people that don't know technology, that don't know virtual augmented reality, they may know PowerPoint as the most advanced technology tool they ever had, to be able to create applications. We've also been able to create the world's largest library for knowledge metaverse in XR, I should say. And this is growing thanks to our partners in 42 million partners every day, and it encompasses many fields. That's the first pillar of what we see the future being. The other one is we see a future where this metaverse is expanded. It's expanding our physical world, not retreated from it. We don't believe in the vision, Spielberg's vision of Ready Player One, when society disintegrates because of these activities. But we believe in a world where you create digital assets and digital twins for the purpose of enriching and illuminating your physical space in ways that injects knowledge and allows you to better learn, better train, better perform in the future skills that you require. And last and not least, we believe in connectivity. And with this, I mean, technology should connect people, not divide them. Social media has devastating consequences. You see how AI algorithms can be used in a bad way. That's the bad force. We want to counter that with a strong community creation where people use spatial meetings in order to teleport themselves to a real place in real time, interact for the purpose of learning, training, or performing their tasks. So that's kind of our vision. Now, practically, this you can use, of course, for many things. You can use this for IT technology. In Sevilla, they use it to program robots. You can use it in hospital environments to guide critically ill patients through less anxiety. You can use this in art, culture, workforce development, and many other things. Laboratories right now, due to COVID, it's very difficult to access physical spaces. And so those are aspects that you can use in many ways. Also, the fashion industry, the ability to personalize your avatar. So it's you, it's not someone else. Or cultural heritage. I was just speaking with people about archaeology studies or visiting Louvre, or a number of things you can do. So here's the good news. 73 countries have so far joined this program. It's a grant program where we, together with nonprofit organizations and others, can donate up to $150 million per location per country. So starting as little as $15 million up to the $150 million. And I hope audience here that joins in this are welcome to apply from your locations, whether you're academic institution or government. This COVID has increased this need. We've seen an 819% increase, and it's been global, whether it's in Africa, where it started in February with Morocco, with the ministers there, it was only a $30 million program that now from 6,000 people has gone to 60,000 people, or in China, or in India, or even in Ethiopia. Now we've signed this month with the Ministry of Education there to roll out these solutions, or Ecuador, or Panama, etc. So this month I am in Europe. I was Monday in Bulgaria with a center that we inaugurated there, thanks to the Minister of Education, and met with Minister of Finance also to conduct the national rollouts. Slovenia, and this is the reason I'm in this call, because they introduced me to you guys. I met the Minister of Digital Transformation there, Kosovo, Minister of Industry there. Czech Republic was yesterday, actually. And now I'm in Germany and onwards to the Nordic countries. So what is it we want to achieve with this? What's our goal? It's four things. We believe knowledge is a human right, and we want to make it available, accessible, and affordable for everybody on the planet. We believe that the knowledge metaverse belongs to everybody, not to just a few. And it should be built by billions of people, should be owned by billions of people. That's kind of the vision. And the partner benefit that we achieve with this are simple. We know we can transfer not only education, but the way you, as I said, conduct your work, enhance the quality, allow you to build your own IP and digital assets using, for example, protection for plagiarism with non-fungible tokens and blockchain technology, monetizing them so you can do it anytime, anywhere. And so that's kind of in short what we do. Now, we also provide a comprehensive solution consisting of infrastructure, platforms, hardware, know-how, anything in short that you need in order to make this a reality. So we implement this with various programs. So we have a program for future skills. This is for the future jobs, a $50 million grant that you can apply for if you're an academic institution, a research grant program for $50 million, which we are now planting here in Germany, and larger programs with governments that can go all the way to $150 million. So we also have a Metaverse Academy that allows European citizens to be part of this explosive industry. There's 2.6 million jobs created in this industry alone this year. And these are well-paying jobs. So now the last part, and I'll end there, is that we see, we work also with EU grants, with Horizon programs, etc. I'm not going to go into that. But what I think interesting with this, there used to be a song by, I think, called Every Step You Take, Every Move You Make, I'll Be Watching You. I think it was Sting that had that song. And what's unique about virtual augmented reality, that we can actually track what you're doing when you are conducting those. So the skills we were talking, my colleagues talked about earlier, we can actually match make them. So you can see your user profile. Are you creative? Are you driven? So we actually know what you're doing because we have 2 million data points every second that you can choose to share in order to better advance your ability to take that future job. So with that, I'll stop and thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Dan.
Very much appreciated. I propose that we move on immediately, and Joyce and I will, and Joyce, first of all, thank you very much for your flexibility. We'll take the last 10 minutes to discuss a little bit what the current situation is and where we have in the market some skill gaps. Okay, now we have in Europe here a consortium that is called CHASE. Joyce, could you maybe first of all very briefly, 30 to 60 seconds, explain what CHASE is?
Yes, delighted to. I think this project is a blockchain skills in Europe, started this year, 2021 to 2024. And it's very timely in the sense that the results will be out, I think, in the next week or so. And what it does, it documents the skills demand, the skills supply, the mismatch, but also provides, if you like, a roadmap for industry growth, workplace planning, and societal choices for the future. It involves 13 countries. I won't list them all off, and 23 partners. So in fact, what it's doing in a kind of very concrete way is developing a strategic approach to the development of blockchain skills in Europe. And I think this will provide the basis for future planning, all strategic planning of what everybody's been talking about.
What is CHASE discussing? What kind of conclusions are coming forward? So you are putting forward the current dynamics in the market, then the potential mismatch, and then going forward, it seems to me that you mentioned kind of a vision, what will be needed somewhere in the future. Could you map a little bit current situation?
Yeah, no,
where we want to go?
As I say, these are very much preliminary findings. The full report will literally, I had hoped that it would be out this week, but it should be out this week or in fact next week. So all those reports will give the detail. But really, I suppose, for what we've heard before, there are difficulties. Half of the firms interviewed couldn't recruit people, and that's really important. I think there's lots of jobs in the area. There's shortage of blockchain architects and developers with appropriate skills. And what's interesting is that the skills that people are learning in education and in training bodies, there's a mismatch in that what is needed is an understanding of business, an understanding of communication. What I thought was really interesting was that in order to develop and get people to adapt and adopt blockchain in their business, or even to think about in education, that all of us who are involved in blockchain need to communicate very clearly what it is. I think it was Philip who said he, didn't quite understand it, but the problem is the general public don't understand it. And I think we've a real task here of talking about the applications. I like today the panel showed how it can be used. In Block W, that's what we do. We give examples of how it can be applied. So communication is important, leadership is important, teamwork and creativity. Now, they're not new, Wim. Everybody says this is what is important. So there are technical skills. The other issue, I think, is I think it was Philip talked about micro-credentials. What industry is saying, look, we can't wait for all these people to be doing masters or doctorates, whatever. We want them to come into our industry, work with us, and at the same time receive training. So I think the European Initiative on Micro-Credentials is really critical, and how all these ways and apps of verifying and building these micro-credentials, and blockchain, of course, can help do that. So I hope that gives you a feel, a lot going on, lots of jobs, but that mismatch taking place.
Do you think that so the mismatch that the market shows for the moment, which apparently is more concentrated on the technical profiles, do you
yes,
think
with that business input as well? But I think what it shows, the one thing this study will do, it'll do forecasting, for the next 4 years. So again, everybody will see what's needed, and gradually more the business side, the project management side, all the other aspects, PR communications are coming into place.
Okay. Now, let's discuss a little bit the future that is a little bit further out. Has there been discussions within Chase on a medium long-term vision and what would be needed going forward?
I think they're still working on that, but that's what they will produce. It's a strategic map for Europe, what's necessary, what are the policy implications. And I suppose this rises that this isn't just an academic piece of research. It's being fed into governments and policymakers, but it does underlie, Wim, I think, the importance of governments investing, looking to the future, and creating an environment that blockchain can kind of develop and thrive. And that's really important. So future planning around skills, investment in that is really important. But the other thing I think is important, going back to that communications side, is that in Ireland now we've just recently introduced an AI strategy, and we have as an implementation phase the introduction of an ambassador for AI. I'd like to see an ambassador for AI, for blockchain around Europe, and their job is actually to tell people about the excitement, the possibilities, and proposing started in primary school. I think all moms and dads should get that, right the way through civil society, because that's where it starts, as well as industry. We'll always think about industry and academics and so on. So I thought that was quite an innovative thing, this ambassador. But I think also then they're developing an enterprise digital advisory group where they bring all the stakeholders together, government, business, academia, and society. And more importantly, and probably as important, is creating a board of all the leaders in the public service so that they know about it. So we've talked briefly about this, but I think that a kind of quadruple helix around blockchain, AI, where you're talking about industry, academia, government, and society. Society cannot be left out. And I think there was discussion earlier with the panelists about the importance of values, ethics, the nature of work, the nature of labor. That will now, for the first time, I think, in technology, bring society values into it. So that's really, I think, another exciting aspect of what is happening.
It's a pity that we only have so much time, because this, first of all, it's close to my heart, and we could go on a long time. Now, so on your last point, the necessity to insert also society in that educational process. I think that this is a technology, blockchain specifically, then, that needs a change of mindset from this centralized towards more decentralized systems. So yeah,
exactly. You know, that really emphasizes that it's a change in society, how we act, how we look at work, but gives us control over our own, you know, whether it's our money, whether it's our work, whatever it is, it does give us that control. So there are quite a lot of philosophical issues. It's not just purely technology, pressing a button and get something. It has to involve people. And if not, our desire in Europe and in Ireland and other countries to be really key developers and key experts and hubs in this area won't happen, because people won't adapt it or adopt it.
Completely agree. And I would foster an approach where all educational efforts in the space have a hands-on approach, learning by doing. This is so novel and in technology, in also mindset, that people have to experiment and come to their own conclusions.
Well, we've an interesting thing, just briefly, in the University of Limerick and Stripe, you know, the company, it's a paid company. They've actually now created a course in engineering where it is learning by doing, working with key industries and so on. So, and I think actually your own INATBA report on blockchain and for socioeconomic issues provides a really good platform and framework for the development of that kind of work.
Yes, and we continue working all in that direction. I inserted for the audience, those who are interested, a document that Professor O'Connor Joyce provided with the publications that Chase made until now. So you can find that in the chat. There is a list with the publications and then also the links. I'm very sorry to say that our time has been used. Joyce, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I would like to continue the discussion.
I'm
sure we'll have the opportunity somewhere in the future. So looking forward to that. And then
thank you very much.
I would like to thank also all the other panelists, Ulrich, Alan, Philip, Dan. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. I'm handing over to the organizers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wim. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much for this great discussion. And for our next topic, we are moving again into the field of sustainability. So embracing new technology that could enable drastic reductions in greenhouse gas emissions will be key to delivering low emissions pathways for growth, but it is not always obvious what the big breakthroughs in this area will look like. We have to look at how blockchain technology can be applied to support sustainable infrastructure investment that is aligned with climate change objectives, and also focusing mainly on three key points: the financing of infrastructure initiatives, the creation of visibility and alignment with climate action, and of course the provisioning of awareness and access for institutions and consumers. And now I would like to welcome to the floor the moderator of the 6th panel of the European Blockchain Week, my colleague from the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Nena Dokuzov.
Yes, Dylan, thank you very much. I agree with all you said about sustainability and about blockchain infrastructures. I would like to emphasize maybe one very important thing of the things about the infrastructure. We started to build this some years ago. We know that we have a challenge and we will try to address this challenge through today's discussion. So I invite you to follow us, to stay with us in next 2 hours approximately, to have very fruitful debate. First, now we will have introductory speeches, and I would like to invite Mr. Tadej Slapnik, CEO of SiChain and Hashnet, to join me at the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Hi to everybody. Together with my colleague from Telemach company, Mr. Igor Bistricic, we will, in this first part of the panel, introduce the activities that we did in past more than 2 years in the Republic of Slovenia on the field of building national blockchain infrastructure. Actually, everything started in 2019 when Hashnet company and Telemach company, in cooperation with our Ministry for Economic Development and Technology, launched the first, globally first blockchain national infrastructure. We call it SiChain, with, of course, main goals to first give a kind of testing environment on the national level, how the blockchain infrastructure could be used for public but also for private sector. In following months, we started to integrate also the first use cases on the infrastructure, and now in already more than 1.5 years, we are collaborating on European level with colleagues that will also join us from Italy, from Spain, and from Croatia, where we are trying to make a collaboration to develop cross-ledger and cross-border collaboration and integration of blockchain infrastructures. As you can see, first use cases that we already integrated, it's EPSI traceability use case that we integrated in the framework of testing our protocol also by European Blockchain Partnership. Then we have blockchain e-delivery, we have diploma verification use case already integrated, but we are also preparing some others like self-sovereign identity for companies, copyright infrastructure solutions, CBDC use case, and digital material passport. Here is the picture from launching our national blockchain infrastructure in 2019, where you can see that we gathered quite a lot of participants in the framework of Slovenian Blockchain Partnership. And we actually give opportunity to our Minister for Economic Development, Mr. Zdravko Počivalšek, that he actually tested the first transaction on a SiChain. Main features of SiChain and Hashnet technology behind it is that it's quite fast. It achieves approximately 50,000 transactions per second on the first layer. It's much cheaper for its usage because it's proof of stake protocol based. That's why not so energy consuming. And it's also easier to use because we integrated Ethereum virtual machine on top of it, and we enable actually all existing use cases and implications working on Ethereum to migrate and to be used on Hashnet. Also, other benefits from security to convenient usage, resilience, flexibility, cost, efficiency, you can see on the slide. Comparing to competition, as you can see, some generations of and some other solutions like from Ethereum, Hyperledger, the Hedera Hashgraph, we achieve approximately 50,000 transactions on the first layer. We have quite a short time to finality, and of course we are one of the rare providers who already build the test blockchain infrastructure with the HashNet protocol. But here I can see that we have some issues with the PowerPoint. I wanted to show you on that slide some basic infrastructure of C-Chain. We will upload the version of the presentation on the web page that everybody who cannot see now will be able to see it. But what we wanted to highlight here is the infrastructure and the architecture of it, and already 4 use cases integrated on top of it. But more about the, let's say, infrastructure and hardware part and the solutions of the C-Chain infrastructure, it will be presented by my colleague Igor Bistricic from Telemach, national telecom operator here in Slovenia. That's why, if you allow me, then I will directly invite you, Igor, to just follow my speech. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm coming from one of the largest telecom communication companies in Slovenia. We are part also of the International United Group company, which has telecom companies from Slovenia up down to the Greece. So in the last 2 years, we came to the point that we are definitely the largest and more developed telecommunication group in Southeast Europe. Regarding to the technology of the blockchain, we are doing that for the last 2 years, even more because many of us which were employed in the company we're working on several different projects, like for the last 5 to 10 years, connected also to the coin market and everything which was connected with the blockchain. So our advantages in the blockchain technology are connected primarily with that we have the optical network through Slovenia to the whole part of the southeastern Europe, up down to the Greece, and on the northern part to Bulgaria and Romania, and it's owned by us. So for the special projects as a blockchain and connecting between the border, we can always establish such optical and networking capabilities that it's not on will to anybody else. On the other hand, we have a number of data centers, primarily built because our core business, but during the last 2 or 3 years, we are going with those data centers on the market. Because all of our data centers are also built with the highest and newest technology, and all of them are licensed as a Tier 3 data centers, which eventually mean that are fully automatized. They are covered with 72 hours minimum of working without outside the net electricity. We were reached that level because of the number of sustainable batteries in the data center and outside generators. But what is most important is that in Slovenia we have 3,000 square meters solar panels, which powers our data center up to 30% of electrical energy. The architecture of HashNet, it's based on the simple servers, as already today represented to you. We don't need to use the difficult algorithms which are present into other technology of the blockchain, because it's going for the technology which is proof of stake and not proof of work. So it's much more electricity downsize. I think we are running the whole thing in between 5 to 7% of electricity, as for example, Bitcoin or such platforms or technology which is in behind Bitcoin are consumed in average. And it's not meant to be the complete distributed environment which anybody can step in, but the environment which will enable the companies and the programmers and everybody else to start building on the, our national platform implementation of every application which the blockchain can be used. So, for example, everybody else, for the proof of work, they are using the different type of machinery, different type of cards inside. You know that for the complex blockchain based on proof of work, the best thing is to use the graphical engines or GPUs or graphical chipset, which you can find on the graphical cards. And but with that, it comes the 9 to 10%, 90 to approximately 90% of that is going to be usage of electrical energy and waste of the actually exceeding warming of the components. Okay, that's just for the introduction. Thanks to everybody for listening to that, and I hope that we have more to say on the over the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Now I would like to invite Jesus Ruiz from Alastria to join us for the introductory speech. So, Jesus, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You are here. Nice to see you, Jesus. Please.
Hello. But I have some echo.
Take the floor.
Just one second. Let me. I don't know why. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Some echo. I will. Okay, so very brief. Okay, now let me start from the beginning. Okay, so in 1972, the first public data network, and those are the critical words, public data network in the world was put into operation. Okay, and that time the networks were mostly regional or national before the development of the common protocols that enable later the interconnection among different networks to become the network of networks, better known as the internet. And the definition of public data network implies that any natural or juridical person, without any discrimination or arbitrary rules, can contract access to the network and use it for any use case that they want. Okay. So what do we need, and where we go from Alastria? Okay, we need a general purpose blockchain network with the so-called public permission model, trying to get the best of the two worlds. A decentralized governance model ensuring that anybody can participate, and a permissioning system like in the private consortiums of banks with banks, energy companies with energy companies, and so on. Okay, so we need a network which is not controlled by any company, any group of companies, or even by a single government. A network with the spirit of the internet backbone, Okay, so with a special characteristics, which is also decentralized and permission at the same time. So we don't believe on the public permissionless networks. Okay, for the real economy, we need permission. And you see here that it has to be non-discriminatory and open access. Anybody can participate, anybody, like in the real economy, which is decentralized and open inclusive governance. Juridical persons like businesses are never, ever anonymous, maybe with privacy, but never anonymous, okay? And citizen and consumer protection is supported, is a critical thing, okay? And sustainable and eco-friendly. Sustainable and eco-friendly, okay, is part of the global picture, and all these properties are interrelated, okay? Alastria is a non-profit association created 3 years ago, and we are right now more than 500 entities and with a heterogeneous composition. And even though it started with big companies, it is critical to empower the small and medium enterprises to participate actively, and also public administrations. We have several countries participating, okay? And participation is open to everybody. Anybody can enter, and existing members cannot arbitrarily exclude other entities from joining. This is critical, like from the internet, okay? But in addition to being a normal association, one of the main objectives is to promote the creation of actual working and operational public permission networks, okay? And I want to stress that the association does not operate any single node or service of the network. The association just promotes the network and coordinates activities. The network is completely operated by the members in a collaborative way, and anybody can participate in running the network if they comply with some operational rules that have been set up and accepted by all members of the community. So all the members of the community can participate by using the network, but they can participate in running the so-called validator nodes to operate the governance of the network. And the rules are transparent and non-discriminatory, okay? And there is no business model in operating the network, because this is not a blockchain as a service or any other similar thing. The money for companies is in the applications on top of the networks. And the challenge is to make the network sustainable in the sense of the economic sense, okay? In order to do this, use cases with business cases on top of the network are critical, as they create the incentives for the existence of the network, creating a virtuous circle, okay? And then, but the problem is that the blockchain is a difficult technology to analyze because it is multifaceted. And those are the problems that we are trying to solve in Alastria, okay? Because if we look at this as an interconnection technology, we would like some of the properties from the internet backbone, most notably the fact that it is permissioned, okay? So anybody participating has to have an identity, okay? And it is considered as a common good, okay? And in many cases, will be considered a fundamental right, okay? And everybody has the right to join and use the infrastructure according to the access rules. Now, national regulatory and other competent authorities will have to participate in this, okay? But this is a very big subject, okay? Now, blockchain has also some properties of a cloud because of the storage of data, and this confuses many people, okay? For example, many people, especially in big companies, expect the blockchain network to be managed and operated by a single company. So they can sign a contract and a service level agreement with one entity that they can make accountable for anything happening in the network. And they fear or do not understand at all a blockchain network which is operated collaboratively by a group of entities, and where none of them has really control of the network. But this is exactly the model that we want, okay? But finally, and I will end, blockchain is much more difficult to scale than internet connectivity or cloud services, okay? In this sense, it behaves or it smells like a scarce resource, like a natural resource, okay? And this is very difficult to manage, okay? It's like an irrigation water, like fisheries, like forest, or even the whole earth, okay? Not like the internet. Now, the focus of Alastria networks and activities is on the real economy and the government services more than in the financial economy and financial markets, which are important, but it's more important the people, the households, the companies, and the government services, okay? And as a conclusion, we need blockchain networks, which are a common good. So they have to be permissioned with decentralized governance, which are non-discriminatory, multi-purpose, focused on the real economy, where we have integrated the regulatory environment. We have a big size, and it is heterogeneous and sustainable, okay? And well, it may be restricted to some regions, countries, and so on. But we have many, many challenges. And as Tadej mentioned, we have to collaborate across countries and with EPSI to make this for real, at least for Europe, and then also for other regions of the world. Okay, and I have finished.
Okay, thank you very much, Jesus. I'm happy that you are joining us also in the round table. Now I would like to invite Pietro Marchioni. Please, if you are here, Pietro.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, the same scene like
always from space, from future.
Super. Please go ahead. Thank you.
It worked. So, good afternoon, everybody, and I would like to thank the previous speakers because they allow me to talk of some further elements that make this technology and what we are doing very, very important also from environment impact point of view, because everything they said is correct and is something that is getting this technology and the services running on it in a basic environment that is practically already into the concept of, let's say, reducing the impact. But from the other side, the work that we're doing in EPSI is not only, I would say, a technological work, but is also a work of interoperability and processes. What does it mean? Means that when we have a situation that we bring a service as is from one technology to another, we could save, let's say, we can reduce the impact just because the second technology has a better performance or better functioning on the previous technology. But what if we can change the process in the way, the number of steps and the easiness of steps that are done to provide the same service is reduced? The impact of this, it's somehow far higher than the impact that could happen when we have, for example, a small increase of performance. And why is that? Because this impact is not only an impact on pure electricity consuming, but it's an impact of time consuming, it's an impact on our easiness of life and all the processes that are behind that. So thanks to this technology and the work that's been proceeding within the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure and the colleagues from the use case and the policy group, we are really trying to shift the paradigm of the services in a decentralized way. And that shift itself will save a lot of resources. And I give you for these two examples, one barely from technological point of view and the other from process point of view. In the first case, let's suppose you have a process that works as today when there are 10 participants there to exchange data, exchange information, and have a process that cross the borders, not only physical borders, but also technological borders of 10 participants. In this case, you must have 10 times by 9, so around 90 ways and possibilities for them to interact with each other. Okay, so each of them has to interact with all the others, maybe, it depends on the process. Now, let's take the worst case scenario, and they have to know the APIs of the others, they have to adapt these APIs, you have to have 10 service agreements, they have to talk to each other and be integrated, and so forth. Maybe you have different operating systems and machines. This process, that as it is as for today, is a really high consuming process, not only, as I say, from power consumption point of view, but also from time, resources, and physical costs of the 10 entities that have to deal with other 9 entities. Now, get rid of this model and put an infrastructure, trusted infrastructure like blockchain, where all of them can talk with a common infrastructure and they receive the information from this common infrastructure. In this case, they have only one model to follow, all of them. This model is decentralized. Therefore, you have all, let's suppose there are 10 nodes. So each of them has one node and each of them running the service. So the service level agreement in this case is very light, as it's very unlikely that all the 10 nodes in 10 different entities will be down and the service will require extra layers of continuity for that, and so forth. So you may understand that the reduction of impact in using blockchain technology and using these new processes does have to be accounted only for pure energy consumption, but from many factors, and these factors are somehow more impactful than what we initially thought. So that's why we believe that the work of EBSI will change a lot, both our processes and the impact of our technological processes on our environment. From the other side, you may understand that the end user that has to follow a process going through these 10, let's say, entities, and trying to understand the mindset process of these 10 entities, maybe have to have a login on each of them to follow my process, to check as a citizen what's going on. While on the other case, on a decentralized model, I have my wallet, and in my wallet I can see the process on my request going through the live stages or the steps that have been defined for that process without the requirement to have the knowledge of this, of what is behind it, or which even, maybe I wouldn't even not know which entities are behind that. This also is a cost saving that is multiplied for all the citizens and for any time they use this service. And this is a really, really impactful moment when we simplify the life of the citizens, because they will take less time, they will have more time on themselves, or for example, for their job or for other activities, and they will be able to have, for example, to consume better processes. So what I would like to highlight, and I finish here, that we had to focus not only on how many kilowatts we consume, but we had to make a sum of the really large impact that such technology may have in our society. Thanks for everybody, and I guess we are having the panel that we will participate together.
Thank you, Pietro, very much for this, and I hope that you will be able to join the discussion later. Now I would like to invite Dr. Karol Skala from the Institute Ruđer Bošković from Croatia, talk about CROPSI and the Croatian blockchain services infrastructure. Please, Mr. Skala.
Thank you very much, Nena. It's a great pleasure to me that I can say some facts about the situation in Croatia, about the developing of blockchain service infrastructure across CROPSI. So, as we heard before from Tadej, Croatia is one partner in a cross-border infrastructure network testbed, and I will tell you some details about our CROPSI initiatives in Croatia. First, about Institute Ruđer Bošković, who is a leader of these initiatives. This is the largest institute in Croatia, founded 1950 by Yugoslav Academy of Science. And the first research activities of this institute was theoretical nuclear and molecular physics and electronics. Today consists 12 divisions and 4 centers. The research area now is very extensive for biology, medicine, environmental science, computational science, physics, and chemistry, with more than 900 employees. It is a very old institute, and some famous physicists visited it, as a Max Planck, Niels Bohr, Heisenberg, and so on. Ruđer Bošković represents a bridge is between the European research area and the Croatia business surroundings. So with the last 20 years, mainly, my group, which is a Center for Informatics and Computing, finished 22 framework programs from FP6, FP7, Horizon 2020, and mostly this project was to establish the computing network infrastructure, that's mean grid, after that cloud and so on. And another channel of activities was the development of artificial intelligence. We have a great experience with the framework programs and working consortium. And now I think that we can continue this project orientation in the blockchain field. So I might say that the group consists of not more than 10 researchers and engineers. It's a relatively very small group who realized all these projects. So about the EU infrastructure ecosystem, it is a very important today. Digitalization creates ecosystems with smart attributes, and anyhow we have a good situation in EU about the pan-European infrastructure building and implementing and using for all member states. So we have 20 ERICs. It is very, very big help for all disciplines that we have infrastructure facilities on the highest level. So about our approach to pan-European EU infrastructure is the open and the trust science, what means that the open science is now well-known practice, but the trust science is something which must be developed in the future. So now we are looking blockchain technology in this part of implementing blockchain in science, in scientific work, and other scientific topics. So what I want to tell you that blockchain technology is now the platform for realization of strategic development as prosperity EU, considering on the global level. But we need to look how we will use blockchain in trust science. So if we look at the map of now existing pan-European grid infrastructure, where approximately 140 well-known institutes joined all together and build up the distributed computing environment in Europe. Then we, from the early stage of EOSC now and ERIC, now the question is is EPSI the next pan-European infrastructure concept, and how we can inject it or related blockchain in existing distributed computer networks, which is existing now as a pan-European infrastructure. So the future infrastructure must be open and trust, and this research infrastructure are strongly involved in the development of open and trust science, and should continue contributing to it also by supporting the newly established European Open Science Cloud Association and services. About EU distributed service vision, I think that in the future all public and professional services will use blockchain technology. In 2018 was started blockchain awareness and testing all over the globe, but especially in EU. And now we know that we have a very good partnership, European blockchain partnership, and we establishing implementing European blockchain service infrastructure, and we want to be the part of this infrastructure. How we looking for the future service situation, because soon professional smart services must be trusted. Very important to recognition of pragmatic direction of smart distributed service development. So looking to the future, we can predict the establishment of a vertical service hierarchy. That means deep fog, cloud, and rainbow distributed and trusted services. It is a pragmatically new service mission that starts with new decomputing paradigm. Decomputing integrates IoT with artificial intelligence and blockchain. Decomputing represents an initial ground-based trusted service that through a vertical link to fog computing leads to extensive professional service systems that reach cloud computing. And if such cloud computing and interoperable cloud services are federated and connected across the globe, a global service system is created, which we have called Rainbow Global Services. Such system will be able to drive autonomous vehicles, smart factories, and so on. In this new fifth industrial revolution will be used this kind of services, and the blockchain is very important together with artificial intelligence and IoT in this complex generic global service concept. So as I mentioned, our CROBIS motivation is well known, and you know this in general. I don't waste the time, but testing, we will use the Neshet as Tadej said, and today the first developer of Neshet, Josip Maricevic, he is my colleague here in Zagreb in Tolar company, represent in details the HashNet. And now we building our infrastructure on a Neshet program basis. This is a concept of our CROPSI infrastructure, which want to join with Slovenian and other national infrastructures and the connection with EFSI. Only I want to say you some activity and achievements in Croatia. In 2017, the Association of Blockchain and Cryptocurrencies was founded. 2019, the Tolar Neshet network was released. 2020, the Croatian Telecom Blockchain as a Service program started. And now we have many activities about the Bitcoin, about some other applications. And what we are preparing now, it's important as a special issue in preparation at the Frontiers Blockchain journal about human-machine interaction. The editor of this special issue is my colleague here from Institute Đuro Bošković, Dr. Lipic. And about the activities, I must mention application for issuing and verifying diploma on blockchain. Kotrugli Business School is a provider. We had one good workshop, blockchain in circular economy roundtable in May in this year, and I great thanks that this workshop organized, supported, and provided together with Nena and Tadej. RBI developing a DLT solution platform for publication scientific papers. This is important activity now in my institute, and we have some groups who looking some activities about the standardization, and next week in 44 MIPRO convention, we will have the blockchain application development workshop. So about the hashnet, you know everything because we heard today directly from Josip Maričević the details, and only what I want to present you is our use case, which is under the consideration and starting with the development. It is a scientific publishing on DLT platform. We have a great problem now with the scientific papers publishing. You know that we have big papers, more than several hundred every day, and it is a problem now. It is not solved. We want to put our solution, proposal solution for DLT publication is leverage distributed ledger technology to achieve distributed consensus, reaching, sharing, storing, and securing transactions and other data generated in the paper review process and in publishing in general. This solution aims to solve the quality of paper review, instant problem, and larger issue is involving academic integrity, publication bias, and found originating from the increased pressure to the publish via building of the decentralized ecosystem for publishing and reviewing scientific papers. And what is very important, by applying this concept, these use cases, we can valorize the work and reward authors and reviewers' work with Bitcoin or Ccoin, crypto scientists, and so science coins, cryptocurrencies, and so on. So thank you for your attention, and we following further EU framework calls and ready for partnerships.
Thank you, Dr. Carol. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Maike Krautscheid, CCO and the lead blockchain consultant from Smart Ledger, for introductory speech and then later for the discussion. Please.
Thank you, Nina. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Ljubljana. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Smart Ledger. Maike Krautscheid, my name. Smart Ledger is a blockchain distribution channel that is offering a one-stop source solution to all different sorts of companies and industry sectors. We have access to more than 250 patented or patent-pending blockchain innovations that we, for example, customize, we implement services, but we are also creating our own products and services based on highly scalable, sustainable, flexible, and public blockchain technology. If you'd like to know further details of our offerings, please send me an email, contact me on LinkedIn, and I'll send you a business summary of Smart Ledger. Opa. Here you can see 3 examples of our products. One is CertaHash, which is a cybersecurity platform based on the blockchain. ESG Stamp is provides a universal source of truth to verify environmental sustainability and governance programs. Ticketmint is bringing a ticketing revolution based on the power of NFTs. Smart Ledger in general has an agnostic approach to blockchain technology. But when customers ask for certain blockchain solutions, we can provide these services. But we, as Smart Ledger, we chose the BSV blockchain to build on. Why is that? Why is this, for us, our perfect fit? So the BSV blockchain technology is a highly scalable blockchain that can transfer 50 to 100,000 transactions per second. Currently, it also will be able to scale millions of transactions in the future per second. And currently, it's already with a low latency when you, for example, transfer 25K transactions. It does it with a latency of 100 to 400 milliseconds, which is really amazing. It has a consistently low transaction fees, which means, for example, a fraction of a penny. Also, which distinguishes to other blockchain technologies, it offers large data storage capabilities. It already did more blocks that has 2 gigabyte sizes, for example, which gives us huge flexibility not only to transfer and to store value on the blockchain, but also huge amounts of data. It also can do smart contracts, recording contracts, and tokenization. Also, which makes the BSV blockchain for us sustainable is that it has a stable protocol, which means we can have confidence that we can build on it and our work won't go to waste because the underlying protocol was changed. And the native Bitcoin script programming language is Turing complete, which means that you can theoretically run any algorithm on the blockchain. BSV blockchain validates its blocks through proof of work. And people think, commonly, that proof of work is a waste of energy. But is it so, or is it simply undifferentiated half knowledge? So when people think of proof of work, mostly people might think of BTC. BTC has only a scalability, a capacity of sending 3 to 7 transactions per second. And with this low transaction throughput, there is no real use case for this network, this sort of network. So it makes a huge difference when you validate blocks with a certain amount of energy and can only do like a couple of thousand, or one block contains only a couple of thousand transactions, or you use the same amount of energy for one block that contains millions and millions of transactions and can serve real-life use cases like the BSV blockchain. So the BSV blockchain preserves sustainability through scalability as one point. To get further into detail, economy of scale. The more the BSV blockchain is used, the cheaper the transaction and the smaller also the carbon footprint. And more transactions can bring the CO2 per transaction down to levels comparable to Visa. But Visa can only, well, we can only already, from the amount of transactions per second, we are already exceeded the Visa blockchain, but we didn't bring it down to the carbon footprint to Visa yet. But we want that also, we see that certain big data needs to be protected by proof of work, which, for example, cannot be done by Visa. And proof of work has an economic incentive structure for miners to stay honest and to use the latest technologies. And also, Smart Ledger is working with miners that are striving to aim the use of 100% renewable energies, which is also a very important factor. So the BSV's network in total brings down itself the carbon footprint per transaction to really low levels itself, but through its capabilities, the things that this blockchain offers, it offers much more value and efficiency for societies, for economies. So the BSV blockchain provides unprecedented opportunities to enhance sustainability of economies and societies. And this is one of the reasons why Smart Ledger is building on the BSV blockchain. If you want to get more into details about the proof of work and energy consumption, there's an upcoming study of MNP, which might be published by the end of October. If you have further questions, I would love to receive all your messages. You can send me an email or you can contact me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to answer all of your requests. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maike. Now we will need 1 minute to fix the stage, and see you in 30 seconds or 60 seconds probably. Thank you. Okay, can you switch you switched my microphone. Hello everybody again for this late afternoon. I'm very happy that I have whole infrastructure verticals in Europe here with me. And thank you very much for your introductory speeches. We really realize that infrastructure is one of the most important pillar of the development and also of existence of the technology as such. I actually sent you 3 questions, but maybe we can go in the opposite way. We know that on the European level, we started to develop European blockchain services infrastructure. On the other hand, we are developing our own national infrastructure. Maybe one provocative question, and maybe I will start with you, Pietro. Do you think that that national infrastructure can be developed from scratch to support only national level, or they can be integrated into the European level independently from EPSI, or we need to include EPSI into that development? It's so much work was invested into EBSI. Maybe with you, and then we will make one circle. We don't hear you.
My microphone is on. Do you hear me?
Now it's better.
Okay. So I believe that for sure it's very important to build national infrastructure, as not all services are meant to be cross-border. So, and maybe it would be a little bit unlikely that cross-border infrastructure would focus on non-cross-border services. And there is no doubt that EBSI, as born when we, and you were there as well, put down the initial idea of EBSI to be a network of networks, as the internet has been developed. Therefore, it has a sense. Now, for sure, if you build a set of networks that don't talk to each other, you miss the point. And you know, internet as a common base with the TCP/IP, and the infrastructure does have to have a common, let's say, technology, but has to have a common language. So it's very important that all the infrastructures will talk the same interoperability language that we are designing EBSI, and we are ready to improve it in case that we are missing any point, so that citizens that gets a service in Croatia or in Slovenia can go to France and get the same service without thinking of changing anything in his mindset and in his tools to interact with it. So this is the power of EBSI, and this is the fact that makes us a key element of putting Europe one step ahead of any other nation or group of nations in the world in this technology.
Yeah. Maybe Mike, you respond to this?
Can you repeat?
What is the advantage of the national infrastructures versus EBSI, or in the contrary, what is EBSI advantage about the
I think for the EBSI question, Tade is more the expert, because he's also involved in this project, I guess.
Yeah, but your opinion, to have one overall European blockchain infrastructure to develop it within common base, or to have national infrastructures that can be integrated into one supranational infrastructure?
All right. So in general, I think it's always good to start somewhere. And when we have such a country that is courageous to start such innovations, I think this is, it's only you have to open your arms and take it. Sometimes it's trial and failure in some ways, for sure. But how can we develop as a society, in the world, when we don't risk something? So this is wonderful, first of all. And in Germany, there are also attempts to start somewhere with a blockchain, but I don't see that there's a national-wide blockchain structure coming, evolving. I don't see it currently. So one of the countries, they start and then they think, okay, when we want to do these and these use cases, oh, our system, our network, it's not enough. So we have to expand, we have to collaborate. Without the collaboration, without standardization, it won't work. So this is also a process which will evolve and which will turn out at some point. And then they might figure out, okay, this current blockchain technology that we are using is not enough for the purposes that we want to use it for. And then the search is starting over again. But to have someone who starts the process, that is wonderful. And then at some point, we might have a bigger player coming in, for example, European Commission, European Parliament, saying, okay, we see these developments in these countries coming up, and this is creating these positive effects on the society, on the economy. Or we want this also, if we want this for all the states. So, and then, yeah, there could be working groups come up, teams, and we can take a look at different systems. And I think there is still a lot of knowledge missing. I mean, for most of us, it's still a very new technology, and much is in development in the technology itself. So that's how I see the progress. So first of all, someone starts, and then it goes on a higher level. Maybe it could be from the public sector, it could be from the European Commission, it could be from your Parliament come in, and then the states, all the votes for, yes, we want blockchain technology, we want this and this. Okay, as a standard for all the countries, for example, traceability, supply chain management is one part, but it could also be from the private sector. A big player comes in and drags all his suppliers into the system. That's what I see.
Yeah, thank you very much. Then today you were directly addressed, so please explain.
Well, actually, I will, of course, agree with Pietro that really important pioneering work has been done from European Blockchain Partnership, from European Commission, all progressive member states who engaged in 2018 building first partnership, starting to build the European blockchain service infrastructure, and the important top-down approach, let's say, that on European level we have a goal to build the cooperation and to build the basis for the infrastructure, start to develop first use cases. All work, extremely a lot of wonderful activities was going on, really important. But in the same time, I see also really important this bottom-up approaches from national level, not just to build up and launch national infrastructures as such, but all the processes going in hand with this. to introduce it, to showcase, to involve different ministries on national level, to involve different also stakeholders from the businesses to involve, to learn, to think which use cases first would fit for on national level also, but in the same time, of course, I agree to collaborate cross-border, to collaborate on European level, and I see that still I think we have straight vision that we will have EPSI as a main European blockchain infrastructure, where national infrastructures first will, of course, integrate, and a lot of work will be done also on cross-border projects. Here I can see the same pioneering steps like in 2018 on European level with EBSI, with these national infrastructures being developed in Slovenia, Italy, Croatia, Spain, also some other countries are joining in order that we all know that we now on different national level we use different protocols also, different blockchain technologies behind, but we all know that on the end, like it was discussed, the end users either on national, either on European level will be using the service, and we have to develop this service so interoperable that it will be really possible to use it either on national, either on European level. That's why I think following years, not just on European level, but also on national level, it will be crucial, and I think a lot of wonderful collaborations are ahead of us.
Super. Jesus, your Alastria infrastructure was one of the first, but more focused into the companies. Would you share with us your opinion on this question? National, European, integrated nationals, up to European. Please.
Yes, Nina. You can hear me, right? Because I
yeah, you
had
are
a problem.
driving.
Okay, my mother-in-law had a health problem. I am in the car, okay? But I couldn't miss this roundtable, okay? So I'm waiting right now. So sorry about the sound or whatever. In any case, I really think that there's not going to be a single network to rule the world. So there's going to be a lot of different networks, and they have to be interoperable, as all the other participants said. So we have to be able to make those networks interoperable. Now, having said that, we need the EPSI network is a critical pan-European infrastructure which can be used for any other network, okay? Now, speaking about national initiatives, okay, national or even bilateral or anything, because the networks should be created to solve real world problems, okay? Problems of the citizens, problems of the companies, the real economy and the real society. Now, having said that, in Spain, we started Alastria in Spain because we joined forces in Spain, okay? And then in other countries, it is normal that you start in one country. But to me, there is no limitation to create a network which crosses some boundaries if it makes sense. But at the end, there is going to be a long number of networks, maybe some networks related to some specific use case, but at the end, because they all have to be interoperable, interoperability is not just a technical term. You need a trust framework. And then the way to reach trust, not inside a single network, but across networks, maybe across borders, but inside a network crossing borders, if this network has to interoperate with another blockchain network, you need a trust framework. And I think that the EPSI network, apart from some services, is going to provide this trust framework thanks to basically the European self-sovereign identity and some other, let's say, basic services. So networks from the national perspective, yes, why not? But not just limited to this, okay?
Maybe from the perspective of more traditional, larger company, how you are transforming your mindset also into that national and also European cross-border interoperable infrastructures on blockchain?
Okay, hello to everybody. As I'm, let's say, more traditional corporate-oriented engineering person, and I'm enough into the technology like from early 80s, last centuries. So I was able to follow up the whole technology process in the IT industry for years, and I was acting in one of the technology providers or innovators or something like that, all the way that path. But I always thinking about on every new technology there is examples in history about electricity, electrification, let's say transport area, such things as railways, highways, and etc. So I cannot talk about from the just and solely from the perspective of the corporate business, because corporate business always has one particular goal to make a profit for their owners. And the influence on the society is just on the second place. And we see that lately in the last 10, 20 years or in 21st century particularly. But if we are talking about new technology, the basics must be somehow standardized on the beginning. So on the beginning is always very important to think about if this technology we are using, no matter that we will in some point of time use a different network and different approach to this technology to be available to the broader masses of the people and to help the society in some invention with that technology will help if we want to help the broader amount of people. It's not just to do for that people to make them consumers of that technology. So if we don't have them as just as consumers of that technology, so we must build the railway, we must build the highways, and as for now there is a strategic, always it was a strategic state influence to go with some standardization of the highways. So in the Europe, everybody is, for example, driving on one side of the road. So the railway has exactly the same proportion of the wideness. The trains are all the same, so they can cross the border, not as we used to have, for example, between Hungary and the rest of the Europe and Russia, when all the trains which are going to Russia must stop at the Russia border, so all the passengers must go out of the train which came from Europe and switch to the train which goes and goes around Russia, because they don't have the same wideness of the rail tracks. Okay, so that's the role of the state, because the state represents the society in the most broadest amount of people which are living in each state. And I believe that little by little we will get to the, let's say, standardized, a little bit more standardized, unified technology, which in the blockchain world, which will be able to build the common, let's say, few countries like Southeastern Europe or few countries in Central Europe can go, of course, together into the same basic technology. And we are here talking about, let's say, something which is known to us today as operating system. So the operating system started to blooming in some point of time. So it was like early 80s or later in 80s. But on the end, we came to the few operating systems when everybody can collaborate together and everything is connected. Today you have Windows, you have Unix, you have Linux, you have basic standardized operating systems, but they are all alike because on the basic things the standardization occurs. And they are available to everyone, as the railway, as the highway, as everything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Igor, Dr. Karol, can you tell us, you are at the beginning now of the development of the national blockchain infrastructure. What is the motive to develop the national one and not to just to borrow something that is already existing? And what we heard from Igor, it is the view of the traditional or conventional company that is also transforming itself into or digitally transforming, embracing new technologies. How the Institute, Ruđer Bošković, is approaching to this internal transformation of blockchain and or using blockchain technology, and what is your vision on this?
Yeah, thank you, Nena. I fully agree with Tadej, but I extend his standpoint. That means the hybrid technology is a most convenient model. That means top-down, bottom-up, but with a very hard coordination. This coordination is missing. We can make the constatation that we are now not in digital transformation. We are in digital reformation. We changing many things, many technologies, and the interoperability. That means that we need this to connect these technologies. This digital reformation must be done systematically, and the blockchain technology needs to be introduced and positioned in the European Strategic Forum on Research Infrastructure. That means ESFRI strategy. As we know, the last ESFRI roadmap is coming from 2018, when blockchain take off in Europe, and not include in ESFRI roadmap. So it is very important that we include or EPSI forming the strategic group inside the ESFRI, and harmonization for wider generic blockchain infrastructure. We need to harmonize EPSI with all other pan-European infrastructures. That means that the hybrid model is good, but we need the very, very hard coordination. So very important topics is a harmonization and implementation with other pan-European infrastructure already established as GÉANT, EGI, EOSC, and so on. Furthermore, a user-friendly infrastructure requires a unified user-friendly API and any other standardization about the program components, what we want to use, and everything is need the scientific and technology development approach under the very good coordination. So that is my standpoint, that Esri and EPSI need to lead all relevant topics and pull up with integration, compatibilization, and harmonization with interoperability with other sustainable national initiatives and actions.
Yeah, I agree. We shall think about broadening the use of EPSI or of national integrated infrastructures also in ESFRI area or other areas. But maybe the question for all, what do you think, what would be the common denominator for this integration, apart from standards, apart from harmonization, apart from everything that we know or that is still missing here within these technical solutions or within the chain? I'm asking this because we have sometimes questions, okay, we do not have unique standards for this. We do not have harmonized onboarding system. We don't have harmonized APIs. We have a lot of blockchains that need to understand each other. What should be the main element for the blockchains or for the infrastructures to understand each other and to be interoperable within this what we have at the moment, not within this what we still need to develop for that interoperability? Then I will ask the participants.
Hello, you hear me? Hello, this is Pietro. Yes,
thank you.
From the sky. So I would like to give you a simple answer. At the moment, we can think of interoperability mostly at use case level and at, let's say, business level. So we have to talk the same language somehow at the business level. As from technology level, from one side, is never a big deal to integrate two technologies if we don't require, let's say, things that are really not applicable. So 99% of the problems are always coming from different standards in data formats, in data structures, and how we represent our information. The rest is, I would say, let me make it as easy as possible, normal administration from technology-driven say tools or infrastructures.
Okay, thank you very much. Tadej?
Common denominator. I would suggest concretely, walking the talk. For example, I can explain how, for example, Alastria and HashNet is cooperating on one concrete use case that we would like to then develop also into a kind of use case also cross-border, cross-network, where we are trying to integrate concretely on our two networks self-sovereign identity for companies. Through these concrete activities, for example, the business side we have on the table, but also concrete, also other questions appearing when you are doing such activities. And I would suggest, like EPSI started, first infrastructure, first use case, second use case, integration, all activities related to this also on national, but also on cross-border level. I see that through these activities, we are then answering all the questions, all the issues step by step. Not to wait for all regulation, for all the solutions to be already regulated. I think a lot we can learn through this approach, that we do something and fixing in the same time.
Thank you, Tadej.
Nena, if...
Yeah, you may, please.
Yeah, because as Tadej mentioned, sorry, let me start the video. Okay. I would say that there are two things that I think they are critical, and it's good that we have EPSI and so on, but we have to agree across all blockchain networks and across countries. One is digital identity, okay, which can be divided, in my opinion, in digital identity for citizens and digital identity for companies. Then you have digital identity for things, okay. Digital identity for citizens is much more complex, as you know. There is an initiative and so on, but digital identity for businesses should be easier because of privacy issues or any other things, but it is much easier, but it can be very beneficial to the economy and to the provision of services from the governments, because the governments are juridical entities also. So I think that this is a first step we have all to enter, because it's easier, because we can do things which are useful. Basically, the GDP of the company, the economy, is basically companies, okay, talking together in a logistic chain. And then trust framework, which is together with the digital identity. The trust framework is exactly this complement to the technology, which allows you to have use cases crossing different blockchain networks and maybe different countries, but without a trust framework covering whether one entity in a blockchain network can trust another entity in another blockchain network, then it is very, very difficult to do cross-border, cross-blockchain or cross-infrastructure things, okay? So I think those two are critical. And then also another one, which is data models, okay, or data dictionaries. And I think that we should be able to integrate something which already exists in the European Union framework, which is the context broker, the connecting facility, okay, context broker, which has defined already a standard. Well, ETSI has defined a standard, let's say, data model, which is JSON LD based, and anything that we do on the credentials, on the use case and so on, I think that they should speak a common technical language for the data models. Then, of course, every use case has their own problems. And as Pietro said, okay, this is business as usual. But I think that the data model for the exchange of information across blockchain networks and across countries should be based on a standard data model, okay, or ontology, which is already existing, okay? So we have to pick all the pieces together and then join them in an integrated way.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you totally, but this was the question that I meant to ask at the end of the
Sorry.
No, it's perfect, because I have another one. Yeah, and maybe the framework for the data model, maybe not, because we have the digital identity for the companies, okay, for materials, for things, for everything, and maybe we shall somehow define a format of the data model, not data model for each thing as such. But this should be the challenge for the future development. Maybe on this question, our participants have to have something else, something in mind, and then we will switch to that question that we started already.
So, yeah, just to add something on the standardization. First, sooner or later, we will get to some obstacles with the, let's say, 50% of the networking model on the blockchain. First of all, because of the sustainable energy, and we already seen the increasing of electrical consumption in the world because of the blockchain and because of the mining and because of all other things we are trying to do with the new technology. And I can tell you that it's very significant. So because of the mining and data centers which are dealing with the blockchain, so the Earth consumption of electrical energy jumped from 5 to 8% just for the data centers. Okay, so from 5 to 8% of consumption of electrical energy in the world, it's 3%, but imagine what you will have when you combine let's say, the progress of the blockchain, which are today at, let's say, up to 5%. I don't believe it's more outside in the world as implementation, and put on that the 5G technology, which enables us to transfer enormous amount of data, let's say 10, 20, 100 times much more data within some period of time. But behind that, you must have obviously the data centers, which will push all those data all the time, okay? So in the end, if we are not looking on the sustainable technology, which will not be, so I'm against, so I can openly say that. So I'm completely against proof of work because it's not sustainable. So calculation based on the processor power, which is getting more and more complicated, it's not the way we are going. And this will be maybe using in some part, in some bordering part of this technology, but we must go and look and see and find sustainable way of that technology. As for anything else, so if you build a locomotive and it consumes a ton of oil per hour, it's not. If you then have 100,000 of 1 million of locomotives which are going on the railway, it's not sustainable. So there should be some kind of standardization, and we should look on that standardization together with sustainable building of the whole world with that technology.
Thank you, Igor. Maybe Mike.
I might answer to, given in response to this. As I laid out in my presentation, proof of work can be sustainable. And if a train with 1 ton of oil brings you 3 kilometers or to the Mars or Uranus or wherever, this makes a huge difference to the system. So it can be sustainable, and it is necessary to use proof of work for certain data. If you are dealing with a network, if you want to use a blockchain-ish network of distributed, a partially distributed network, and and people who are in this network and trust each other already at some point of form, okay, you can use a private blockchain, it's okay. But if it's a network where people are, or parties are dealing with each other that are not trusted to each other, yeah, proof of work is needed to give immutable proof to the transaction, to the data, to the value that is being sent. So it's highly necessary also to use proof of work for certain actions.
Okay, Dr. Scala, do you have any opinion on this? Because I will try to summarize this discussion as we are approaching to the end. Yeah.
We heard many real critics about the problem about the data, because now we are living in a big data era, and everything is happening, and blockchain is applicable on the right data, but the data model is not recognized sufficient, and the best challenge is optimizing the data models, and what we need to do in the future, it is standardization of digital objects. Now we haven't standard for digital objects, and many problems we have in artificial intelligence regarding that. And the same situation will be in a blockchain application. It will be used in use cases in our national or regional infrastructures. So I think that the most important challenge is the data model, the digital object standardization, and all over the software components in blockchain infrastructure. That is a very, very big challenge for us in the future.
Very much. I think that we touched many things now that would enable us to talk another 1 hour and a half. But maybe just to summarize and your final thoughts. First, we heard that we need digital identity of the things and some kind of common data model, okay, or framework for the identification of the relevant data. Then we heard about the need for sustainability, but here we have proof of work, which reminds me on this the beginnings of blockchain, when we started to think how to integrate this, how what the capabilities of the infrastructure should be. And here maybe proof of work should be indicated in the connecting other technologies to blockchain technology. So this convergence moment, I think that it has to be addressed and overcome also to ensure the sustainability. And the third thing is really how to think about converging technologies as such that would embrace the data requirements or metadata requirements, the digital identities of the things, of companies, of persons, and also the relevant data that should be collected and structured through AI and machine learning processes and through IoT devices. But what would be the stage of the connecting these advanced digital technologies to blockchain, which is more advanced, as we know now, because we are in the proof of stake or proof of authority already. How should we behave here when we are facing the new challenge of integrating with new technologies as such? Pietro?
Yes.
Can I add?
Please, go ahead.
I believe that proof of work will finish as a Wankel motor. So you have something which is which looks let's say sustainable, and which looks fast, and which looks like everything you desired, and it consumes enough for the certain time, but on the end it will finish as a Wankel motor. So somewhere in the past. So to prove that, so imagine if you have let's say 50% more implementation of the blockchain, and imagine what will happen with the electrical grid. So you have today some cities in the European Union, in Netherlands, in Belgium, and all around, which build enormous data centers to be able to provide their citizens with all kinds of data through the digital television, internet, and etc., etc. They are not able to put the electrical network around the suburbs, so that the suburbs, in the case of the consumption of those data centers, which are today in the suburbs, can have the same quality of electricity in their homes, because there are peaks of electrical jumping for the data centers, which brings down the grid in the suburbs for domestic appliances and everything else. Okay? So we are heading somewhere not to think about consumption of energy. Everything is okay if you have one locomotive going 100 kilometers from London to somewhere else, okay, and it consumes 10 tons of oil per hour. That's cool. That's cool. You have one locomotive. When you have 100,000 locomotives, then there is an obstacle for doing that. So you must bring that energy to the source which consumes that same energy. And we don't have that energy, and we don't have it today for the future. So we must think about something for providing data which will not consume so much energy. But okay, we will see. Maybe we will find the source of the energy which will be forever and which will goes with our needs for the data and for every types of next technology which will came. But I doubt that the data and consumption of energy should progress like it progresses now.
So I think the attribution of the energy consumption to proof of work is wrong at that point. The thing is, we all are dealing with much more data also in the upcoming years, more and more data. And this to access to databases, to clouds, to this access to the data, this is actually energy consuming. This is what needs a lot of energy. Yeah, not the proof of work at that point.
Okay, I actually wanted, no. Igor, I actually wanted to.
How much?
Igor.
It's an oligarch system. Oligarch system where people who have enough money can manipulate the system.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
The Chinese is 70% of
the Chinese
today they manipulate the whole business of the coin market today.
Okay, can I stop this discussion?
We will continue this off stage.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to say, listen, I wanted to say that blockchain technology is maybe in more advanced stage than others that has to be connected with blockchain technology. And this is not the discussion you have now, because the sustainability is something that can be attributed to this, and not the main point that we want to achieve today with the integrating of the technologies. No.
The point of government state is to provide standardization and to think about, and so the point of the states and the state government is something what we are trying to do all together for the society, not for the corporate business. Corporate business doesn't care about consumption of electricity. Corporate business cares just for one thing, for their profit until it lasts. Okay.
Yeah, they have to be socially responsible, so they...
Can I take it here?
Yeah.
Also, Igor, to reply to you, we have really straight direction, also European, national level, and that blockchain have to be green, have to be sustainable, and it's direction that we are all following. But to answer to your question, I don't agree. Actually, we were waiting that blockchain technology scale up so that they can be now used together with others who are much faster. And scalability issue now is being developed on the level that we really are facing the real use cases in industry, in different particular fields that now finally we have the solutions, technical solutions that we can merge technologies like IoT with AI and blockchain infrastructures. But I would add some other concerns related to how fast we are actually developing not just infrastructure but also use cases, comparing to what is actually going on the, let's say, technology markets on the field of blockchain. Here I can see my concern that we are not fast enough. We are not fast enough. For example, we have our colleague Philippe Rixen still with us here explaining a lot of activities, for example, on the field of European copyright infrastructure, where a lot of concrete solutions could be developed also using blockchain technologies, but we are still lacking such infrastructures. On the other side, we see NFTs as a big boom, not just hype, but also solutions who are partly solving the issue of copyrights already being developed and used. But what is my concern is if member states, if European Union will be fast enough building infrastructure and building so comprehensive use cases that they will be relevant. I'm afraid that if we will not be fast enough, all activities that we are being developed, of course it will be developed somewhere in the near future, but I'm afraid that they will not be relevant as they could be if we will move faster.
Yeah, okay. I can agree with you, but in any case, what do you think, Pietro? I'm still waiting somebody to defend me
yes.
in my thoughts.
Listen, I would say that, first of all, I agree with Tadej, and I believe we need to be faster. We have always been a little bit ahead of the others, and we have to keep being ahead because the others are moving fast. On the green part, I would say I agree with the concept of both other colleagues, but there are two generic statements. There is not a statement that says this is green, this is not green. Means reducing consumption has to be analyzed deeply, because when we speak about data and a blockchain, I believe one of our child see one movie on Netflix consume more data and more traffic and more power than all the transaction in blockchain in 1 year. So at the end, when you put numbers down, you have to put numbers with an appropriate calculation. Otherwise, we may confuse and we may miss the point. One of our jobs when we want to be green is to calculate every possible factor and understand what is the best process. That's why we are very considering processes, because these are the ones that we found they are more effective in reducing the consumption. That's why blockchain is very important, because bring processes, simplify processes, and we don't need 100 trains. We need one. Maybe the one will consume more than the train of the last year, but we need only one. Why before we need hundreds? Now, to make a paraphrase what our colleague was telling. So that's our objective, to reduce the processes. And as we said before, to reduce this, we need a common language in the way that we can understand each other. We talk in the same language, and that's it. So if we achieve this fastly, rapidly, as Tadej was pointing out, and this is very important, we will be more effective than anything we had done before.
I fully agree, Pietro. We are not in green, we are in red. And we need to optimizing the processes, but this is a very complex problem to solving that. So I think that we need to optimizing the computing paradigm, that we need to use data flow and control flow computing models and the data science models and so on. It is a big challenge for optimizing and to going to the green phase of our technology future. So I think that we are on the digital decade, going toward the Industry 5.0, and it is very, very important to solving all these, as I said, digital revolutionary questions and topics. it is not easy, and I think that in total the energy problem will be solved with quantum computing and any other new computing platforms. In this computing von Neumann principle cannot solve all these huge big data and high performance computing power requirements.
Jesus, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, your final thoughts, please.
Okay.
You are now in the third place.
Yes, I was traveling. Okay, so let me give my opinion on this on the two subjects. First, the networks that interest me or where I am interested are basically all permission. Okay, so this is blockchain networks provided by the governments to provide better services to citizens and businesses, or companies with companies for the real economy and the real society. Okay, so if a network is permission, then the choice or the number of consensus algorithms that you can choose is very big, okay, and including proof of work, okay, so you can run proof of work in a permission network. Having said that, okay, you are not forced to choose proof of work for a permission network. You can choose whatever suits the objectives of the network, okay, and then you have to balance sustainability with the objectives, okay. And by the way, because proof of work was created or is very powerful because it gives you a consensus algorithm in the presence of anonymous participants. But when the participants are not anonymous and it's a permission network, you can choose any other. Having said that, in the real economy, I have never found a use case which needs proof of work, okay? And proof of work can be made more sustainable than Bitcoin, of course, as we have been looking at this here, okay? But it doesn't mean that is more sustainable than any other protocol. And then you can choose the protocols because there is not an absolute sustainability. As Pietro said, is you have something greener or with less consumption for this use case than some other things. So there is a partial order on this, okay? So at the end, I'm not in favor of proof of work, even though it can be used if it justifies the need, okay? But having said that, I haven't found any need for a permission network. For a non-permission network, yes, of course, but not for the kind of networks that I am interested in. And having said that, most blockchain networks and most consensus algorithms right now insist on having a total global order of everything happening in the blockchain network, okay? So total order means that all the events, all the happenings, all the transactions have to be ordered in a global order, okay? This is killing flies with cannons, as we say, because this is too much for the real economy. Imagine a diploma that a university in Germany gives to a citizen, okay, at one point in time. Why do we have to have a global order of this event with a diploma being issued by a Spanish university to another citizen, okay? So they can be simultaneous. Or a food traceability event in Finland. Do they have to be globally ordered? No. In the real world, the real economy is very, very concurrent. And blockchains right now are not massively concurrent. So I expect, because we are right now beginning with the technology. The technology is not mature. It's mature for many use cases, but not for the real big objective, which is putting all the real economy use cases on top of blockchains to get this trusted interchange of information and value. There is no blockchain technology currently which supports this. So we need a new generation of blockchain consensus algorithms and blockchain technology that supports this high concurrency of events in the real world, okay? So the ordering of events has to be aligned with the real use cases, which is not happening right now. And again, we are killing flies with cannons. And in terms of sustainability, it means that we are going to improve because blockchain technology is improving very, very fast. And I expect this to be just a trend. So we need researchers, we need companies, we need governments to invest in new consensus algorithms, which are more sustainable, but which can be used for achieving the objectives. Okay.
And we need more money to support this and to support this development and
Yes.
hold the research and the governmental actions for this. Thank you very much. We need to finish because we have at 5 o'clock another panel. I enjoyed in this discussion, maybe I can use Pietro's words that we are ahead, but we need to be even more ahead from the development of the other technologies so that we can embrace the technologies to the blockchain infrastructure and services. Thank you very much. I invite you now, you also to join us at the policy discussion which we have with EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum, and maybe we can find it something interesting in this as well. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Inside of the state network, you don't, inside of the state
Policy.
Okay. Thank you. I still hear some noise from the...
Yeah, you hear?
Yes. Okay. This is great. So welcome everyone. I hope that you had a good session. This session is the policy dialogue, as moderator of the previous session has said. My name is Paula Grzegorzewska, and I will moderate this debate. I am a member of the team of the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, where I organize the work of the expert panel that is supporting our work with their great expertise. It's over 100 global experts that are providing great knowledge. But today we will discuss some of the policy questions related to blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. And with this panel, we want to bring the discussion forward, consider challenges and opportunities, and try to answer some of the major questions regarding regulation and support for blockchain development. I welcome our panelists for today. I will let them introduce themselves, each taking a couple of minutes, maybe 2, 3, to just provide us with their position and what they focus on. So maybe let's start with Pierre.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, more exactly, everyone. Very pleased to be with you again during this European Blockchain Week. I'm Pierre Marot. I work for the European Commission in the DG Connect and in the unit Digital Innovation and Blockchain. My experience within the Commission is I started in coordination for different programs that we initiated or we implemented in the past. And I had also a specific experience for access to finance. So maybe your question about investment could have a specific, could sound specifically for me. And some years ago, we started to have a closer interest in for the blockchain phenomenon, and as it was reminded by Nena Kozov at the beginning of the week, one of the first events that I attended and which was really inspiring was a session in Slovenia. So meanwhile, we have worked a lot with our colleagues, with Lucas, one of my colleagues, and we have launched different initiatives to which I will come back during the discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Pierre. Maybe now let's stay with the Commission. Lucas, can you unmute yourself?
I'm policy officer as Pierre in DG Connect. I'm a lawyer by training. I have 18 years ago passed my bar exam in Austria, so not so far away from Ljubljana. And in my past life, I've worked about 10 years in the finance sector, first as an attorney at law and then later in DG Competition in the antitrust field in retail banking, wholesale banking, capital markets, insurance. That is also the reason how I came into blockchain, is because I was working for 1 year at the University of Berkeley in America, 2016. to conduct research on fintech for the Commission. And during that year, there was a big ICO boom of blockchain. Everybody wanted to know about blockchain in Europe. So I pivoted from fintech into blockchain, and I enrolled in blockchain courses there and tried to understand what this is, this unpermissioned blockchains, this decentralization and disintermediation. And I found it absolutely fascinating. So that's why, in the end, I'm now working in DG Connect and no longer in antitrust. I'm responsible here in the unit for legislative initiatives related to blockchain, the blockchain regulation. I've been working on the MiCA regulation pilot. I'm involved in the IDAS review as far as blockchain is concerned. And I'm also, in terms of our portfolio, looking a bit into blockchain in the energy sector. Energy, where I've been working also in Ljubljana before, when I was involved in setting up the ACER, Energy Regulatory Coordination Agency in Ljubljana. So that's a bit of my portfolio. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope I can contribute to the discussion.
Thank you, Lucas, and with the local ambiance as well, even though we are all not in Ljubljana. And now Nate, please.
Thank you. It's great to continue from to pick up from two guys who have so much connections with Ljubljana, and it's amazing to see that Ljubljana did make a name for itself also in this field. My name is Nate Novak. I am the founder of NLaw. NLaw is a law firm with offices in Ljubljana and Croatia. And most of our focus is actually into advising entrepreneurs and investors in the venture capital space. I am also personally one of early adopters in the blockchain. So one of those enthusiasts when the world of blockchain was only Bitcoin and nothing else, and we were looking at it to see what's going to happen to it. I've been very fortunate in my life and career that when I was still a trainee, I've made good friends who became really successful blockchain entrepreneurs, and that's how I ended up together with NLaw also advising many companies who were developing and are still developing blockchain solutions. Today, what we continue to do is not only work in the venture capital space, the technology space, but we have a special focus also on the regulatory issues related to blockchain applications. And we're really proud that we had the opportunity to walk this journey so far with these entrepreneurs, colleagues from the European Commission who've been working really hard in the last years to figure out what's happening and how to assist. And as well, as numerous individuals from also the Slovenian government to kind of help the industry scale. And I can only say I'm excited about the future of the blockchain and also this panel today.
Okay, thank you. We'll surely discuss the future of blockchain. But maybe let's start a bit more. Let's start with an overarching question, because we know that quite some member states and also some countries globally have introduced several policy initiatives and actual legislation, as well as some investment or any other elements of the of the whole ecosystem that is supporting the blockchain developments. But I would like to ask you, what do you think is more important if Europe actually wants to foster this ecosystem of blockchain and all related technologies? What is more important, the investment in the EU's private sector capacity, or strengthening and clarifying the, of course, as we know, quite fragmented legal framework and developing relevant policies? Maybe Pierre, if you have something to say about it.
Yes, thanks, Paula. I mean, that's a question that I would like not to say one is more important than the other. I mean, it's not a very surprising answer, but of course, those two things, investment and regulation, are very important in our mix of policies. But what we have tried to develop and what we are still developing at the Commission level over the recent years is indeed a mix of instrument or initiative which aims to be as let's say as coherent, but also as holistic, this famous word. And we started small. We started, by the way, by launching this European Blockchain Observatory and Forum. I mean, at the time it was another team, but it was a very helpful initiative for us, and I think a successful initiative in order to draw the attention of different stakeholders on what is blockchain, also to help to demystify blockchain, not to continue to confuse blockchain with Bitcoin. This was really one of the key first action for us. And this is something that we are continuing to support, and we continue to consider that it is an important element in our policy. Is first to continue to monitor the trends, to meet experts, to organize this type of exchange about different views, to have a better understanding about what are the implications, to have a better understanding what are the implications in terms of regulation, but not only, and also for people to understand better what is at stake. So that was, if you want, the first historic big activities that we initiated in our unit, and this is something that we are glad to continue. I'm not going to say in all the order, but was equally important for us was to start this dialogue also with member states in order that since the beginning to team together and to try to harmonize our view, our understanding through what we have created, this European Blockchain Partnership, which was a successful initiative in the sense that we start already with almost all the member states plus Norway and Liechtenstein joining this partnership. And we have, not every week, but every month, additional countries, which may be not in the European economic areas, but we want also to participate in a way or the other to this partnership. The partnership aims to stimulate, to boost the blockchain ecosystem in Europe, but it has a more specific objective to develop the European blockchain service infrastructure, which was discussed in the previous session, and that maybe we'll come back to that later. But it was, of course, a very important and is, of course, still one of the major actions that we are in our policy mix. Then, and Lucas can come back to it because he has played a very important role in the first implementation, but it was equally important to establish a dialogue with industry, not only industry within Europe, but also beyond Europe, and also to see with all those different partners how we can, let's say, reinforce the governance, the interoperability aspect, and this is another important instrument that we have initiated. It is also through this INATBA association that we have also established a dialogue at international level between different authorities. So it's another important element. Now, to come back to your point about investment, we support different type of investment in Europe. The first one, we have a research and innovation program, and actually we have been an important contributor to different projects in the past years with I think more than 60 or 70 projects which have been funded for more than 200 million through grants, in order to facilitate cooperation through a research innovation project. But we have also launched, let's say, with the European Investment Fund, an investment scheme in order to support the venture capital investing in AI, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. So those who put those two technologies at the core of their strategy. The regulatory framework is indeed very important, so we'll have the opportunity to come back to it in a more detailed way. So I will let Lucas to elaborate more on it. But of course, it's absolutely vital that we provide as part of our vision for the ecosystem. We provide also legal certainty as much as we can, because it's not granted per se. As much as we can in order for people to be able not only to develop their solution within their own country or within their own sector, but also to be able to do it all across Europe and also cutting across the different sectors of activities. And this is still a real challenge. And perhaps one of the aspects which is difficult with the regulation is that when we regulate at European Commission level, even if we go through a regulation and not a directive, we always need to be cautious about the harmonized approach, in particular for what concerns the implementation. That's one thing to have a good text, but the implementation is equally important. And this is often where the challenge are. One approach that we are developing now and is to complement those regulations also with what we call the sandbox approach. And this is something that we aim to develop in the coming months and years, in particular with the support of all the member states through the Open Blockchain Partnership. That's really something that can help to make a better understanding between the regulators and the entrepreneurs, the innovators, and also to help also for the harmonization of the interpretation of the implementation, sorry, of the rules. And we have, of course, other action in our policy mix, the support to standardization, which is very important. The support to skills development. We have launched this CHASE project, which was a subject of one specific session during this week. And without, we have not finished our work, of course not, but I think that it gives already an overview that it's not only a choice between investment and regulation, but there is much more to do if we want to support an ecosystem all across Europe or within Europe. I stop here.
Thank you. I mean, that was quite a broad overview, and I mean, of course, you know, a mix seems like a good idea. But I was wondering what Nate has to say about it from the more private sector perspective. And again, the question is slightly, you know, more investment or policy, or just, you know, like what would you put more focus on in the current landscape?
So in a way, it's a chicken and the egg problem. But what we see today is there is a huge competition, a race taking place globally on which jurisdiction offers a better regulatory environment and which jurisdictions offer a better place to live. The new generation of entrepreneurs are, you know, digital nomads. They don't care where they are, or they don't care if they move every second month. They're, you know, one day they are in Bali working from the beach, next day they are somewhere in Europe, and a week later somewhere in the USA. There is an ongoing competition of capital and entrepreneurs looking into where to incorporate and where to be physically based. And this is not a single question anymore, it's two separate questions. What we've seen also from the experience of the last years in Europe, and Lucas and Pierre are going to be able probably to give more insight into this, it's how difficult it is actually to regulate something very new, something very different, in a way that you not obstruct it, but that you help it grow, that you help it, you know, that you facilitate it, and that entrepreneurs and capital both recognize an opportunity in Europe, that this is a place to be for what they're developing, for the project that they are creating. I think this is an extremely tricky task to get done. And what I think is that there are several levels to it. One level, which is very important, is firstly removing the existing obstacles. I think blockchain, more than any other technology before, gave us a lesson on technology neutrality when it comes to regulating. Because blockchain is one of those technologies that not only deliver or bring an improvement into how we can get something done, but it's one of the technologies that materially impact the way stakeholders, individuals in the end, behave, interact, get things done. It enabled us to do certain things that it was very difficult to achieve with the technology we had before. You know, blockchain is still just a database, but it's a database that functions differently from the databases that, you know, the tech companies and individuals used before. And because of that, it's very difficult to, you know, get your mind around it, to really understand what it can be done, what should be done, and what shouldn't be done when using it. In that sense, I'm a strong believer that maybe sometimes those who really consider this as you know, running long distances get it done better in the end, because they don't obstruct, prevent, or block development happening while trying to, maybe with a good intent, helping the industry. I think we've seen this process taking place in Europe. We've seen this on individual countries trying to adopt that logic, and we've seen this on the EU Commission level. What I think the next really important thing is going to be is that when the technology scales and new models appear, that we're going to see regulation that's going to still be functional and facilitating also when this happens. When we started, also when the European Commission started looking into blockchain, there were, for instance, no non-fungible tokens. Today we have them, and we already see that what everyone was the way everyone was thinking about tokens 2 years ago is now slightly shifting. 2 years ago there was focus on ICOs. There are some tokens being sold, and everyone was massively buying them. And the concerns were somewhere completely elsewhere where they are today. So I think being very cautious about what we do, and really thinking about how to remove the obstacles and facilitate what we see happening in the market is the key to success. And I actually, I'm a lawyer, so maybe this is my natural way of thinking, but I'm a strong believer in the fact that where you have a very favorable regulatory environment, the capital comes in sooner or later, and the best talent from the whole world starts pouring in sooner or later. And I think this is what we as Europeans want to achieve here, I guess.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it seems like quite a positive view on the future, but maybe let's discuss some of the steps that have been taken recently, especially by the Commission. And I would like to ask you, Lucas, if you could say a bit more on the goals of the digital finance package and the strategy, of course, and how it's supporting all these goals and this pretty complex framework of very different initiatives and ways to implement all these ambitious goals.
So in terms of the reasons why we adopted a digital finance strategy in 2020, I think in September it was 2 years ago, is really the context. It's the context of the COVID pandemic that really showed us how important it is to have the right digital tools at our disposal. It's the context of an ever faster innovation cycle in technology, and it's the context of the Green Deal. And the most important priorities that we have set in a digital finance strategy are really about allowing financial firms to scale. So it comes down to removing obstacles that fragment our European digital single market and make it difficult for innovative firms in the financial sector to scale up. So what does this entail? It entails, in particular, an appropriate legal framework for crypto assets, where we have a situation still today that the concept, for instance, of a financial instrument is interpreted very differently across the European Union, which exposes startups to risks in the area of initial coin offerings, in the area of offering stable coins and so forth. Is it a financial instrument? Is it not a financial instrument? Is a question that is still being answered differently when you issue in Scandinavia, if you issue in France, issue in Germany. So that is being tackled. This market fragmentation is really tackled with the markets in crypto asset regulation. At the same time, we are trying to help regulators get a grip and a very good understanding of this technology. Decentralized technologies are hard to understand for regulators because it's so difficult to find the regulatory access point. In a completely permissionless system, who is the one who is responsible? It's a question that a lot of regulators are asking themselves, and they have to cooperate with one another. And what we are doing here, and this comes back to something that Pierre mentioned, is that we want to connect innovation facilities and regulatory sandboxes at the national level in a pan-European scheme. It's going to be a regulatory sandbox specifically for the fintech sector that our colleagues in DG FISMA are developing with us in cooperation, and another regulatory sandbox at the level of the European blockchain partnership that will be sponsored under the Digital Euro program. So that's for market fragmentation, but it doesn't stop here. It goes further because we also need to think about how do we apply our anti-money laundering rules, for instance, which affects very much also the blockchain sector and the use of blockchain technologies and cryptocurrencies. If the concept for customer due diligence is so different from one member state to another, again, startups in the cryptocurrency sector find it very difficult to offer the services. And it continues with the concept of the digital identity. It has been referred to before. The concept of digital identity is still very much fragmented. This is a very important initiative that's been referred to in the digital finance strategy that our colleagues in the IDAS unit have taken up. So the proposal for a European digital identity wallet is extremely important to federate national initiatives to give customers one access in order to save their credentials, in order to use these credentials also for financial services across the border, invest across the border, make payments, work across the border. So that's about market fragmentation. Then we very much want also in the digital finance strategy to make best use of the data economy. So the data economy nowadays, data are as important an asset in finance as they are as infrastructures have been in the past. Having an effective payments infrastructure has been key in the past. Today, it's also having access to data. So to make most of data, and this is where blockchain will come in, we need to connect the data pools of different financial institutions. We need to help financial institutions, the fintech companies, as much as the banks, to pool their knowledge in order to develop new financial instruments, in order to grow these markets. And that blockchain can play a big role, because blockchain is the way to track and trace where data come from, to establish in an immutable manner how data have been shared, how they have been remunerated, and we want to support it. We want to support this with flanking measures, legislation, the DSA, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, but also with our Data Act, the upcoming Data Act, and the Data Governance Act that are pushing into this direction of creating financial data spaces where blockchain can play a big role. And then finally, another big important leg of the digital finance strategy, and I'm going to end here, is of course cybersecurity, because without security for our financial markets, there cannot be digital markets at all. And in order to support this cybersecurity, we have taken a number of measures, amongst them a legislative proposal, the Digital Operational Resilience Directive for the sector that should strengthen the warning mechanisms in the financial sector. And this is of particular importance also for cryptocurrencies, where we know there have been systemic problems with digital wallets. So I'll stop there as an introduction to the topic.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I wonder if Nate or Pierre have any thoughts on this, because we sort of opened the huge subject of the digital finance strategy and the goals that are connected to this. But yeah, I was wondering what are the biggest challenges that you see in rolling it out, and also in providing this less fragmented framework. I don't know if Pierre, you feel like responding to this. Also Nate, feel free to jump in.
About specifically for the digital finance strategy, I think that Lucas can dig in the case a bit more than myself. If it is about the fragmentation in general, I mean, this is something to which we are confronted almost every day in many regulations, and what we want to introduce, in particular with this partnership on a European sandbox or a sandbox of the European Blockchain Partnership, is really that we can, let's say, confront the different position of the different regulators between them, but also between the view of the entrepreneurs, and Nate has insisted on the fact that for many of the new entrepreneurs, in particular in the blockchain arena and in the digital arena, broadly speaking, there is no more country, there is no more frontier, and even if we can push the frontier beyond Europe, but there are some limitation about the framework in which we can work. But the point is really through this initiative to be able to go through this joint interpretation of the rules this, let's say, exchange of experience between the position taken by different regulators that are confronted to specific questions of entrepreneurs through the dialogue that they have. And just to give an example, Lucas and myself, also at the institution level, we are always often confronted to the difficulty to establish a dialogue, not the difficulty to establish a dialogue, but the difficulty to have a clear understanding about what the decentralized model introduced by blockchain means in terms of data protection regulation, for instance. And I think that any of us, and it's probably the case of the different participants in this session, in particular the entrepreneurs, they are always confronted about this still, let's say, nuances at the best or divergence, which is also often the case between different regulators. So that's the objective. Now, how to put it in place is quite a challenge, because it means first to be able to organize this dialogue between different countries and at European level. It means also that we are talking about different regulation, that could be also sectoral regulation. And that's a big challenge that we have in front of us. But when I say in front of us, it's not only the Commission, but it's also the member state colleagues that will work on this challenge. But I have nothing specific to add, but perhaps after Nedj, Lucas can complement about the specific objective in the context of digital finance.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lucas, do you have something to add on the more policy side? Because then we can go a bit more into the entrepreneur's point of view.
I would be thrilled to hear Nate's give us his viewpoint. I think we civil servants have talked already.
I think I can answer. I can maybe comment further on this together with a question I received here, which I think was sent directly to me. So maybe I'll read it out. I'm sure Tjerk won't mind, because I really like the question. He's saying the digital nomads. I don't know. Maybe she. I don't know. I can't read it from the name. Sorry. But the digital nomads are not so many in numbers. Most people still like the safety of a state. Banks were bailed out in the 2008 crisis. Who will save your global digital nomads when their crypto gambling game collapses? Then the beach on Bali becomes a very hostile place to be. I think heavily regulated tech in the long run creates a lot more stability than the El Salvadors of this world, let's say. How do you see this? Am I sounding old? Actually, I don't think it's all way of thinking. I think it's actually a very legitimate and very reasonable way of thinking about it. But here's my 50 cents on it. Firstly, when I speak about digital nomads, I speak generally about the new generation, not only entrepreneurs, but also maybe experts who like to not be tied to a certain location that much. And we see this not just within Europe. Within Europe, we have a lot of mobility. We have Erasmus. We have Society of Erasmus babies. So not just mobility on the European level, but also on global level. And I'm very happy to see that several EU countries also adopted this logic. We've seen the digital nomad visa appear recently, and we have some better and some not so good experience with countries implementing it. Nevertheless, our neighbor Croatia, implemented the system, and they've been happy with the results they've seen so far. By the way, we are publishing a blog on this topic later on today, so those interested, you might want to check it out. But this is just the way the reality works today. People tend to be very location agnostic, and we should help them, not really, kind of fight against this. On heavily regulated tech, I'm very reserved, to be honest. We should regulate behaviors, not technology. That's something where we should draw the line. We should leave up to the entrepreneurs to choose how and which technology they use to solve an entrepreneurial issue. I think in that sense, I'm not a huge fan of regulating tech, but I do agree with the point that smart regulation helps develop sustainable, secure, stable businesses that can develop and grow in the long run. And this is actually what I was talking about earlier. And I think that in a way, Europeans' approach is, I really approve of it. Maybe there could, if I can not criticize, but kind of be suggestive. I think that, both on the EU regulation level and on many state levels, there are still many, maybe not whole pieces of regulation, but just articles that prevent certain market behavior, which is perfectly fine. We still see some friction in the AML regulation and the identity, and how the fintechs and also other businesses sometimes struggle to identify and check the identity of their users, and that it often turns out to be a very pricey part of their business, which is an issue, especially in their early stage. And when it comes to El Salvador, I think I'm not. You might be surprised, but I'm not a huge fan of their attempt. I think they haven't really thought it through very well. I applaud them for the courage, for the idea, for their attempt to kind of improve the monetary situation of the country. I'm not really sure if they thought it that well through, and I think they're going to struggle on the way. But I think in the end, it's going to be a reality to see these kind of attempts. I think El Salvador is not the first one, not the last one. I don't think they're the ones who are going to get it done right. And before I stop, there was also a question about the sandboxes. And I think Lucas and Pierre had some really good input on this as well. And I'm very excited about the EU working in this direction. Regulatory sandboxes are a funny thing. Essentially what they mean is that you tell someone in the market, hey, you can do this, which is maybe contrary against the current regulation, and you can do it under certain conditions. And there is tons of very interesting articles from, drafted by lawyers about why this is great or why this is a terrible idea. But I think we should have two things in mind. I think number one is, especially in the fintech area, compliance can be a very expensive thing in the beginning when companies are just started and they're trying to test something in the market. And I think the comfort of going into a regulatory sandbox and saying, hey, we want to try this, and we just want to see if it works, and can you give us some comfort in this, and that you can find someone who's going to give you comfort of that. I think it's essential to building new business models in the economy. And I think that's a great thing. We should, though, keep in mind that access to the market and speed of moving is essential when you start introducing this practice. So when someone who is starting with a new service, new product, can, within the privilege of regulatory sandbox, try something to see if it works, and then works toward implementing it in a fully compliant way, or the other way, the regulators or the legislator figuring out that there is something, that they've learned something from it and that they should change something in the existing regulation. So this is a little bit of feedback to the questions I've seen here, but I think there's more coming in mind.
Yeah, also thank you to the audience for asking the questions, and I encourage you to ask those questions. I'm not sure if we will be able to answer all of them, but of course we'll try. But actually, Nate, I was wondering, because there was this last part of this question, and how to avoid unfair competition as a result of such sandboxes. And I believe it could be a question for any field, but is it especially sensitive or especially potentially challenging for other entrepreneurs and other companies that do not have access to such sandboxes? Lucas, please go on.
I would like to provide a slightly nuanced opinion on the sandbox, if you allow me, for the sake of providing some salt to the discussion. My understanding of the sandboxes was not so much that regulators would tell startups you can do something that's currently not allowed under the current regulation. It's really more about guiding them and explaining them how the current complex financial regulation in particular applies to their business model and how they can comply with it. And it's this taking by the hand and guiding them through the jungle of regulation that's really the value added. And I think that helps perhaps also explain why I'm not so much concerned about a distortion of the level playing field. As long as sandboxes do not lift financial regulations for one specific company, then you don't have a distortion, as long as it's just explaining them and helping them to guide them through. If you do this other step of really lifting requirements, then it has to be done across the board for everybody. And I think that's really a very important distinction. The lessons that have been learned so far, and we have now regulatory sandboxes already since almost 7-8 years. It started in the Anglo-American countries. The lesson really is that you need to think very well how to design the sandboxes. And this is where a lot of our thinking at European level will also go into. How are we going to design the sandboxes for blockchain? Do we want them to have an unlimited number of participants, or do we, for the sake of our resources, have to limit the number of participants? How do you do this? In which way? And how do you share the knowledge? And that comes back to the point that Nate's made. And I think this is a very valid point. We must make sure that what's been explained to some companies in bilateral talks in a way also feeds into a broader learning process and is shared with other companies that do not want to go into a sandbox, but are nevertheless interested to learn how whether there are pragmatic solutions to comply with sometimes very complex regulations. So just my 2 cents on these topics of regulatory sandboxes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I mean, I think that's a very good explanation, especially that the question from the audience started with a question: how would such regulatory sandboxes look like? So, I think it was quite needed. Pierre, Nate, anything to add on this topic?
I mean, happy to. I think what Lucas has said and what we've heard from the audience, I think this is actually the core of the debate surrounding the regulatory sandboxes. It's probably quite obvious by now that I'm a fan of regulatory sandboxes. And I think there is a very simple and clear answer to the question if there is a risk of creating unfair competition. I think there isn't. The type of regulatory sandboxes we see right now is, they are really into this assisting, we could call them advisory position or educational position. I think that eventually, and I hope that they are gonna go further from that. And I can really put this into the perspective, If someone is developing a service which requires an e-money license, for instance, and they want to test this on a scale of 20 or 30 users, it is very heavy for such a company to go through the whole process of securing e-money license. It would have been interesting if companies like this can get an opportunity to try something on a very small and controlled scale without being concerned that a regulator is going to come to them and tell them, hey, what you're doing is a licensed activity. And this is one of the examples where regulatory sandboxes in the future could come into play. And I believe that there is zero risk for distortion of competition here because it's limited in scale and limited in time. And this is, let's call this a full blown out version of the regulatory sandbox. We don't need it from day one, but hopefully one day we're gonna get there.
Okay, thank you. I mean, there's quite a lot to be said on this, but maybe let's slightly move on because we don't have this much time left and we have many topics to cover. This is something that we mentioned quite sometimes in all the different parts of this discussion. The part about scaling up all the blockchain developments in Europe, and not only in Europe, but why has it been so difficult? Because we have all these initiatives, all these developments, all these companies, startups that are working on this, all the digital nomads or people who prefer to stay still in one location. But why is it still so difficult? Lucas?
I think it's a question that is best asked to stakeholders that are market players like Nate's, because what I can tell you is things that I hear from market participants, from startups. So let me summarize what I've been hearing over the last 3 years. First of all, blockchain is not like a traditional database technology, something that you can develop on your own and make it a success. It's a team sport. It requires a number of companies to get together and to agree on the governance of a blockchain ecosystem and to cooperate to make it work. And whenever you have a lot of companies getting together and making things work, the coordination effort is more significant than implementing a new chip into your hardware in your back office. So that is, I think, one element of complexity. The other one is that although we have blockchain around since 2008 and 2009, it is still a technology that is evolving so fast and changing every year that the implementation of the technology in large corporations raises questions of duration, of stability, of the sunk costs. So when you invest in blockchain today, what will it look like in 2 years already? Do we need to update it already? That's another thing that we hear quite often. But there are also still regulatory challenges, and that's where the sandbox comes in. We have rules at the national level and at the European level that have been conceived many years ago with a digital economy in mind that was centralized, not distributed. And as Pierre referred to, for instance, the data protection rules raise a number of interpretative challenges. And it is these challenges that deter some startups, some companies from pursuing their projects beyond the pilot. And this is really a task for us in Brussels and a task for policymakers at the national level, that we help the industry get this clarity and amend the rules where it's necessary to provide more legal certainty. So 3 points from my side, and glad to hear what my co-discussants have to say.
No, I've not a lot of things to add. You put already the difficulty, which is when you have multiple actors. I mean, to scale up an initiative with multiple actors is challenging. In line to that, we can also consider that in particular in Europe, we have already a legacy system. We have legacy regulation, but we have also legacy system, and we have also a company who plays different roles. And it's of course difficult for all those stakeholders to change completely the paradigm or to change completely the, let's say, their place in the organization of the different services. So this can explain a little bit why blockchain, despite all the very good project and very good ideas and the talent that we have in Europe, I mean, it's still challenging to emerge, perhaps in Europe, when it's about disrupting services which are more or less already well organized, or for which there is already a lot of actors who are in place. So I think that where blockchain is very successful, and it's where it's not so much visible. So I think that in all the back office or the settlement in the financial services, for instance, there are probably a very impressive progress. It's also when it is combined with other technology, but indeed beyond the case around cryptocurrency, at least within Europe. Except a few initiatives, we are still missing the big success story at the scale level. And as said by Lucas, I mean, for us, it's also a question that we don't have really the answer. So it's if we can turn the camera, that's input that we would like to come from the audience, or probably that when reviewing the different session, we can grasp some ideas that have been exchanged or presented by the different speakers. But what was really striking for me is the fact that there are so many good initiatives, and now also not only startup or innovators, but also big companies which are looking very closely to what can be provided by decentralized model and blockchain. Okay, we have also to observe that in terms of delivery, a lot of good progress have been made, but maybe we are not at the level that we expected a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Nate, any response to that as a stakeholder? But we know that I mean, both Lucas and Pierre, and the Commission as a whole talk to many stakeholders. Of course, I am a part of this dialogue as well. But Nate, any thoughts on this?
The way I see the whole blockchain space is, in my view, it's still very early stage. So we still see things not working well, not just technology-wise, but also, in terms of some basic entrepreneurial rules. Like, is there a problem out there in the world? Is your product solving that problem, and is a solution to that problem worth? Does it have value? So these are the main elements of every entrepreneurial effort, because that's how you can build up something and create money out of it. I think we still see a lot of attempt in the space emphasizing the blockchain and the use of blockchain technology. But on the other side, you would be surprised by how many companies are already out there that are using blockchain technologies, and you have no idea that they're using them. And what they focus on is on the product, on the service. And I expect to see more and more of that. And we do see a lot of companies using blockchain for a part of what they do, and it makes a lot of sense to them. And we slowly see blockchain starting to be integrated where it makes sense to use it. Does that bring really a fundamental change? Is that something that we can help with regulatory action? Of course, if not else, a lot of clarity given on the privacy questions or related questions of data stored on blockchains in respect of the GDPR. That was a huge benefit to the industry generally, and there is more work to be done there. And you see this in many other space. In many other questions. And I'm very happy to see when we get introduced to projects that are building something that uses a lot of blockchain, and you are only able to identify this if you dig somewhere deep into their websites. What I think is an interesting question is if these core blockchain novelties, cryptocurrencies, and what's going to happen to this space. My bet is that we are already too much far into this story that it's going to end. I think cryptocurrencies are here to stay. But if anyone tried paying anything using cryptocurrencies, you probably have figured out that it's not that easy. So there are services that are there that are making the experience way more user-friendly, way more consumer-friendly, but it's still not there, especially when there are certain obstacles to using the technology in that sense. And I think this question, at least from my perspective, is not completely resolved yet. And I think what is really important to be aware of is that this is not a problem specific to blockchain efforts in the EU. This is an issue that blockchain developers are facing, regardless of where they are based and in which jurisdictions and for which jurisdictions they're developing solutions. So, as said, I think it's a very tricky place, and I think it's not yet clear really which direction it's going to go.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We also have a comment in the chat that possibly the trouble of scaling up is that current institutions and organizations do not accept the potential vast implications, but I feel that it quite goes into the direction of what you have been saying, because of course we have to disrupt many sectors and many established practices. So I believe we quite agree on this in a way. There's one topic that we haven't really tackled yet, is the eIDAS that we planned to discuss a bit more, but we got a bit into the challenge area. So we got a question from the audience before on the eIDAS regulation that, of course, is allowing a bit more of the scale up and a bit more of this cross-border character of the solutions. But the question is, even for legal specialists, it seems to be difficult to assess which solution provides for which legal certainty level. How will you ease use and understanding for common consumers of the various identity solutions? we can go also a bit broader into the questions around the digital identities and their importance in Europe. I see Lucas smiling. I don't know if that means that you would like to start.
No, it's he who moves first answers first. No, I think that so first of all, I think the proposal that you have seen for revising the eIDAS regulation takes the concept of the digital European identity such a big step forward. It's really a milestone in the sense that if this is implemented, we will have a wallet with a strong authentication that can be used to store credentials. And the eIDAS regulation on top of this creates a new trust service for digital credentials. And as you know, a lot of the blockchain use cases today are about decentralized identities and credentials. So it's a huge opportunity also for the distributed ledger technology. And on top of the revised eIDAS framework also proposes a new trust service which would apply for electronic ledgers, and amongst electronic ledgers, we of course have the distributed ledger. So a new trust service that would also be usable for distributed ledger technology. So taking one and one together, there is this enormous opportunity now that if we have this European digital wallet, which is completely technology neutral, that it can also store credentials that are generated using blockchain technologies. So as to the level of complexity, I mean, it is true that the trust services and a different level of trust services you have in the eIDAS framework in terms of reading them and understanding them for a lawyer take some time. I can accept that argument. I think when it comes to using the trust services in practice, however, at the interface to the consumer, we have made big progress. So it is nowadays possible for citizens to choose between solutions that are hardware based, as we have in Belgium, our identity card with a chip, we can swipe that into a hard device and we can identify ourselves, up to solutions that are meanwhile available on the smartphone that you can use rather easily with the touch of your finger once you have identified yourself. So I think the interfaces are improving, and the take up of eIDAS has also dramatically improved over the COVID period. So I think in Italy, I've heard the number of people now registered under the national eIDAS scheme has quadrupled within 1 year. And as I said, the opportunity now with the European eID wallet, with decentralized identities, such as those that we develop on the European blockchain services infrastructure, and for storing credentials in this digital wallet are enormous. So we expected with this legislative initiative, also blockchain-based decentralized solutions can get a boost. They can become very important, not least also in the financial sector, if it is combined with payment services, or if it is combined with the future digital euro, a central bank digital currency that citizens could use to pay like they pay today with the e-money.
Okay. It seems that it's changing, and it will be changing. And of course, COVID is providing quite an interesting environment for all the digital solutions. So I'm wondering if Nate has something to say on this. If Pierre doesn't have anything, to add to what Lucas has just said.
Go ahead. No.
I see only one problem with the revised eIDAS directive and regulation. So that it's not here yet. I think every minute lost in this space, it's a waste. Digital identity is one of the things, if you ask me, and there are many private and public initiatives all over the world trying to nail this problem. I think no one has nailed it yet. When you look at the existing eIDAS, when we talk about the highest level of verification and identification of individuals, we are kind of limited with this physical token of verifying your identity, which is completely incompatible with the way our lives work today. There have been steps made forward, and the revision obviously making this even better. But I strongly believe that if Europe gets this done, this is going to be a huge value in looking at it at a common, economic space. where you, an individual, can identify for whichever online service there is, a public, private, banking or non-banking, access to medical, medical records and so on. So this is like, I think it gives as a regulatory grant, a huge boost to development of all sorts of services online and digitally. And I think it's of strategic interest to keep pushing the development of e and online identity. What I think is an issue is it's not enough just to improve regulation. It still happens to me that I get into a fight every second week with someone telling me, can you please send me a scan of your hard copy signature? And then I go persuading people and telling them about the digital signature, about electronic signature, and so on, which is maybe a slight reference to the complexity, Paolo, you were mentioning early on. I think we haven't done enough on promotion of this. I think people are not really aware yet of all the opportunities digital identity is bringing to them. And maybe it hasn't, I think it has been a rather big focus from the entrepreneurial side, but maybe not so much from the consumer side. Perhaps also because it was often impractical to use in the past. So I'm hugely optimistic about this part, and I think it's a great benefit for different industries, different industry verticals. I think it can. It's one of the things that can make the EU one of the top places in the world to do business.
Mm-hmm. And you said that it's very important to promote these solutions and to increase the uptake, which we also got a question on this. How can we force companies or platforms to accept EID? But I assume that your answer would be to more promote. But I was wondering if there are some specific obstacles that you see for entrepreneurs, not from the consumer side, because as Lucas said, the interfaces are getting a bit different and it's getting a bit easier and easier, and it probably will in the next couple of years. But are there any special challenges for the smaller companies to use it and also use it as a way to upscale their own business?
Please, go.
No, just to intervene on this point. I mean, I think that the COVID crisis has just accelerated the digitalization or the need for digitization of our economy. And I want to make echo to what was said by Lucas and then by Eugene about the prime importance of identification. And I think it looks quite obvious now for a company, in particular a small company, to evolve in the digital world with reassurance about the trust that they can put in this system. They have not enough resources. They have, for them, it's much more challenging to ensure that the things works well. So for me, it's pretty obvious that as it has been accelerated by the crisis related to the COVID, I mean, almost all the companies, including the smallest ones, are pretty conscious about the need to go further in digital, and for that they need to rely on trust services. They need to use indeed qualified signatures that will allow them to let's say to implement their services, to secure their relationship with their customer. I mean, all those things were already well identified in the first eIDAS or in the current eIDAS regulation. But I think that with the new proposal from the Commission, there are kind of honest assessment that the situation is not going quick enough, and we need to accelerate. And indeed, I also share the concern of Nedge that it is something which is really every second count. But I think the proposal of the Commission is quite ambitious regarding the timeline which is given to member states and to provide for those solutions. And as well as I think it made clear that it should apply also to the private sector, which was not the case of the current, which is not the case of the current regulation. So for that, I think the assessment is clearly done. In terms of promotion for the citizen, this also something which is at the core of the implementation of such a regulation. And I know that in the preparation of this regulation, it was a core concern of our commissioner. So I have no doubt that there will be a significant effort which is made also to convince the citizen, but also any other company to use it. But at the same time, it looks pretty much obvious, in particular for the companies, that they need such a trust system in place.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Nate. Response to this?
I think there was one main single obstacle to a wider use of this on the entrepreneurial side, and that was cost. You know, what the current regulation forced them into video identification, especially when it came to the financial services, and face-to-face video identification is really expensive. It's really expensive for small companies who are just starting, and they need to pay for every identification that takes place on their products. And even for larger companies, then each user needs to go through this, and this is quite expensive. And this was an obstacle. There is, the market has solved part of this problem with the scale of these solutions. The costs went down. But then again, also, there was regulatory improvement on this side as to when you need to use it, when you do not have to use it. And the proposal, is not one, but it's 10 steps forward, if you ask me. Yeah, huge fan of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment on this from Lucas or Pierre? Okay, as we are slowly going to the end of our discussion, I would like to go a bit more future-looking. We discussed, let's say, the general idea around policies related to blockchain and the investments, but also on the particular fields of finance and identity. But I was wondering, what do you see as the most important fields for the next 5-10 years to focus on for European policymakers, and that would be the most beneficial for European citizens and for the companies? So I'm thinking here either of particular fields or particular technologies. So we can think of the, energy sector, or just energy efficiency of blockchain, or supporting, some particular SDGs, for example, or we should focus on the investment in what, we just discussed now. So, for example, the financial system, which would be the most beneficial. It's a very broad question. It's more what you would like to see for the future of policies related to blockchain in the next 5-10 years. I don't know who would like to start. I don't want to push you. It's a pretty broad question, so we can focus on one more niche part, or just go in broad strokes.
I can give a first stab at it. I think generally speaking, it's difficult to say today what will be important in the next 10 years, because this market is evolving so quickly that even within 2 years you have completely new challenges. Who would have thought that 2 years ago, the European Central Bank will think about a central bank digital currency in earnest? Who would have thought that the decentralized finance space is exploding so much, raising many new legislative questions? So I think for regulators and policymakers, staying up to speed of the market developments and following and supporting this industry will remain as important as it has been 4 or 5 years ago when we started at work. So staying informed and adapting the regulatory framework as the markets evolved. Perhaps the project of the digital euro deserves some attention in the coming years, because it can open up a completely new ecosystem of financial innovation where cryptocurrency and blockchain could play an important role. So for me, that would be definitely one of the areas I would watch. And then the big area of the use of blockchain for sustainability. You know that the Green Deal is something we are very much committed to, and we think we've seen a lot of promising projects where blockchain is being used to improve our carbon footprint, but a lot more can be done, and we would really like to see a lot of more implementation of good ideas in this area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Pierre?
In a way, there is also this reflection that it is something which is pretty much important in the context of digital identity, and Nedge highlighted it, that we need also to ensure that when we use or when we exploit those technology, we can keep our value, and in a way, I don't want to use the term sovereignty or autonomy, but I mean there is clearly a challenge which is not new, but which has taken more importance over the recent years when we think about policy in general at the EC level, but in particular for digital policy, about the need to propose system where we can preserve the European value, and not only preserve but promote the European value, and keep some autonomy in the way that we are developing, using, exploiting those different type of technology. So this is something which have inspired the data protection regulation. So it's not really new per se, but we see that it's growing. It's growing in terms of importance and attention, and I think this is also something which is also at one of the key justification for a new proposed regulation for the digital identity. So that's an important aspect. Then, of course, if we refer more specifically to blockchain, there is all those decentralized model, new paradigms, which are also introduced in the context of a tokenized economy. It's, as said by Lucas, it's difficult to predict the future, but what is fascinating is what we observe now for the NFT, and how it can create a totally new, let's say, new type of activities, and high interest for investors. Since we start from the question of investors, we see more and more opportunity of people investing in those technology. So that's the new model which are introduced by blockchain. Decentralization is an important one. Convergence, which was also addressed during this conference, is of course very important. So it's difficult to sort out what is the one or the two key driving factors that will influence the future of the digital system and of our entire economy. But for sure, those are things on which the Commission is paying more and more attention.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Nate?
Sounds like I have an opportunity for my Christmas wishes. There is one, and that is share options for employees. This is totally out of our blockchain debate, but bear with me, I'm gonna explain this in 3 points why this is hugely important. We have record high deployment of venture capital in the EU. We've never had so much venture capital deployed in the EU, and we have record high number of startups across the EU. This means that there's gonna be absolute winners coming among from this group, from this batch in the next years. We want their employees, their founders, to get filthy rich so they can reinvest this capital in new projects. I think this is where we as an EU have been lagging behind other parts of the world, like the US, where the system is in place. Share option taxation works. I know it's not within the European Commission competence to govern taxation, but I don't know, think outside the box. Maybe a model law for all EU member states is a way to go, so that we promote a unified taxation, or at least an approach, if not in the levels of taxation, at least a unified approach across the EU on how to tax share options. This is hugely important. This is one of the main reasons why venture capital developed so much in the USA, and I think this is something I would wish to have sorted out in the next years.
Okay, and when it comes to the fields of blockchain policy, you know, like a bit more in the in the discussion that we just had, like, you know, if you had to point to 2 points that you see as the most important. Oh, I think our time is slowly over.
I think that we're going to see more in the non-fungible token space, and I think we haven't seen anything yet in the decentralized finance space. Sadly, I have no idea what's going to happen with the core cryptocurrencies, but I would be very happy if I knew that.
Yes, and we will all see it in the next 2 years. And I highly agree with Lucas that it's changing so fast that my question was a bit tricky. I would like to thank all of the speakers. I think it was a very interesting discussion, and I learned a lot myself. And I hope it was also interesting for the audience. So I would like to keep the space for the next panel. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice panel that is coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you from my side as well, and I all invite you to listen to that Africa-EU partnership panel that is coming now, and thanks for all the very interesting debates, because I think that if for all debates we need some more time, and we would need another blockchain week to finish all the discussions that are very interesting here within our blockchain week. So I would like to give the floor to the first moderator of the EU-Africa partnership panel. And please, for all the participants, if you want to listen in French, you can find the translation application also in the Zoom application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody here. It's very good to see so many people here, and it's been a fascinating number of sessions today and over the last few days. My name is Stuart Hutton from the European Partners for the Environment, and I am the first moderator for the session this evening on panel 8. And we're looking at the Africa-European Blockchain Partnership and looking at this as a cooperation as equals. My opening remarks are focusing around the fact that Africa and Europe want to meet their sustainability objectives in time, and the game needs to change. The purpose of the proposed Africa-European Blockchain Partnership, which should involve all African states in European, EU and non-EU states, is to make a major contribution to changing the game by leveraging the power of blockchain in a coordinated, persuasive and systematic way. Innovative proposals are made in terms of how an African-European blockchain for SDGs platforms to design something of a winning partnership to support all interested parties, as well as to enable the most vulnerable countries and sectors, and also those who are disadvantaged, to take a leap forward with a pilot for the Great Lakes region. And there's lots of aspects that we'll be covering in this today. One of the focuses around also is the fact that this should be a partnership, a blockchain African-European partnership, as a first international partnership of a new generation in the digital age, where technology is used to foster ethical and equitable advancement. We need to build trust and mutual understanding. We need to address disparities and promote public good. We need to transform society to become more just, prosperous, and resilient. It's to support the implementation of the African Union 2063 agenda, its Green Recovery Action Plan for 21 to 27, and of course, the European Green Deal and Member States recovery plans. In this first section today, we're actually going to have a panel of 4 speakers looking at the African-European Blockchain Partnership as a cooperation of equals. And I'd like to invite first Mr. Raymond van Ermen of the European Partners for the Environment to speak first. Raymond, over to you.
Bonjour. L'Union européenne s'est donné la transition jumelée écologique et digitale comme cadre de développement. Et nous appelons de nos vœux un partenariat Afrique-Europe blockchain qui fasse partie des accords que les chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine et de l'Union européenne scelleront en février 2022. Une économie de bien-être. Voilà le projet commun pour l'Afrique et l'Europe que nous proposons de prendre comme objectif. Ce partenariat devrait aussi s'inscrire dans des accords avec la Grande-Bretagne, la Norvège et la Suisse. Nous sommes heureux de la participation à ce panel de hauts représentants de la République démocratique du Congo, du Burundi et de la représentation de la France dans le cadre du European Blockchain Partnership, sans parler évidemment du soutien magnifique que nous avons reçu de la présidence slovène de l'Union européenne. On ne les remerciera jamais assez. De nombreuses idées voient en la blockchain un game changer, un changeur des règles du jeu pour le monde des entreprises, de la finance, des autorités publiques et de la société civile. Les conférences d'experts se multiplient en Europe comme en Afrique. Le rapport du Forum de Davos présente la blockchain aussi comme un game changer dans 8 grands domaines. Et c'est sur ce concept de game changer que EPE focalise son action et que ce que nous proposons, c'est une rencontre en quelque sorte entre l'offre blockchain, les experts de la blockchain, acteurs de la transition digitale, et ce que je vais appeler la demande, les acteurs de la transition vers un développement durable pour travailler ensemble sur ces game changers. Et le partenariat que nous prônons sera un partenariat transformateur dans de multiples domaines. Ce partenariat devrait aussi être un partenariat entre égaux. Dans le domaine de la blockchain, on peut d'ores et déjà constater que les gouvernements, les GAFA, IBM et de nombreuses multinationales, institutions financières et banques développent des stratégies blockchain. Mais est-ce tout quand on dit partenariat entre égaux? Pour nous, un partenariat entre égaux est transformateur. Cela a plusieurs dimensions. C'est bien sûr d'abord un partenariat entre égaux entre l'Union africaine et l'Union européenne. C'est aussi un partenariat entre égaux entre pays riches et pays pauvres. C'est un partenariat entre égaux entre le monde des affaires et les petits producteurs. C'est un partenariat entre égaux entre gouvernement, business et société civile. Pour un partenariat entre égaux entre États d'Afrique et d'Europe, le récent rapport de la CNUSET de UNCTAD sur la blockchain, de la GIZ sur la blockchain comme une opportunité pour l'Afrique, et celui adressé au Parlement européen sur la blockchain et le commerce international donne une feuille de route que nous souhaitons mettre en œuvre. Nous proposons la mise en place d'une plateforme Afrique-Europe, blockchain et objectifs du développement durable. Pour EPE, le thème de l'empowerment est capital et le plan d'action qui devrait résulter de nos discussions et des suites qui pourront y être données devrait porter en particulier sur cette question. Mesdames, Messieurs, pour terminer, je voudrais conclure en rappelant que l'Afrique et l'Europe ont besoin l'une de l'autre. Des enjeux stratégiques, des questions de migration à celles du climat, de l'agriculture aux minerais, nous lient. Il faut créer les conditions de plus d'innovation, de confiance, d'empowerment. Faisons donc de la blockchain un outil pour que dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre des objectifs du développement durable et vers une économie du bien-être en Afrique et en Europe, personne ne soit laissé derrière. Merci de votre attention. Over to you, Stuart.
Merci, Raymond, and thank you very much for your opening comments on that. I'm going to move straight on to our next speaker on the panel. This is Dr. Sean Conway from ICSO Foundation. Sean, if you'd like to please give your presentation. It's good to see you.
Hi, thank you for inviting me, and this is a great opportunity. I'm speaking both as an African, born and bred in Africa, as well as working with leading foundations who are developing the technologies and now leading an ambitious program, which we call the Earth Program, which is to fund and implement an ambitious program of research and development on how these technologies can be used in the context of sovereign technology, sovereign chains, and networks that form a new type of internet. And this internet really should be owned by everyone. It should be not rent-seeking, and it should meet the needs of local populations. And so our mission is really informed by, and I think validated and given inspiration by the declarations that have been made by the UN Task Force on Digital Finance for the Sustainable Development Goals, the People's Money Agenda, which really speaks about a citizen-centric financial system. And what we see that as in terms of practical implementation is enabling people, firstly, to have free access to sovereign blockchains, which are not rent-seeking and which are globally distributed in the way that the internet that we're all familiar with on an idealistic level is available for free for anybody. And to enable the kinds of user interfaces and the kinds of applications that are going to transform local economies into economies that enable people to transact more efficiently with financial inclusion, self-sovereign identity, free sharing of data, and all of those good principles that that have been laid out. And we've got some really great use cases in the African context, particularly around community currencies, which are gaining huge traction. So we have examples of in East Africa, the Sarafu network, Grassroots Economics, which currently has more than 60,000 users and is being supported by humanitarian organizations such as the Red Cross. We also have examples of using self-sovereign digital identity systems so that youth can gain digital identity and build up CVs of digital credentials relating to their skills and work experience, and will enable matching youth to opportunities in employment and in entrepreneurship within Africa, a large project which is being implemented, led by UNICEF in Africa and many other partners. And so to bring this together, we really need to have systems which address the need for interoperability, the need for sovereignty, and the need for free and permissionless open source innovation. And so this is really the reason for having this program, which is supported by the Interchain Foundation. The Interchain Foundation has been at the forefront of leading protocols such as the Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol, which enables blockchain networks to send messages and speak to each other in a free way that is essentially creating the internet equivalent, the next internet. And these technologies are really most relevant, we believe, in the African context and developing world context, where they can be huge game changers if we implement them in the right kinds of configurations and the right kind of economic models. What's really important about this is the user interfaces. So the experience that most people have of using blockchain technologies is generally not such a great one yet. High gas fees and slow transactions and so on. And we're really looking to game change that in terms of providing mobile first access, partnering with major providers of technologies such as the Opera mobile browser, which is used by hundreds of millions of people already, building in wallets there, and ensuring that these technologies have got really sort of easy access, easy use, literally almost free to utilize, and that can meet the needs of local communities in terms of how the applications get configured and innovations that happen around that. So this is a broad coalition. It's led by an ethos of open source and collaborative technologies with many partners who are joining the coalition. And we've already built out some significant infrastructure with this, with real use cases and real applications being delivered already. And so I believe that we're very close to the practical implementation of these blockchains within an African context to meet real African needs and to enable broad access to this through the kinds of user interfaces that people are going to find easy to use and relevant to their daily lives. And so in the context of that, this partnership is important because many of the policies and ideologies within the European context around data sovereignty, around how we account for the impacts of business, the EU taxonomy, many of these principles are really important principles to translate and to bring into resonance with what's happening within African economies and the opportunities that we have there. And so this is a very exciting development of technology transfer, but also transfer of ownership of these networks and of these local economies. And so we really look forward to taking this forward in systematic ways with partners from Europe and involving a broad coalition across from the technology developers and providers all the way through to businesses and innovators and capital providers who can really scale up access to these critical technologies. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for that input and some fantastic items and content. Really, really delighted with that. Thank you. I'd like to move on to our next speaker, Mr. David Wood, who is speaking from Critical Habitat Zones, South Africa. David, I'm going to pass the mic straight over to you. Many thanks.
Thank you, Stuart, and afternoon or evening or whatever the time is where you are. My sort of first comments are that we're entering a very exciting age, and the dichotomy between EU and Africa, which in the conventional sense, there's a lot of friction in terms of getting capital to and the management of, etc., etc. The joy is that with this new technology, we now have the ability to really bring those barriers down and implement things in a completely new way. And if you look, my angle that I come from the African context is from the position of biodiversity and biodiversity preservation and ecosystem health. And as a planet, we've not been that good at collaborating and cooperating to achieve simple goals. For example, the Aichi goals, biodiversity goals, which are set in 2010, not a single one of them were hit by 2020, 10-year goals. We are 6 years or so down the line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and all indications are that we sort of way off track. We've also had $17 trillion worth of stimulus capital minted, floating around the globe. And the majority of it is actually doing more harm than good to the environment. And so in essence, I feel that we really do need to have a look at this quite seriously and really shift. Fortunately, the technology enables that. And so it's going to be moving from the old paradigm of trying to make a difference to sort of having, making the difference that is needed. And in the context of the globe and specifically Africa, and specifically in the biodiversity space, there's a lot needed to be done. Blockchain technology, and whenever I use that word, one has to be very careful because there's so many different blockchains out there that operate in very different ways, and the incorrect application of blockchain is as problematic as any of the challenges that we have now. So the point being is that we need to shift. We need to make a fundamental shift, and we need to get it right. And if we do get it right, that opens up a number of phenomenal opportunities in terms of the way that we collaborate and the way that we interact, and whether that is Africans amongst Africans or Africans amongst Europeans or whoever it is. Fortunately, and this is the advantage that we live in, we are all those barriers are now coming down. And for example, nature bonds are gaining a lot of currency, and they are moving along swiftly. And this is a very encouraging development. But in order to ensure that the intended outcome of those nature bonds or green bonds or EU green bonds with the EU taxonomy achieves what they are meant to achieve, it is just so important that we are able to verify stuff from the ground in Africa. And so the verification of the ecological state is going to be key going forward. And this is something that we are working very hard on, and will enable a bunch of opportunities if we can obviously get that right. And because on top, I mean, for example, we have the sovereign debt crisis in Africa, and from an innovative point of view, we could really utilize the opportunity to get us out of that debt crisis, and at the same time ensuring that our ecosystems are healthier as we come out of it. But the long and the short of it is, if we are able to, from the ground, verify the ecological state and get that data up, we are then able to compose and construct and develop many of the fascinating and exciting DeFi sort of products and opportunities out there. And in my opinion, this has to happen, and it has to be the way forward for any interaction between any blocks, whether that be EU or Africa or whatever, and based on verified, quantifiable impact that is happening on the ground. And I will stop there for now, just as an opening statement.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. You just caught me as about to send something out of the chat, so I'll try to remember that and do it in a minute. We have one more speaker on this panel, and just to let you know, obviously I did ask if anybody has any questions. We hope to have a little bit of time before we move on to the second part of this panel, where questions can be asked. If you would like to send that in the chat, please do. I'm happy to ask those, or if you'd like to ask them in person, we can do that as well. Not a problem at all. We are obviously in a very strict time frame. I do want to keep on board with that. So I'm going to come to our final speaker for the first session, Mr. Lucas Zeringer from Positive Blockchain, who will be joining us here. So Lucas, I'm going to hand over to you if you are there. Just checking. You are here. Fantastic. He's here. He's here. We can hear you. No problem at all. So Lucas, I think you cycled a long way to get here, so I'm impressed. So please,
yes,
over to you.
I read very well, and I'm really glad to be here. I also joined previous speakers in the different thoughts regarding the EU-Africa partnerships. We've been also discussing with the EPE as Positive Blockchain for a couple of months regarding this project, and we're really excited about the progress, but also all the all the new collaborations and discussions that emerge out of that. And I think that's really important. I've been also closely connected to many associations and blockchain communities out there, especially in the field in different African countries. And for me, it's really interesting to witness the progress, but also all the challenges and difficulties that we see. So for today, I thought it would be relevant to cover just few examples of projects. There are already many projects using and trying to deploy blockchain in the field in different areas of the Sustainable Development Goals. But I thought it would be interesting to pick a number of those which actually highlight the role of international cooperation and partnerships between private, public companies from Europe, and Africa, and of course other regions in the world. So I have I think 4 or 5 slides for that, which I will display. This is basically the work we're doing at Positive Blockchain. We are monitoring open source database, open database of projects in the area of blockchain for good in many sectors. So feel free to visit the website also if you want to explore use cases, benchmark applications in different regions of the world and in different SDGs. So the first one that I pick is the UNICEF Giga Connect. So as mentioned by Sean, UNICEF is very active in using emerging technologies on the field, and especially blockchain. They have a number of investments made in that space in different startups. The Giga Connect is a good example to show how international effort can really improve the management of public infrastructure related to one of the critical goals, which is even more critical in the time of COVID, bringing internet to everyone, especially to schools, to ensure proper learnings and development. The UNICEF started in 2019 with the partner International Telecommunication Union, which is also an agency of the UN. And they launched GIGA, which is a global initiative to connect every school in the world. Governments are usually responsible for rolling out such development for school and ensuring that there's strong consistency in connectivity within the nation states. But there are many challenges, as you know, in centrally managed systems, many stakeholders from private, public sectors, many blind spots to ensure the infrastructure and service is properly provided. So the state of the current distribution is very fragmented. So in Sierra Leone, for example, in Africa, you have the majority of schools that are actually within 3G coverage, but there are only 200 schools out of 100,000 that are connected. And in Rwanda, nearly all the schools are within 30 kilometers of the fiber network, but you still have 43% of them which are without internet. So the GIGA is now working under the fellowship of the Ethereum Foundation to try to apply blockchain technologies in many of the involved processes. For example, dealing with the bidding of bandwidth of the internet, also monitoring connectivity and speed, automate appropriate payments, create transparent procurement, but also incentivization schemes. So they started this year, and we're looking forward to see the progress on how they implemented the blockchain to make a better access to internet for Africa, which is highly needed. The next one is also trying to bring equality, especially for farmers who are facing climate risks by providing them with smart insurance products. Perhaps many of you have heard about this case. They communicated quite intensively in the past month with the progress they did in Kenya. In a matter of fact, according to the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance, you have only 20% of smallholder farmers which have access to agricultural insurance in developing countries. In sub-Saharan Africa, it's only 3%. And insurance are often very mistrusted and very foreign to farmers. They cost a lot. It's very difficult to ensure commercial viability and affordability of these products. And this is really something that blockchain can address, especially with the use of smart contracts, which can really bring low cost and high scalability for such micro-insurance products. So the German blockchain startup Etherisk partnered with Acre Africa, which is an organization in the ground, a service provider for agriculture-related financial services and products. And they claimed in July this year to have already onboarded about 17,000 farmers in their smart contract platforms, and they are aiming to reach 250,000 in Eastern Africa only. So good progress, and that also shows partnership with private companies from Europe and Africa that are taking place. The next one is also very key, especially related to partnerships between governments and also international aid and cooperation. The German bank KfW is very active in developing infrastructure-related projects for health, for utilities, for energy, for road constructions, and they frequently have the issue of lack of trust and lack of transparency of the use of funds, and also very difficult cooperation with many stakeholders on the ground, many international stakeholders for the development projects. They have launched a platform already 3 years ago called True Budget, and this platform basically allows for better visibility of the projects, whereas you can see a lot of financial flows, but also a lot of data in real time of the project itself. which can be accessed on a platform, which is a collaborative and open source platform by all the partners in real time, right? So that really something where they try to foster accountability, communication, and cooperation. And I think it's really highly needed as well when we talk about EU-Africa cooperation. It was successfully implemented already in countries such as Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, and other regions in the world. The next one is KimboCare. KimboCare is a relatively recent startup trying to connect Cameroonians in Europe who are supporting healthcare in the home country. You know the case, people from Cameroon come to Europe, they settle down, they get a job, they get the possibility to financially support their family and relatives back home. But sometimes they have the issue of sending money for typical financial transaction issues, but also the question of trust. Even if these are friends or relatives, you don't really know what will happen with the money. And some people are reluctant to create these bonds. What KimboCare is trying to do is to remove the sending of money, but rather have Cameroonian directly support healthcare expenses of their relatives in the home country. So they have created a number of partnerships with clinics and healthcare networks in Cameroon so that people in Europe can directly support the healthcare expenses in a very trustworthy and transparent fashion. Right, so there's also an interesting way how you could use blockchain in such a case. It's perhaps a little bit untraditional case, but I thought it would be interesting to mention it. Also highlighting that link between the EU and Africa. The last one I picked for today deals with resources extraction. As we know, it's also something really important also in the area of minerals, agri-food, forestation, biodiversity, as was mentioned just before. There are new findings that have been recently published on a project funded by the UN FAO in the Ivory Coast. And the project involves a few organizations such as a local women organization and two UK organizations, the Resource Extraction Monitoring and Gaia Chain. And the project really aims at increasing the sustainability in the charcoal supply chain. The charcoal in Ivory Coast is used by 47% of people as a domestic energy source, but there's a lot of bad charcoal management and the supply chain is leading to a lot of deforestation case, but also misuse of the resources. The market is very informal, very unorganized, and really prone to corruption. The partners together launched the Charcoal Trace, which is a traceability solution that really tries to fight the illegal market with better visibility on the provenance of charcoal, trying to increase the trust with all the stakeholders, and also facilitate payments of environmental taxes and the organization of some documentation which is related to the trade of charcoal. Yeah? So this is also a project that has been allowed thanks to international cooperation. We see that all these projects are already being successful on the ground. They have been, they started in the past few years, so we start to see more and more results. Blockchain is really being adopted by local and international public and private stakeholders as a means to bring more equality, fairness, trust, and responsibility in many key sectors of society. But all these projects, we believe they need more resources, more technical support, more coaching, and of course, more funding to deliver the promises, to change the status quo, to change the game, as we say, to scale, be replicated everywhere when it's crucially needed. And yeah, we're really supporting this development and hoping we can get to all the support these projects would need, especially in the case of the EU-Africa partnership. Thank you very much.
you very much, Lucas. Much appreciated. And thank you for also sharing your screen and obviously introducing us to some of the examples. So we are now moving kind of through this time relatively quickly. Thank you for the first four speakers for sticking to their time. This is good news. We have a couple minutes. Are there any questions that anybody would like to ask? Please do feel free. You're also welcome to the chat line. I can see that in the chat box, there is nothing there that's come through at the stage. And so obviously we're quite happy to kind of move on to the next stage and obviously ask my colleague to pick up with this. So we have 6 speakers for the next panel, and then we do also have final concluding comments. So I think what I'll do, we'll move on. Thank you, Lucas, for the link to the slides. Thank you to Mr. Raymond Van Ommen from EPE, Dr. Sean Conway from ICSA Foundation, Mr. David Wood from Critical Habit Zones, and Mr. Lucas Zeringer from Positive Blockchain for their contributions. Very, very helpful. I'm going to hand over to my co-host tonight, Jarita Christie, who also works alongside me at EPE. Jarita, the floor is yours.
Good, and good afternoon, good evening, and thank you for your time. So Raymond mentioned at the very beginning the EU-Africa Summit, which was foreseen under the French presidency in February 2022. Let's hear from a suite of panelists to how they can propose and create a pilot as towards an action plan of partnerships. We will hear first from Mr. Simbomana Cyril, the first advisor of the President of the Republic of Burundi. After that, Ms. Michelle Chavuni, the CEO of Global Policy House, Ambassador, and also the GBBC and World Union of Small Business Ambassador, Mr. Pierre Champsauveur, Blockchain for Good from France, Ms. Sandra Rowe, CEO of Global Blockchain Business Council, Ms. Perrine de Cotelon, and the French representative of the Blockchain Partnership. We may hear from Mr. David Kamhua Masubal, the Special Advisor. Are you here? So if we could, who is having some difficulty to connect. This is the Special Advisor from the Democratic Republic of Congo. So if I may pass on to the floor to Mr. Simbomana Cyril. Each panelist again had 7 minutes. Thank you.
Votre micro, monsieur.
C'est en silence. Merci.
Merci et bonjour à tous. Merci et bonjour à tous. Je suis heureux d'être invité, mais je voudrais demander, me rassurer s'il y a une traduction parce que je vais présenter ma note, mes contributions en langue française. Je peux y aller directement?
Allez-y, allez-y.
Je fais ma présentation directement ou je sais quoi?
Allez-y, présentez votre contribution.
Vous pouvez y aller.
Merci beaucoup.
Au centre.
Merci beaucoup. Je tiens à remercier tout le monde, spécialement Madame Slovène pour son invitation à m'adresser au panel sur le thème de partenariat blockchain Afrique-Europe et à ses organisateurs de sites Direct2 et Dunia Bora. C'est avec un grand plaisir que je me souviens d'avoir conclu la première présentation du projet blockchain par Dunia Bora et PE Global Blockchain Business Council le 8 janvier dernier à Bujumbura à l'hôtel Club Direct Tanganyika. Je me félicite également que Dunia Bora, un monde meilleur en Swahili, ici Nziza en Kirundi, a été fondée au Burundi. C'est une fierté pour eux. Comme je l'ai déjà dit à son président, M. Bienfait Dunia, il est très encourageant que cette association, qui veut venir en aide aux défavorisés, travaille sur le thème de la blockchain, car ceux-ci seront impactés par son développement dans le domaine du commerce international, agroalimentaire, mines et autres domaines sensibles au Burundi. Je cite par exemple la sécurisation des droits fonciers, et peuvent trouver dans cet outil le moyen d'un empowerment communautaire. Si les droits fonciers seraient enregistrés dans notre pays de façon sécurisée, grâce à la technologie blockchain, cela favoriserait l'avènement d'une société plus stable, sans conflit foncier dans notre pays. Mesdames, Messieurs, ma rencontre avec le président de Dunia Bola et le président de EPE m'a fait explorer le monde blockchain et par la suite aimé. Les objectifs de développement durable définis par l'ONU ont entre autres objectifs éradiquer la pauvreté, protéger l'environnement et de promouvoir la paix et la prospérité pour tous à l'horizon 2030. Ce pari ne serait atteint que si nous mettons à la disposition du monde des affaires des données fiables et probantes capables de booster tous les acteurs de prendre les meilleures décisions inclusives et de s'assurer que nous pouvons combler des lacunes en ne laissant personne de côté. Ces données fiables aideront nos gouvernements à suivre les progrès de leur politique, à prendre des décisions judicieuses et à évaluer les résultats et les impacts. Cette plateforme de données via blockchain sera un outil sûr, en ligne très attendu, qui va permettre de réaliser des analyses approfondies et des évaluations des progrès au niveau des objectifs et des indicateurs et de les relier à nos plans de développement. Toute technologie, et j'y crois, est une source lorsqu'elle s'intègre dans une approche sociale large et durable. L'innovation blockchain va permettre d'atteindre les objectifs fixés, mais aussi d'explorer des milieux inconnus ou des solutions aux problèmes en temps réel. Mesdames, Messieurs, autour de blockchain, des questionnements persistent. Certains présentent blockchain comme un élément de bouleversement de l'économie de la société. Alors, l'introduction de blockchain dans nos sociétés africaines comporte-t-elle uniquement des changements à caractère technologique ou représente-t-elle une vraie révolution sociale? Blockchain est souvent appelé Internet des valeurs. Et si nous élargissons son potentiel au-delà de la valeur financière, pourrait-elle également promouvoir la transmission des valeurs non financières afin d'amorcer des dialogues productifs intégrant des différences existentielles et ouverts à des communautés? Pour citer et paraphraser l'écrivain togolais Kossi Efoui, tout événement vient au monde par deux chemins. Le chemin de l'aller, qui est celui des faits, et le chemin du retour, où les faits se transforment en mots, en chansons, paraboles, contes, devinettes, proverbes, prophéties, mythes et j'en passe. Privé de ce chemin de retour, les faits errent dans un monde suspendu entre les choses manifestées et les choses possibles, pas tout à fait advenues ou pas tout à fait possibles. Cet écrivain pourrait-il nous servir de tremplin à son sens de fait de blockchain, un chemin aller-retour? J'ose croire qu'à travers ce forum, ces questionnements trouveront réponse. Le Burundi est vraiment heureux de s'associer au projet pilote Grand Lac, tout en particulièrement parce que nous y voyons un égalisateur de chance. Je suis également heureux que le thème touche la fibre essentielle qui tisse les relations entre les peuples. Partenariat blockchain Afrique-Europe. L'Europe et l'Afrique ont bel et bien des destinées communes, nous acculent absolument à vivre en symbiose. Cette destinée nécessitera beaucoup d'énergie, d'innovation, comme celle-ci, d'intelligence collective et une volonté commune pour la bâtir ensemble. Une Afrique multiple et riche et une Europe multiple et riche permettrait de cheminer ensemble vers un partenariat gagnant-gagnant. D'où le choix judicieux du riche thème Afrique-Europe, blockchain, partnership et cooperation as equals, Je vous remercie de m'avoir associé. L'Afrique fait au jour le jour sa nuit institutionnelle. Juste pour ne citer que la zone de libre-échange continentale, ZLEC, en sigle, avec objectif d'assainir les aspirations communes à l'ensemble du continent à travers la paix et la sécurité, la migration et la mobilité, ainsi que le commerce. Nous serons heureux de participer à la rencontre envisagée pour janvier 2022 et de contribuer à ces recommandations au vu du sommet des chefs d'État. Blockchain intéresse le Burundi comme un laboratoire de ce qui serait un levier égalisateur de chances pour que le pays dispose des ressources naturelles et des opportunités inégalables au développement puisse attirer effectivement l'investissement. Pour le Burundi, l'heure est à développer toute opportunité technologique susceptible d'assurer l'intermédiation des fonds européens. Nous espérons une blockchain dynamique où se distinguent notamment les plateformes de genre consacrées à la promotion de l'éducation, à l'entrepreneuriat chez les jeunes et du mentorat des femmes. Nous aimerions explorer des solutions basées sur les technologies blockchain, organiser un écosystème permettant de superviser et de contrôler les pôles d'activité qui puissent devenir le levier d'une nouvelle économie. Nous aimerions y associer des banques publiques, instruments de financement de long terme, non dépendants de la pression actionnariale et des intérêts de marché, et des chaînes de valeur, notamment dans l'agroalimentaire, qui jouent un rôle majeur au Burundi. Blockchain est aussi à explorer comme un levier égalisateur de chances pour les défavorisés, notamment les petits agriculteurs et les gardiens de parcs naturels, comme aussi pour les enfants des écoles, les migrants. Ce sera tout l'intérêt des études exploratoires. Enfin, cette initiative blockchain Grand Lac doit être vue comme une modeste contribution à la paix régionale. Je crois et je suis pertinemment convaincu que l'Afrique et l'Europe, grâce à ce partenariat blockchain, atteindront un développement holistique, harmonieux, responsable et durable autour des solutions apportées par les technologies blockchain. Mesdames, Messieurs, c'est sur ce credo que je continue ma présentation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Cyril Zimbabwana. Great work.
Thank you.
May I hand the floor to Ms. Michelle Shavunga.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jarita. First and foremost, it's really wonderful to be here. Many congratulations for hosting this excellent blockchain week. I would like to thank the previous speakers, including Mr. Cyril, for his excellent remarks. And for really kind of covering the ground around the significance of blockchain for the African continent. I think, I'll speak more around the engagements that I have been having both, at the African Union level, as well as also, working in industry with many stakeholders across Africa and also across the UK and in Europe as well. I think blockchain, I've been in the blockchain space for quite some time, since around 2010, 2011. And I have not seen such an exciting time as now, actually. So it's really fantastic that we're starting to look at these initiatives and thinking about, sort of cross-border engagement around blockchain. So that is fascinating. I think given what's happened, the transition that we've had with COVID, as well as the general, shift into the digitalization agenda is really paving way, to really engage with blockchain across the world, not just in Africa. And one of the most exciting things, I think, with the shift into the digital economy is actually we want to make sure that as we make that transition and that shift, that we are actually not leaving people behind. Hence why I think this initiative is particularly significant and very, very significant for Africa. So, one of the things that I'm really quite passionate about is ensuring that we can work in partnership and in collaboration with Europe, but also, with the UK and other parts of the world in order to boost interaction and adoption of blockchain across the continent and in Africa particularly. Now, Africa itself, I just wanted to highlight, we've heard about the fantastic projects that are already going on, and there is quite a lot of projects happening in Africa within blockchain, but also just generally within the fintech ecosystem. So we're seeing quite a lot of growth within the fintech ecosystem in Africa and in many parts of Africa, including places like Kenya, as many people know. We are actually creators and innovators, especially when it comes to things like mobile money, services. So the continent has already been very, very heavily engaged in digitized solutions and in digital forms of money. Now, the exciting thing about blockchain, I think for me, what I'm starting to see across the continent and how it really shifts quite nicely with our overall policy objective within the African Union is actually when we are talking about the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, the AfCFTA, which has really come into force, and we're starting to look at implementing that. And I think that's a very solid foundation in order to actually introduce and bring into the AfCFTA umbrella the role that digital tools like blockchain can play, and the importance of having these digital tools as enablers to actually help to bring in the implementation of the CFTA. And just to give people a bit of context, Africa is a country with 55 African countries, all quite unique, all have very exciting investment opportunities, all very unique in terms of offering. So, as much as we sometimes say, oh, Africa, but Africa is made up of many, many countries. And these many, many countries are actually lie on the shoulder of small, medium enterprises and small businesses. Now, if you think about small, medium enterprises and small businesses, what do we actually look for? I mean, I'm running a fintech myself. So, for us, we look for value. We want to be able to have more cost-efficient ways of doing business. We want to be able to interact with our peers, and be able to make fast payments, not at high levels of cost. When you start to think about that whole ecosystem, and what is required within that whole ecosystem, you can understand why blockchain is so relevant. And blockchain is a community-driven technology, so it's a peer-to-peer kind of network. It allows people to interact. It provides opportunity for more efficient and, cost-effective trading to happen. So this technology actually plays a very critical role. And I think, blockchain working in par with other technologies actually even more powerful. So in order for Africa to benefit and for Europe to benefit with the interactions that happens between Africa and Europe, we can start to leverage the opportunities as these technologies present. The other area I wanted to just touch up on very, very quickly is the importance of data. Now, a lot of developing nations are moving quite fast around building their leverage and capital around what I call sort of data capital, right? And it's very, very important, I think, even for Africa to look into that and start to support the access to data. And that also, connects a little bit to the issue around connectivity and access to the internet and affordability of data. That is something that we are looking at very, very strongly across the African continent, because without connectivity, you're actually missing out with with some of these digital tools, including blockchain, for you to be able to interact and use these tools effectively. So there's a whole issue around infrastructure, around connectivity, around data that needs to be looked at in order for us to leverage opportunities that blockchain can present for the continent. And just to kind of contextualize again, Africa, we have a $40 billion remittances industry, right, flowing into Africa. And even you just think about the remittance space and opportunities, you can use blockchain for that to really innovate and transform that. There are massive opportunities. Even the cryptocurrency market, which I know people tend to get confused between blockchain and crypto and Bitcoin, but even the cryptocurrency market, Africa is seeing the fastest rate of adoption of cryptocurrency in certain parts of Africa, with something like 105 billion worth of crypto that went between July 2020 and June 2021. So this is like literally in the space of 1 year. So we can see that this digital asset is starting to play a very significant role in our markets. And at the African Union, we're looking, of course, more strategically around how do we look at how can we, capitalize on what's happening, but at the same time look at things like consumer protection and develop strategies, and work with countries across Africa to develop the relevant strategies to support this growth that we're seeing in the market. And finally, I think I've covered quite a lot of the areas, but I really kind of support this initiative and applaud, the partnership that's been formed. And I think with this partnership, we're able to start to build more strategic links between Europe, the UK and Africa. And with that, I think we're going to see quite a lot of, sort of growth and even trade, within sort of the trade cycles. I'll be speaking at the WTO next week with a very similar message that actually, if we can start to close the divides that exist between Europe, sort of UK, Switzerland, or whatever, we're going to see a lot more value come out of these relationships, and it's going to become a lot more meaningful in order for us to look. We heard about, the needs that we need to look at scalability around, the blockchain space. We need to look at interoperability. We're looking at new forms of digital financing or digital money, for example, right? With things like digital currency and CBDC. How do we start to interoperate? Interoperability is very important. Interoperability between systems is very important. So again, the whole blockchain strategy and the blockchain agenda plays a critical role around that. And I'm very, very excited to support the group in terms of their ambitions to make this work. And I'm very certain from the African Union level, as well as from country level, as we've heard from Mr. Cyril, that there's going to be a lot of support to make this a reality. And thank you very much for listening. And it's a real pleasure again to be here.
Thank you again, Ms. Michel. I hand the floor over to Mr. Pierre Chamsova, Blockchain for Good from France.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. If I may share my screen, if you allow me. Yes. Hi, everyone. In order to change a little bit and to make good use of our translator, I will do my presentation in French, if you don't mind. I like minorities. I'm a minority myself. I'm talking to you from Nairobi, 15 plus on the continent, several countries. Most of them French speaking. Oh, you see, I didn't even realize that I was going in English. That's okay. So I'm mainly working in the financial industry, sustainable finance ecosystem. But today I will be representing Blockchain for Good, a French-based association with a partnership in Africa. You had already heard one of our partners with Luca from Positive Blockchain. We've been working with them this year in order to curate 500 and plus active project on the field in the crossroad of blockchain and sustainable development. And we heard a lot about the blockchain opportunities, what the technology can do, and so on. But I would like just to remind everyone about an emergency we are all facing on climate and social inequity, and this is even more visible when you are here on the African continent, where the context is already tough in general for most of the populations, and a very young population that have very low opportunity, and now with all climate change and the way I would say economy has turned, it gets even tougher, and maybe this technology that is got in his DNA some high level of trust, of transparency, of automation, and of value creation, of new type of value of token. Maybe this technology actually is really a game changer for Africa, even more than for Europe, and this is one of my strong belief as a person, but that's another story. What we can see is that, like, most of the project linking sustainable development and blockchain are addressing finance, health, identity, and logistic, and energy, and agro. This is basically the main subject you can find, and this is true also on the African continent. On our curated database, we identify 53 active projects. I mean, there is when I say active, that means that they check a certain number of criteria about the effectiveness and the implementation of the project. Not only some call for action and some fake it till you make it, but real project with field experimentation. So this is around 12% of the project we have on our database, and as you can see, most of it is about finance and insurance. And Luca told us, showed us some of the projects that were made, and I know Stuart also quoted. I think the work from Grassroots Foundation in Kenya with his local currencies, backed with a DEX market, which allow them to be both very centralized into the less served neighborhood, but also to be able to be exchangeable on the global level at so it gets more and more efficient and liquid. There is a lot of subject also, some subject about identity and ownership, and here we talked about Lantatel and Mr. Sibomana, sorry, highlighted the importance of Lantatel in the peace process, and this is something where blockchain can really make a difference, and there was few experimentation already that have gone. Some of them has collapsed, some of them are on their way. There is a very interesting things going on on the field in Africa, and there is things also going on in Europe in the same way. And I think these two dynamic need to talk to each other through this Africa-Europe partnership as equal. As we can see, there is also a project in agriculture and food, especially on traceability of the project. We have Lucas told us about what was done by UN on the charcoal in Ivory Coast, but we also have some example in Uganda for coffee that was made where all the data and the impact of sustainable investment is tracked through blockchain. If we go even more deeper into the entrepreneurship, and that Michel highlighted it. It's not only foreign project with blockchains that are injected into the African continent. African continent is innovating itself, and there is a lot of projects that are made from and for Africa. And what is interesting is that 40% of these projects can be qualified as impact first, and it's a higher level than the global qualification of blockchain project for sustainable development, which means that African entrepreneurs do actually care more about the impact they will do on the continent to face sustainable development challenges than just general project. And this is very interesting, and this is why the support and cross-border knowledge and financial partnership need to be settled for the future. Maybe if we look at what could look like a plan of action for Africa-Europe partnership. First thing first, I think if we want to make sure we have the efficiency required by the next 10 years left, less than 10 years before we need to reach the 2030 action plan from the United Nations, we need to define priorities. Priorities are defined per country. If we look at the Burundi and DRC, for example, mining was a big subject, but also forest management and natural resource management is a key thing probably also distribution of value through the value chain, and so on. So adapt the strategies to the priorities of each country in the common framework of the partnership. Engage with key sectors, federate the pure players. There is a lot of tech that are working in blockchain. Well, actually, the blockchain industry is very tech-oriented, when the sustainable development industry is very field-oriented. We need these two people to talk together, and for that, we need to bring the pure player of each to talk together. And also, we need to channel financial flow, and can be actually channeled through blockchains as solutions, channel them to support these priorities. Second pillar will be, of course, the knowledge. Blockchain is a very young technology at the regard of the era of internet. And it's today, especially in Africa, there is very little interest yet from the academical corpus. And we need really need the university and the computer science department of the African countries to look into blockchain, and to look into blockchain as a game changer for sustainable development. And so we need both education on blockchain and sustainable development to be raised up on the continent. We need to stimulate the meeting in between players. I mean, like in Nairobi, we have a lot of things going on, and it's very active even with COVID. But when I move to Kinshasa, I can see the players have got a lot more hard time. Even if there is very good thing going on, it's a lot harder to get support and to get visibility. And if you move to Yaoundé, it's even worse. And if you I can go that more and more. Like Mogadishu got a very good tech industry, but they have a really hard time to get in contact with the people that can make the difference. So we need to create a meeting. We need to create exchange in between all these people, and we need to promote opportunities. Promote opportunities shows that it can work. I mean, like there is very good example that are done. Usually they are done with for one project. Let's scale up. Let's give the opportunity to scale up, and I think that is very important also, and to know how to do it, and to make it to show that it has been done. That's good for perennity, for long lasting. Sorry. And at the end, I think one of the key will be to consolidate and bring together the people that are interested into this subject. Technology can give the ability to scale up and to leverage very fast, and this has been seen on the finance. This has been seen on communication. Well, this can be seen also on sustainable development. So we need to consolidate the players that are in this field, even if not everyone is into this sustainable development and blockchain game. We need these few people that are in to be very supported, connected, and to know the different initiatives that are going on. As Michel says, there is 54 countries in Africa, and if we bring all the initiatives in Europe as well that are a bit mapped, then we start to have kind of a coherent vision of what works and what's not, and where are the priorities, and where do people invest as a tech, and where they should invest compared to more sustainable emergencies, sustainability emergencies. So by knowing the people, by having the initiatives mapped, we will be able to mobilize financing and to develop partnership in order to support this development, and to scale up and to leverage the blockchain technology as a real game changer for sustainable development. Some will say that I'm a dreamer, but what I see for the future, especially in the Africa-Europe partnership, is a fair distribution of value through the whole value chain, either it is on mining, on agro, or any other subject, on art, fair distribution in between each player at each level. The second thing I can imagine, and this is more even closer to my work with central banks, is I can see the natural assets, the social asset, education, the growth of education, the cultural assets from African countries becoming a reserve for value into their public account for the country. Imagine you got your national currency that is no more indexed on the USD, but it's indexed on your forestal cover. It's indexed on your biodiversity index. It's indexed on the level on the number of children that goes to school at primary school, secondary school, and so on. This is something tokenization of can bring, and this is something we can imagine for the future. And as we talked about digital identity and self-sovereign digital identity, we can imagine public services within our big country, because we have a huge challenge for African city that will grow up very, very fast, that are growing up very, very fast. We've got a big challenge to develop public services in this urban area that are centered into for the people, and with some automatizations that will ease the experience for the people and also lower the cost for the country to deliver a very high-end public services to this huge amount of people. So this is my last word for this presentation. But this is not a dream. This is something few people will make happen, and we will look at it and follow that with a Blockchain for Good association. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Pierre. Oh, yeah. Merci beaucoup, Pierre. And over to Ms. Sandra Rowe, Global Blockchain Business Council.
Thank you very much. And to the organizers, appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. And in particular to Raymond and Stuart and the entire EPE partners. We are very happy to be working with such amazing partners. And our values are very much aligned. And the speakers today, including one of our own ambassadors, Michelle, have really underscored blockchain as a collaborative technology, but also as a tour de force for culture change for all of us around the world, meaning for us to collaborate in ways that we've not collaborated before, to be able to rework and reimagine systems that actually are better for society. And today, I just want to share a few minutes with you about what GBBC is and how we're going to play a role, or we would like to play a role, in the European and Great Lakes Initiative. We really are excited to be able to do our part to support in this success as we go into 2022. So first of all, the GBBC was incubated and created by a group of entrepreneurs during Sir Richard Branson's Necker Island Blockchain Summit back in 2016. And then that idea was actually launched as a nonprofit Swiss entity at Davos, January 2017. So if you do the math, we're about to come up on our 5th year anniversary. We started off with a handful of institutional members and a handful of ambassadors around the world. And now we are at 350 institutional members, household names, Fortune 100s, all the way to startups you've never heard of. We hope you will hear about one day. And we really look to bring multi-stakeholder groups together. We have 130 ambassadors, which, by the way, about under 20% represent the continent of Africa. And we are actively looking to increase that percentage every year. So anyone who may be a good ambassador candidate, please do send our way. And why do we do this? We do this because we know we are not local experts. What we can provide is the macro environment or the macro views of what is going on in blockchain. We can also demonstrate what we see in terms of projects and initiatives that are going on that look like overlap. Maybe different groups need to talk to each other. Think of us as the ultimate global connector. We want to build bridges. We want to help multi-stakeholders talk to each other. And that includes public and private sector. So our original mission, 3 pillars: education, partnership, and advocacy. The early entrepreneurs knew this was going to turn into a multi-trillion-dollar industry opportunity. What also became obvious to us is that there could be great inequality in that generation of wealth. And our singular mission, along with the fact that this is a multi-trillion-dollar industry in the making, is the fact that we need to democratize the opportunity set. So we want to go far and wide and help support initiatives around the world that believe in creating opportunities for as many people as possible. And earlier speakers have already commented, in particular Raymond, we should not leave people behind. We absolutely agree with that. From the digital divide to those newly minted millionaires that are going to come as this technology evolves, we need to figure out a way how we increase the opportunity set around the world. And that means working with government. It is not about one group having it all and having all the answers. That's certainly not true. So we at the GBBC are here dedicated to provide as a connector around the world to different groups, lending our support on the ground to those who are the experts on the ground. And what do we need? We need financial support to go into these areas that don't have financial support. We need brain trust. We need people who actually know not only the technical, but actually how different frameworks have worked. Let this be an example that, this industry has been around for over a decade now. I've been in the industry for 10 years now. There have been a lot of mistakes made. There are things that we can learn from the mistakes made by others to do this better. And so I think learning what has gone on, and I'll give you one example. If you go to the GBBC website, the information is freely available. There is a global standards mapping initiative. It's called the GSMI. We have mapped 185 jurisdictions, nearly 400 industry consortia, and 30 plus technical standards. We partnered with the World Economic Forum last year and now have over 100 institutions and 200 individuals crowdsourcing this information. It is free, it is open access. That is our mantra. We want to make sure that we get information into the hands of as many people who are willing and wanting to learn. And so please take a look. I'm actually going to hopefully be able to get you that link right there. And I really would like us to engage in a way that is not only just collaborative, but how are we going to actually make this happen? We are doers. We are growing very rapidly, but we want to always have a couple things in mind. There is nothing wrong with creating wealth and opportunity as long as we do that in a way that gives a lot of people, or as many people as we can, a fair chance to have a stake in it. And we have that opportunity. So we are optimistic. Through this difficult time during the pandemic, we have actually seen the acceleration of the digital economy. We are both excited and actually very concerned about that because the digital divide is real. And we need to make sure that underlying base infrastructure is in place, and particularly countries and locations where that's not currently the case. And that means electricity and internet. It's about as simple as that, and having smartphones or having access to the devices that will power access to that digital information. So for us, it's not just about blockchain. It's actually a more holistic, how do we make sure we have all of the ingredients that we need to actually have success in a given location, whether it be a country or a city or a group of communities. So with that, I just want to thank you for this time, and hopefully we can engage in further dialogue.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. And now over to you, Ms. Perrine de Cotelon, the French representative for European Blockchain Partnerships.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Perrine de Coetlogon. Je travaille à l'Université de Lille. Et voilà, depuis octobre 2018, je vais, dans le partenariat européen de la blockchain, porter le cas d'usage diplôme, mais progressivement, mon rôle s'est affirmé et donc je ne suis pas actuellement représentante dans le partenariat européen de la blockchain, mais en voie de nomination, donc on attend. Alors je vais juste vous parler de choses très simples et très claires qui vont vous faire, je pense, apprécier tout le travail réalisé. D'abord, je travaille donc pour la direction interministérielle du numérique dans ce cadre. Ce sont les services, la DSI de l'État, les services du Premier ministre. Et la France, au sein du partenariat européen de la blockchain, a présenté le cas d'usage des diplômes et le cas d'usage notarisation ou registre de traçabilité. Et enfin, le dernier et pas le moindre, c'est celui de l'identité auto-souveraine. L'identité, c'est vraiment le cas d'usage qui va retenir l'attention dans les mois qui viennent, parce qu'il y a une révision du cadre réglementaire eIDAS qui est en cours, et le cadre général fait référence à un e-wallet. En effet, comme un portefeuille en cuir, on aura bientôt un portefeuille numérique dans la poche, et on sortira, c'est-à-dire dans notre smartphone, ça pourrait être aussi un autre objet, un autre type d'objet, et on sortira des données comme on le voudra, et ces données seront authentifiées. Il pourra s'agir de la carte d'identité ou d'un diplôme, par exemple, qui est unique également, qui apporte un numéro qui le rend unique. Et puis, on pourra peut-être avoir son permis de conduire également, et bien d'autres attributs qu'on dit distribués. Alors, l'idée, c'est aussi que même si l'État l'a émis, comme dans un portefeuille en cuir, on n'est pas besoin, le ministère de l'Intérieur ne va pas être notifié à chaque fois qu'on a besoin de montrer sa carte d'identité, évidemment. Et quand on sortira ces objets, ils seront bien à nous. Et ça, c'est vraiment particulièrement intéressant. Mais la blockchain, c'est aussi quelque chose qui ne se voit pas. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui est arrivé surtout par le monde financier, mais qui ne s'autofinance pas. C'est de l'infrastructure. Et donc, en effet, oui, il faut des investissements. C'est parfois une confusion qui s'opère dans l'esprit des gens, de penser que puisque la blockchain émet des tokens, celui du Bitcoin le plus célèbre, eh bien c'est une industrie qui s'autofinance, alors que non. La blockchain apporte au sein d'Internet, des infrastructures informatiques d'Internet, une nouvelle brique, une brique d'authenticité qui est particulièrement intéressante, et ça on a entendu pendant toute cette semaine. D'ailleurs, je profite de ce moment pour remercier la présidence slovène du Conseil de l'Union européenne, et Nena, que j'ai vraiment connue dès le début, et avec qui on travaille et on s'entend très bien. Donc, je vais vous parler un petit peu plus du cas d'usage de l'éducation, parce qu'il est particulièrement important en Afrique, et que si l'Union européenne devait, ce que j'espère, sous cette présidence, avec le français, qui est une langue quand même très présente sur le continent africain. Donc, si l'Union européenne devait en effet s'engager sur cette voie, je trouve que le cas d'usage diplôme est particulièrement intéressant. Donc, je vais vous en dire quelques mots, à la fois dans les grandes idées et puis dans la concrétisation au sein de mon université de Lille. Donc, l'idée globale, si vous voulez, qu'a donné la blockchain avec ce mot de registre, ledger en anglais, c'est qu'à tout moment de la vie, tout le monde puisse retrouver ses acquis d'apprentissage. Les acquis d'apprentissage, ça va être un diplôme, mais on sait bien qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui n'ont pas de diplôme, mais ils ont peut-être une compétence, un savoir-être particulier. Et si à un moment de leur vie, les personnes pensent à leur reconnaître, la personne va s'en sentir gratifiée, elle aura une meilleure estime d'elle-même et elle pourra le prouver à quelqu'un d'autre. Telle personne a dit que je savais parfaitement construire un instrument, par exemple. Et donc, elle pourra le faire savoir de façon numérique. Donc, ce qui est intéressant dans le cas d'usage diplôme, c'est que c'est pour les diplômes, les certificats d'employeur, les open badges, ce sont des attestations numériques vérifiables par les personnes à qui on les envoie. Une fois qu'elles sont émises, soit par une personne, soit par une institution, eh bien, elles sont faciles aussi à partager sur les réseaux sociaux, professionnels, personnels, dans une association. On peut reconnaître d'autres personnes, c'est le côté peer-to-peer. Et tout ça, c'est avec le même standard du W3C, un standard international. Et donc, quand je suis arrivée avec ce projet en tête, c'est parce que j'animais depuis un an à l'époque un groupe de travail numérique du ministère de l'Éducation nationale, de la jeunesse et des sports, qui m'a permis de constater que c'était vraiment une tendance mondiale vers laquelle on allait des microcrédits de certification. Et avec en plus le fait qu'il était joint au sein de l'infrastructure européenne de services blockchain, avec le cas d'usage de l'identité, on sent qu'on touche vraiment avec une seule technologie, c'est-à-dire les verifiable credentials et l'ancrage dans une blockchain, on touche en fait à l'authentification en ligne pour une éducation à distance qui permet de reconnaître les personnes, leurs diplômes. Donc c'est vraiment, ça va bien au-delà de l'éducation, mais disons qu'il me semble que c'est un des cas d'usage particulièrement intéressants pour les services publics. C'est pour ça que je voulais un peu focaliser sur cette possibilité. Maintenant, je sens bien qu'il y a beaucoup d'autres sujets dont on a parlé, comme la traçabilité des minerais ou l'assurance, puis on en a vu plusieurs exemples. J'en ai entendu parler également à l'occasion de toute la semaine, en fait, et à l'occasion d'un consortium, d'une initiative qui est en train de se monter en France, publique et privée, pour justement créer l'infrastructure qui viendra en soutien à l'infrastructure européenne. Ça, c'est particulièrement intéressant. Et donc, dans ce cadre-là, on travaille avec IN Group, qui est le nouveau nom de l'imprimerie nationale française, et qui a travaillé avec l'UNICEF sur des questions d'identité pour des enfants qui n'en ont pas, parce qu'ils sont nés dans la brousse ou dans des zones de conflit. Et donc, c'est pour rétablir de l'identité sur des personnes qui n'en ont pas. Et on a vu le projet UNICEF qui va dans le même sens, c'est-à-dire à un moment rétablir des identités, soit complètement nouvelles, soit reprendre les éléments et les ancrer dans une blockchain pour permettre une identification plus rapide et mondiale. Alors, quand je dis mondiale, je voulais juste vous signaler que je suis aussi membre du groupe du comité de pilotage Banque mondiale sur la blockchain pour l'éducation, qui s'est mis en place. Voilà, ça c'est intéressant. L'UNESCO a également monté un groupe qui m'intéresse particulièrement, c'est Blockchain et Open Education, puisque je suis également membre élu de Open Education Global, qui est une association mondiale pour l'accès de tous à l'éducation grâce au contenu éducatif partagé, qu'on peut remixer, et donc un travail sur les droits d'auteur. Voilà, donc l'UNESCO a également un intérêt particulier sur la blockchain dans ce contexte éducatif et pas seulement sur les micro-certificats. Voilà, je voulais terminer en disant que cette initiative me semble extrêmement porteuse. Je pense que, par ailleurs, et ce n'est pas mon sujet principal, les crypto-monnaies représentent une opportunité qu'il conviendra vraiment de penser à démocratiser, même si aujourd'hui elles ne sont absolument pas reconnues dans le système réglementaire. Il y a quand même des cas d'usage qui sont testés au sein de la Banque de France, par exemple. Ne pas s'y intéresser, c'est peut-être passer à côté d'une opportunité pour le gouvernement, et aussi ne pas comprendre que les laisser pour quelques-uns, ce serait vraiment regrettable pour des personnes qui, sur le continent africain, seraient capables de monter des projets eux-mêmes grâce au financement évoqué par Pierre dans sa dernière présentation. Voilà, donc je vous remercie beaucoup. J'ai bien entendu le conseiller du président de la République du Burundi et je vous remercie pour votre accueil et votre invitation. Je vous tiendrai au courant, je l'espère bientôt, de ma nomination écrite.
Merci beaucoup, Perrine. We had a problem with Mr. David Kamua Musabo, but Raymond Van Ermen will be able to speak some of his key messages on his behalf. Over to you, Raymond.
Oui, donc M. Kamua s'excuse beaucoup, il a un problème de connexion. Je vais simplement préciser ici que je vais donc simplement préciser ici que sa proposition de base est de s'inspirer de l'initiative de cette semaine européenne de la blockchain pour concevoir une semaine Afrique-Europe de la blockchain. Donc, nous sommes en négociation avec les autorités de la province du Nord Kivu, que représente M. Kamua, pour organiser une semaine Afrique-Europe de la blockchain et des objectifs du développement durable. C'est la proposition principale sur laquelle devait se faire son intervention. Nous aurons l'occasion, à la suite du webinaire d'aujourd'hui, de vous transmettre par écrit les propositions telles qu'elles auront été confirmées par la République démocratique du Congo. Voilà pour ce qui nous concerne. Over to you, Jarita.
Merci, Raymond. Merci, Raymond. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed speakers, Mr. Cyril Simbumana, Miss Michelle Shivugana, sorry, Michelle, I have to pronounce your name correctly, Mr. Pierre Shamsvar, Miss Sandra Rowe, Miss Preen de Catterong. I have one rhetorical question as a moderator, and that is, we heard from Miss Michelle and Mr. Cyril about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation. We know that that is going into phase 2 of the implementation, and the pilot that is proposed from the EP is an excellent example of implementation measures as part of the e-commerce and the sustainability chapters in the trade agreement. And maybe we could explore this further. But I thank you for your time. And now we would like to hand over to our speakers for the closing remarks.
Je remercie la présidence slovène de l'Union européenne de leur invitation à m'adresser au panel Partenariat Blockchain Afrique-Europe. Je remercie les orateurs et les interprètes. Pourquoi cela intéresse mon ONG Dunia Bora, un monde meilleur en Swahili? L'association vient en aide aux défavorisés. Ceux-ci seront impactés par le développement de la blockchain dans le domaine du commerce international, agroalimentaire et mines. Les défavorisés recherchent aussi de nouveaux modes d'accès aux moyens financiers. Nous voulons contribuer à mettre les leviers technologiques qui constituent la blockchain au service des acteurs locaux qui sont ou seront concernés, les agriculteurs et les coopératives, les gardiens des parcs naturels, les autorités locales, les femmes et les peuples autochtones. Il s'agit maintenant, à partir d'un objectif d'empowerment, de fixer un plan d'action. Nous soutenons les propositions formulées pour une semaine blockchain du développement durable et celles présentées pour l'initiative Région des Grands Lacs, focalisée sur l'objectif que personne ne soit laissé derrière, s'il vous plaît. Face au choc à venir, nous aurons besoin de plus, entre parenthèses, de solidarité. Celle-ci doit s'organiser autour de la construction d'une économie de bien-être. Merci.
On behalf of the European Partners for Development for Environment, I would really like to thank you for being with us today. I think we should also be thankful to the Slovenian presidency for enabling this meeting or webinar. But allow me to put forward some of my thinking while listening to all of you during the event. It strikes me how, irrespective of the fact that blockchains are not a new tool, they do remind me of what we did when we jumped over a number of technological innovations, like the mobile technology, and tried to use it to the benefit, and as my colleague right now said, social benefit. And therefore there is a fantastic opportunity, but also an enormous challenge. And in that sense, maybe we at one point we can have a more in-depth lessons learned of how people-friendly is it. I was struck by Pierre saying that, and I think Perrine also, how that can be used in conflict environments and to promote peace. And in that sense, I must say that women and a lot of the gender equality programs in Africa especially have been trying to encapsulate the opportunities of new technologies and new tools. And in that sense, I think what we as activists and organizations should push for in the new European Union strategy is precisely jumping over the hurdle of déjà vu, of being much more open and innovative in the application of the tools that we have, that we are developing at this point. And in that sense, I think also for us, it will be interesting at some point to make an overview of the usage and the buy-in of the local communities and at the national level of this opportunity or these tools. We certainly look forward to continuing this dialogue, and we will, as the EP, discuss that in our board and with our colleagues, how to make this dialogue more in-depth. And therefore, thank you so much for actually situating the discussion and couching it into that broader context of the new strategies leading up to the implementation of the SDGs. And we know that the pandemic has not only slowed down the implementation, but has also raised many new challenges that we didn't think about. And that new challenge is looking at the holistic perspective of what these technologies, that is the, I think, fourth EU new strategy, Green Deal strategy approach. We as the EP are looking for partners. We are ready to partner with our member organizations and with our experts. And please be sure that we shall continue in that direction, and we'll let you know what the follow-up in. If I'm not mistaken, and Stuart and Jarita, you know better, we have been recording this, and I think we will be taking the key messages, which we'll send to you and then see which way we go. Raymond has already mentioned the opportunity we have for February 2022. And please be also, I would say, forward looking and contacting us with initiatives so that we can all together actually take this forward, because I think we will need still an uphill battle, whether it is in making those connections between the EU and Africa and so on, or making the connections between people on the ground. And I thank all those especially who have given us concrete examples of what that meant on the ground and how that, so we will have an uphill battle for the buy-in. And we are looking at this 2022 event as a demand and supply, a supply of knowledge, innovation and expertise, and demand of what the local communities and the national governments would like to have and would like to see. And I think in that sense, I think it was someone, Pierre or someone, who mentioned the UN agencies. I think there's a lot to be done with the UN agencies still. and also getting them fully on board. So I'd like to thank you all on behalf of us. I'd like to thank the team. First of all, Raymond, who's done an enormous job and put all this together. And thank you, Raymond, for pushing the EU-Africa side of it. You have been pioneering this for the last 2 years, and we are very happy. Somehow, you know, sometimes you go ahead. You're ahead of the game, and then it takes some time for the game to catch on. And also for Stuart and Jarita, and for our other colleagues. And thank you all for being here, and be sure there's a follow-up coming up. And I hope the Slovenian initiative will also be able to distill some of these points that we have discussed today, and that we continue the discussions and the questions. I had quite a few questions, but we didn't have the time, so hopefully we'll have it some other time. Thank you very much for being with us and being here. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde.
Thank you from my side as well. I'm very happy that during Slovenian presidency we started with this initiative. I'm sure that we will be able to strengthen this initiative and to develop this in further years and months, and we can really create some really strong network which can enable supporting both initiatives in Europe and Africa, to support the transfer of knowledge, the transfer of experiences, and also to establish a cross-border collaboration, multi-country collaboration, as we have in Europe, also in the relations of Europe and Africa. So thank you very much to organizers. Raymond was very intensively organizing this meeting, and thank you all for participation today. There was many top ideas that we will try to summarize, to make some outlines from this, and to start building the real relationship and partnership in the future months. Thank you very much for being here, and welcome to our next steps in building that partnership together. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much, Nana. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.